soldier. Give me space and I'm in a good place. Very serious, mysterious, mind makes right. In for the fight. Starlight out on starlight out on starlight out on cosmic soldier. Give me space and I'm in a good place. Very serious, mysterious, I makes right. In for the fight. Starlight out on. Starlight outlaw.
Welcome everybody. We are live again because I would like to go over some things I was sent, and then also go over the some information about the Trump shooting. I did not tell you that. I want to go over just a little bit, maybe hypothesize and theorize on that. But the first thing we're going to go over is I was sent a video about the Ukrainian incident that happened in the chat earlier, or because of that, I should say. And I'm going to be honest, I don't understand what I was supposed to gain from that, because what I witnessed, and you know, I'm not going to poison the well. I'm going to go through it with y'all, and I'm going to go through it with Chuck, and him and I are going to discuss it, because I got to get some secondary opinion on it, because my first opinion on it, I don't want to poison the well with it, so we'll just watch it. It is a 45-minute interview. I'm going to speed it up to 1.5 because you should still be able to hear it very good. And this is the PBS Frontline interview with Julia Laffey. I can't really say her name. And the actual interview that this comes from, I clicked the link. It says it was out because it said it was out now. It's only 59 minutes. So let's get into it.
So we were looking for a place to start the film and to keep the focus on Putin, and it seemed to us that one of the more insightful moments about who Putin is in this war is that National Security Council meeting that he has about the breakaway provinces. Can you describe it? We're going to have the footage of him walking in by himself, being at the end of the room, his advisors arrayed on the other side. Can you describe that moment, what we're seeing?
Yeah. That Security Council meeting was so wild. And the whole time I was watching it, I kept thinking, this is what a Politburo meeting in 1939 must have looked like, when everybody sitting in a cabinet minister's chair was the third replacement since 1937. And each person sitting in that chair knew what had happened to his predecessors and, you know, how many bullets they got in the back of the head in the basement of Lubyanka. And I just figured, this is how it must have gone down. This is how it must have felt. This is how these people must have spoken. This is, you know, that fear, that discomfort, that they were clearly, you know, dancing bears performing for their master who is impossible to please. What else struck me about it was the distance between him and the people sitting in that room was so vast. I mean, from every angle you could see it. Another thing that stuck out to me was Sergei Naryshkin, the spy chief, getting up there, stumbling through his words, getting up, dressing down by Vladimir Putin, who says, no, speak clearly, no. Speak clearly. No, that's not it. Say it again. You know, he dressed him down like a schoolboy. And this is one of the main Siloviki. He is the head of the SVR, the Foreign Spy Service. And what's fascinating is that Security Council meeting was pre-taped. It was shown on Russian state TV as a live broadcast. They told their viewers it was live, but then Russian journalists noticed that everybody's watches showed a different time. So they taped that, and they decided to show Naryshkin getting humiliated like that, like a schoolmaster taking him to task. So the fact that they chose to show that was really interesting, and it made a lot of observers wonder if this was in retaliation or because Putin suspected that the leaks were coming from Naryshkin's people, because everybody was wondering, how did the Americans have such good intelligence? They knew each step of what Putin was going to do. I mean, once the war started moving, it all went as the White House had predicted it would. And some people saw that scolding of Naryshkin as a kind of retaliation or a show of suspicion that, he wasn't being careful enough in protecting the information. There are a couple other things I want to say about that meeting.
So right off the bat, right there, right? We've seen Trump and other world leaders do this when people fuck up. I mean, there was obviously leaks coming out of the Kremlin for the longest. That's the point of national security, right? I mean, am I wrong there, Chuck?
No, you're right.
So, I mean, and I do want to point out, like, watching this, and then while also right after watching the press conference that Trump had, I can see some very big similarities between them, right? Everybody in that press conference seemed afraid, right? Except for the key differences, they're not afraid of Trump. Trump's entire administration is afraid of the people, right? Where this board that she's mentioning was afraid because Putin is an authoritarian and would replace them, and replacement and failure over there means a bullet to the head for treason, right? Whereas the Trump administration seems to be very afraid because they are fucking up and pissing off every single political faction you can piss off in the U.S. Like, it's like Russia, the people in Russia were being ready, or trying to get the country ready for an armed conflict, and the Trump administration is basically trying to keep people from revolting, if that is a good word for that. You see the similarities where I'm getting at, or you think I'm right, wrong?
Yeah. As far as Trump himself, I don't think he's afraid of shit. I think he just does it and says, fuck it. This is the way I see it. And he just does it. Now, the people around him, that might be a different story.
Well, yeah, the people are definitely afraid of him, but they're not afraid of him for the same reasons that they'd be afraid of Putin, right? That the people would be afraid of. Like, Trump's not going to have them summarily executed for treason. He can't, right? Our court system is separate from the executive branch for that reason. For that reason, among many. But
you'd end up with a dictator, yeah.
But that's what Putin is a dictator.
Oh, and yeah, there's no doubt about that.
Me personally, I'm an authoritarian. I don't believe in democracy. This is a stated fact about myself since forever. I think democracy is a shitty tool, and they have to lie to their people to get anything done. I think dictatorships may be somewhat cleaner, and they have their problems. Like, you shouldn't be able to execute citizens for treason just because they disagree with you. But I mean, every nation has its problems. That's just that's just the way Russians run shit. You know, the old adage is things were bad in Russia and then they got worse.
For sure.
Because it was fascinating. So while everybody noticed Naryshkin, the person who really stuck out to me was Zolotov, the head of Rosgvardia, the National Guard. This unit was formed shortly after the pro-democracy protests of 2011-2012 and after the anti-war protests of 2014 when Russia first invaded Ukraine. Putin started creating more and more security agencies and giving them more and more powers to stifle street protests and stifle dissent. There was even a law that was passed that allowed them to shoot live ammunition into crowds of unarmed protesters. So to head up this new security agency called the Rosgvardia, or the Russian Guard, he picked Viktor Zolotov.
Now, Chuck, how does that make you feel? I got to ask you that.
Oh, great. Nothing like shooting a bunch of unarmed people. Not.
Yeah, but I've heard you say similar things about the protesters here.
Yeah, but a lot of times I say it in jest, but they should, depending on the protests and what's happening, they should, well, they do have measures they can take. They just choose not to a lot of times till the shit gets out of hand. Whereas
Well,
if they
Russia and China are authoritarian countries. That's not the way they do things.
Correct.
Right? Because just like the protesters over here are leftists, agitators, and seem to be paid by NGOs, as you see with the SPLC in the form of the right wing, which later on in the video, you'll see her, actually at the end, you'll see this woman talk about how Putin's at fault for the rise of the right wing, which is not true at all. People are tired of the immigration and shitty policies. Well, that's why I decided to review this video, because I don't see where I'm wrong in my distaste and distrust for the Ukrainian government. Right? Because like the protesters over here, they're agitators meant to destabilize the government. They're not actually protesting something that we as the U.S. can fix. Right? It's just
right.
like the... and over there in Russia, these liberal, and they are called liberals, these liberal agitators are protesting, trying to disrupt the government, and they just handle shit different there. You don't have a Bill of Rights or Constitution over there.
Right.
I mean, I think you do have a Constitution, but it's not the same as the U.S.
Yeah, the rules are different.
Yeah, and it's just the way their society doesn't. And even if Putin dies tomorrow, their society is still going to act that way. Their society is still going to be that way. Mind you, Ukraine is the exact same. They've shot and jailed people not in line with their government, especially during this war. The Ukrainian government has a kill list. Like, the Ukrainian government is responsible for the death of Coach Red Pill. If y'all don't know who that is, that was a Red Pill, like, manosphere person, but he switched to doing the news. And the Ukrainian Secret Service arrested him and did not care for him, and he passed away.
Yeah, from artificial causes.
Yeah, like, and I believe he was a U.S. citizen. Like,
for some reason, I'm thinking you're right.
Because I am right. Me and Jay Rillo covered it. I think it was last year when it happened.
Who was his old bodyguard. And this is, I want to say a mace in human form, or, a club in human form, just completely loyal muscle and fists. And what you saw in that meeting was he gets up there in his uniform with his striped military, standard issue military undershirt, ranting about the Americans and how the Ukrainians are just American puppets. And of course, at the same time, his grandson lives in London. That was the thing about pretty much everybody in that meeting. They went up there and dutifully said what the master wanted them to say, both about the breakaway republics and about the West, while all of them have relatives and property in the West. The other person who really stuck out to me was Valentina Matvienko, who is the Speaker of the Federation Council, which is the upper chamber of the Russian parliament. And
what does him having property or kids in the West have to do with anything? I don't understand this point at all. And
what
this
is they don't believe in their society. They want their children raised in the West. Is what he's saying.
That's a fair thing, but people come to the West to party and unwind. We have lax social standards. We have things where rich and affluent people would want to be so they can spend their wealth on debaucherous things.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And that's what all of the elites in all authoritarian countries do. That's just a way of the world and always has been. They always go and have debaucherous times in the societies of their enemies. Like the German diplomats did it in the 1920s, the 1930s and 40s. Like right before the war.
In France, yeah.
So like this happens, and I mean I don't agree with it as an authoritarian. I think that's the type of stuff that we're trying to steer away from society doing. But again, these people's kids are probably not ever going to work in government or want to have anything to do with the Russian government. So it's kind of a moot point, personally.
Yeah, I'm not sure what
I don't think I've ever seen it.
she's driving at.
Well, you can see the lady. The lady just looks like a ravenous liberal to me. The more I look at it. Now, I was trying not to go in with this mindset, but you'll see why I say that the more and more she speaks on the topic.
Anybody look more uncomfortable on camera? It reminded me a little bit of the appearances we used to get in the first decade of Putin's rule of Lyudmila Putina, who was then his wife, who would periodically get trotted out, who never looked happy to be there. And just Matvienko sitting there, she looked nauseous. She looked queasy and uneasy. And
I mean, Trump's wife always looks uncomfortable being in front of cameras. Again, like I don't see this needless bullshit right here.
Right. Well, I'll agree with that 100%.
like almost as if she was trying to avoid having to speak. And the last thing I'll say about the Security Council meeting is we now know, a week into the war, more and more information is coming out of Moscow about how shocked everybody is in the Kremlin, in the defense ministry, in the foreign ministry. Nobody, not even people pretty close to Putin, thought he would do this. They thought he would recognize the breakaway republics, maybe move some troops in, and that would be the extent of it. Nobody expected this. People in the Kremlin and in the prime minister's office are telling journalists anonymously that.
And what got him to actually move troops in? This was the casus belli he used. I'm not saying it was true or not, but what got him to actually invade and lay special operation was because like this Donbass conflict has been going on since 2014, since the May Day incident. And she completely glosses over the May, like she references it, but completely glosses over it. She even tells you why the May Day incident was so important indirectly. Like, so what got Putin to actually invade Ukraine is they were mortaring civilians. I'm pretty sure not even meaning to, because the Donbass was engaged in trench warfare near fucking cities and towns since 2014. But needless to say, that gave Putin the casus belli to invade Ukraine when they fucking accidentally or on purpose mortared a school that they said Russian or pro-Russian separatists were using as a hideout. And what they wound up doing was killing children that were in class. Now, I've seen people try to counteract that point by saying, oh, that was actually Russian mortars and whatnot. The simple fact is the mortaring happened, and it gave Russia the casus belli.
Yeah,
and
I have to go research that. I'm not 100%.
If you go all the way back to when it started, that was the final breaking point. That is what Russia used to invade. Like, because and the thing is, like, Ukraine has been engaging in genocidal tendencies towards its Russian population. They outlawed the Russian language. They have literally a group called Azov Battalion that was going in and arresting and harming civilians for opinions and beliefs. And Azov Battalion are neo-Nazis. Like, everything liberals and people call me to badmouth me and say I'm evil, that's what Azov Battalion was. Yeah. Now, ever since the war in Ukraine, because I'm talking about before the war and a few months into the war right now, Azov Battalion has been, as far as 6 months into the war, the actual neo-Nazi element of Azov Battalion has been completely wiped out. They're all dead or went home, because it was also a mixture of ultra-nationalist neo-Nazi Ukrainians and ultra-national neo-Nazi foreign fighters from Sweden, Finland, even people in Poland were going over there. Who's the Transformer? I was told to watch this interview with the lady to go over it. If you want to come up, this is an open panel. You can come up. But I'm reviewing it because I watched it in private, and there's some things that I just didn't understand or get about it. So, and I don't disagree with you, Dennison, about the the need for YouTube's doing that thing where it won't let me post the link. So if anybody wants the link, hit me up in Discord. Chuck, if you want to post the link for me, I'd appreciate you. If you can.
Okay,
but
I can do that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with that either. Like, that makes sense.
They're absolutely stunned, and they kind of don't know what to do, and they didn't expect this, and they're just like shell shocked. People in the Ministry of Defense, including pretty high ranking members of the Ministry of Defense, are just completely stunned and seem to have been completely caught off guard by Putin's orders to launch a full scale invasion. You know, I read those.
And I don't believe that part for a minute either, right? I don't believe his internal ministry were caught off guard. They had to know that was coming. Like, how can you be scared of this man in one breath and then be shocked by his actions in the next? I don't get that at all.
News stories about anonymous sources in the Kremlin and in the Prime Minister's office and in the Foreign Ministry.
No. The StreamYard link, Chuck.
Being against this and being shell shocked. And I think, well, why don't they all resign? You know, you can't arrest them all. Why don't they resign? Why don't they not follow these orders if they think that they're deranged, which they clearly do? I think back to that Security Council meeting, and I realize how scared they must all be of him, how they're all locked into this closed solar system with him as the center, and they're all afraid of getting arrested or falling from grace. They have no life outside of this. They can't exist outside of the government. If you're not in, if you get that.
No, I need you to post the StreamYard link, Chuck.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wrong
because
one.
For some reason it's doing that shit where it won't let me post the link.
Yeah, I hit the wrong one. Damn it. Hold on.
It's all good.
That high up and that close to Putin, if you fall, you don't fall back to civilian life. You go to jail. You lose everything. And they also have clearly been living in this atmosphere of.
Okay. Look, all I'm hearing here is failure as a government official leads to actual consequence. I'm just saying, look at all the fuck shit our bureaucrats get away with and do, and there's no consequences. Like, I'm not seeing a problem here. I'm seeing somebody just talking shit because she doesn't like the regime in charge. Like, I don't actually see it. That's the same thing Chuck said when he shot a suspect with a taser. Damn, I hit the wrong one. That's crazy.
A fear that they are also helping foment in the nation and spread in the country, but they themselves are clearly scared. But you see how this all went down, or you're starting to see in retrospect how this all happened and how much of it was driven just by one man, his deranged ideas, and how everybody around him thought it was a terrible idea but was too scared to say anything about it or to resist. And it just makes me feel like, oh, I'm getting a sneak peek into how it worked in the 1930s.
Is there any question about who is making the decisions in that room? Who is making the decisions about leading the country?
Thoughts so far?
I don't know if I've seen this.
Well, so me and Miss D got into a little spat because I support Putin, and I did say some things that maybe people could misrepresent as me talking about all Ukrainians, and for that, I will do a better job in the future to delineate between a people's government and criminal element versus the entire nation itself. That's my bad. That's on me. But she sent me some stuff. She sent me some stuff about Putin. This video in particular, asked me to watch it. I watched it, and then there's some things that my authoritarian mind cannot wrap around as being a problem. So I wanted this video. Huh?
Who's Mrs. D?
That's what I call D. You know who D is.
There's another Mrs. D. That's why she came up. There's a Mrs. D that hangs out with Crucible and shit.
Oh, no. I'm talking about the D that's over here.
Oh, my bad.
But she asked me to watch this, and her word carries a lot of weight with me. So if I am wrong about something, like, I will definitely admit when I'm wrong. So, and I know Dennison and Chuck will shoot it straight because I genuinely don't understand the problem so far in this video as an authoritarian. Like I don't. I see someone
like this stuff is at the very root of like I don't know, like the zeitgeist that is formed to create a citizen.
Yeah.
This stuff is like it's like the basic input-output system. It comes before DOS, it becomes before binary, it becomes before Windows. Like it's
cultural. It's
machine.
It's species. I think you're looking for the species word, right? Because it's not even in the word. Sorry, go ahead.
It's machine programming. Like you cannot. This is the very like not only oldest but most refined spycraft of both nations. You cannot take anything for granted, no matter who's telling you. There's a lot of fucking lying, that goes on in this area.
Well, that's why I don't understand the video, and by watching this video, I'm even more confused on what I did to piss this person off. Because I see that, right? I see that in this video, and you can see it as it go, and it gets worse the more you go into this video, right? And because I don't believe everything that comes out of Russia either. I know. I say what, and in fact, I don't even consume Russian media anymore. Like I used to watch RT all the time, but I don't. I'm just going off of what I've known and what I've done the research, and the research says, and I even did my updating today after the video and doing a little bit of research. Like it's gone. Ukraine has made steps to stop the trafficking in its country. It is now a tier 2 human trafficker thing, which means that while it falls short, the government is doing something to stop the amount of human trafficking. And Russia catches a lot of shit for the trafficking and stuff that goes on in Ukraine because, and rightfully so, because most of the trafficking is people being sent to Russia or being sent to Poland or being sent to the Czech Republic. Right?
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure we're the trafficking capital of the world.
No, I said Ukraine was the trafficking capital of Europe, and the CP capital of Europe.
I'm pretty sure the United States is the capital of the world, though.
CP, I think, is Israel, and the human trafficking capital of the world, I think, is China. Because China does a lot to its own citizens with the forced removal of organs, like political prisoners. But like the U.S. still has a lot of these problems as well. Like it's glaring issues. Go to Walmart and look at the board of all the missing kids. Again, like I'm not saying Ukrainians do this or all Ukrainians are responsible for this. I'm saying that it's a huge problem in their country.
We got kicked into second place by Pakistan.
That is crazy.
She's seriously talking. Oh no. Do you know? Okay, so here's the thing. It's like I'm gonna take this like where nobody's gonna see it coming. You know how people ask for reparations? Americans will say, "Well, you got sold," right? Mm-hmm. This is similar to that. First of all, clearly it's the underground people who are doing all these things. This has been going on in Eastern Europe forever. Like, if you want to go,
well, the Ukrainian government is. What's up, Casper? Go ahead, finish it.
Go.
No, go ahead.
It's fine.
No, go ahead.
It was a side point anyway. It doesn't matter. Don't worry about it.
Well, the thing about it is the Ukrainian government has a lot of corruption. Like, look at Joe Biden's son. I think it was the Burisma shit. I can't even pronounce it properly, but it was the shit with Joe Biden's son Hunter Biden, that was fuckery, and that's one of the reasons that I say that Ukraine is used as a money laundering place for our political elite. Now, if I'm wrong on that, good.
The entire world is. The reason the Ukraine shit came out is because it became a politically convenient football for the intelligence agencies to use against Trump. And then when he did that, the reaction within, like, you could call it old MAGA, like, because there's some actual power that revolves around, like, Steve Bannon and that type, as opposed to, like, some of the other clowns that he had around him. And then, of course, the old, like, Republican guard that he swore he would never, that he would flush out of the swamp, that he hired, like, say, Bolton, for example. They don't count because they hated his guts and tried to undermine him anyway. But people like Steve Bannon do have some behind-the-scenes influence, and that this is where the Burisma stuff came from. Rudy Giuliani, Steve Bannon, they deliberately went looking to uncover that kind of shit. And of course, despite the fact that the government was against Trump at the time, he still was at the head of the White House. And so, that comes with resources and power. But I would argue that, like, at any given time, you could pick any country in the world, and, like, a president and a president's family and his, like, political and corporate entourage would be involved in corruption. We just heard about it heavily because, much like when Kennedy was president, we had someone in the White House that the CIA itself wanted to oust.
Yeah. And let me say this before we move forward. I'm not mad at anybody involved. In fact, I'm actually thankful to have people like Miss D, because this situation is like, she just wants me to be the most educated I can be and not just spout crazy bullshit, right? And that's why I fuck with the people I fuck with, because even if they get mad at me, they have my best interests at heart. And I expect anybody from the audience, anybody on panel, if I'm just spouting bullshit that's just fucking crazy, Alex Jones type shit, call me out. Send me evidence to review and go over. I have no problem saying if I'm wrong.
You used to be able to kind of glean some kind of truth because, first of all, when you study how these governments and operations work, then the statecraft becomes obvious. You can see it in the headlines. You can read it in the paragraphs. It's like when he doesn't even see the Matrix anymore. You just see blonde, redhead, brunette, right? Like, you get to that point. And then if you increase the number of sources that you consume, then you can see, like, where the propaganda intersects and assume some level of veracity in those cross sections. But I would argue now we're in hyperrealism, and there's so much bullshit from everywhere that you can't discern anything from. This is not information anymore. It's pure garbage. It's just brainwashing.
Well, I mean, this is. Go ahead, Casper.
It's okay. Go.
This is why I'm even more confused about the interaction and after watching this video, because that's what I thought I was doing. Right. None of my resources come from pro-Russian or pro-American sources. It all come from independent journalism. And that can be its own rabbit hole in of itself, because you get crazy people like Alex Jones and everything else. But I know for a fact that you can't trust CNN or RT. Go ahead, Casper.
Okay, do you want a hint, like, to build upon what he was saying? Because he said, like, this is garbage, and I'm like, yeah, he gave it from a negative view. I'm gonna give it from, like, it's oversaturation. Here's like what you can do is, if this is all, I'm assuming this is all, like, this is probably,
yeah, this is I think this is like 2 or 4 years old. Hold on.
Yeah,
this is from 2022.
Okay, so it's like you can look at this, and then you have all these things that you know are 100% true, and then you can use the knowledge that you have now to judge his sincerity, if that is what you want to do, right?
Look, I'm gonna be 100. Go ahead.
Let me just give you just an example when I'm trying to build my point. It's the same with the cough. It's like you can have all the information about the cough, and now in the future you can go back and see what your betting average was, right? So it's like, for a fact, I'm trying to remember what was the TOS friendly work for the Ouchie guy. Okay, so the Ouchie guy decided that we had to separate X amount of meters, and he had no science behind it. And this he said under testimony, right?
Yeah, something like that.
So what I mean is, even when you're looking at this cow, like now,
hey, let's not attack women. We do that too much over here. Let's not say that. I do think she's a crazy liberal lady, but let's not call her a cow.
If she was to do that, call her a cunt. I'll call him the same thing. Okay, who cares? Don't police my language. Fuck you. Okay.
Fuck like me, you'll still be second best. Just let's not insult women over here.
What was I saying? When she said, for example, we just thought he was going to bring in the military into the regions that separated. Okay. So it's like, you can look at the map now, and Russia is still fighting in the regions that separated, because Ukraine doesn't acknowledge the separation of those republics. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, yeah, no.
Like after that moment, let me explain. After that moment, I know she's lying and she's a cow. Like, that's when I lost faith in her, because she gave you something that I know factually incorrect, and you don't have to take my word for it. You can go bring up the military map of where my brothers are fighting and see where that line is, and tell me if that line is anywhere inside the Ukrainian nation now. There are some now, okay, but that's if you follow the front. But the priority of the fighting is still for the Russians to take the regions that they have to do based on their law books, okay? Because this isn't even fucking Putin's decision anymore, because first of all, those states separated.
That's a good point.
Then after they separated, which was Kosovo, okay, so the world said Kosovo can separate from Serbia, and I'm not going into that tangent. So it's like they separated, and then they said, cool, we're our own nations. Russia acknowledges that we're a nation, so who cares what the world thinks, because nobody cares anyway. And now they want to join us, and they all speak Russian.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. She even admitted.
I'll end after this. How you Americans say you will send your whole fucking fleet to save an American that's stuck somewhere, and I agree with you. Russia does the same. Why are you mad? I'm done.
They have a constitutional requirement.
Yeah, and that's what I don't understand. Like, that's what I'm saying. The interaction with her, and then this video.
She's a liar.
It solidifies. Well, Miss D's not a liar. She's a good, honest person.
Wait, you know this person in front of you?
No. I don't know this person. I'm talking about the person who sent me the video. I thought you were calling her a liar. I was about to fight you in real life.
No, I'm talking this. I'm calling the person in front of you whose interview you're watching based on the things
I think she's lying. I think she's either a liar or a propagandist.
I don't.
And you'll see.
Yeah, sorry.
Well, no. You know why, and you'll see why I say it when we continue the video, because. Like, she draws connection to the 2016 election, to the rise of the far right, and she's putting it squarely on Putin. And even at the end of the video, let me not poison the well.
Country into war.
Oh no, it was very clear, and as we now know, it's very clearly just Putin's war. The Russian army is fighting it, and you can tell they're doing it half-heartedly, reluctantly, poorly, but it's his war that they're waging. I think the Security Council meeting, it's like a Russian election. Did people vote for Putin? Yes, technically they did. Did most of the people who voted technically vote for Putin? Yes, they did. Did he technically win every election he's run in? He absolutely did. Is he a democratically elected president of Russia? No, he's not, right? Because the elections weren't free and fair, because the political system is absolutely rigged and monopolized by the Kremlin. And
it sounds like to me that he's a legitimately elected ruler of a country, because that's how they do things. It's not a constitutional republic.
Bro, they're happy to, like, okay. Let me explain.
Oh, no. Hold on. He won his election. She admitted that he won his elections. Putin had before the war, had a super high approval rating. And I get all that shit can be rigged. But in the U.S., our Congress has time and time again, has the lowest approval ratings. They do very little for the people of this country. And, yet they're still elected, and it's free and fair democracy. Over here, they're called capitalists. Over there, they're called oligarchs.
Yes,
it's also an oligarchy here and rigged here.
Yeah, no, I know that. I know that. I'm saying they're the same. Go ahead.
Let me give you knowledge like that you don't hear in the Western media. It's like Russian people are living better. Okay, they don't give a fuck. They're like, oh, the guy's in power now, and I can actually like afford more shit and live better.
Yeah.
Like, okay. Like their middle class is getting bigger and bigger. Ours is getting smaller and smaller. I'm done. Sorry, go.
That's what I'm gonna give the floor to. I'm gonna give the floor to you in just a second, Innocent. That is one of my points. I may not have effectively been able to say it, but Putin has done very good for the Russian people, and he is doing nothing more than engaging in the statecraft every other country does. But because he's authoritarian, he's more aggressive and iron-fisted with it. And I think there's some honesty to that, and I respect that. Go ahead, Innocent.
It's the 90s right now.
Let me be everyone else. I'll be real quick. Here's just to give you another thing. When I watched the parades in Russia, in China, in America, I'm just going to shut up now. Like, carry on, Dennison. I think everyone got the point I was trying to make, right?
Yeah. It's the 90s right now in Russia. They're having like an economic boom because the price of Russian oil is so damn high, and yet the world that it's supposedly at war with is still buying it. And, you know, like, as Americans, we saw what happened to the 90s. It led to the crashes of the 2000s and then the global financial crisis. But, like, at least for the Russian middle class doesn't care about that right now. They're able to go to the movies more often, eat out, buy better clothes, spend money on fancy shit, buy more cars. So, you know,
and this rightfully so is seen as a threat by America. One second. We are seeing our enemy economically prosper and grow its military and engage in expansionist policies.
Chuck, after him. Can I give you just
Russia?
one more?
Russia is in the toilet.
I said next. I'm just going to be rude because
okay. Go ahead, Spider.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry, do you want to go, OG? I'll shut up.
No. I want to hear the Russian.
No, right. Fuck it. Who gives a shit what Russians say, Chuck?
Go ahead. Go ahead, Casper. I'm interested.
You have a counterpoint to me because you said no, so I want to hear your point, and then
I was talking to OG.
I will never not let another person interrupt me, Chuck.
No. That was I was responding to what OG was saying.
Yeah, he was talking to me, not you, Casper. I guess, gentlemen. Let it go. Say what you was going to say.
Forget about the delay. He's got that delay.
Yeah, I do want to get
delay. I said I got next, Chuck. But carry on.
Oh, I did not hear you, so I apologize, sir.
Anyway, go ahead, Casper. My fault. Then I'm going to give it to Casper, and then I'm going to read out this comment.
I'm going to say it really short, okay? Russia is self-sufficient. I'm done.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, Russia is an autarky for all intents and purposes.
No, self-sufficient. You can't have to import your shit and deal with China.
Well, that's what
Russia, because of the sanctions imposed on them, became self-sufficient. They don't actually need anyone to function as a country and as a union. That's what
autarky means, Casper. It's economically self-sufficient. Okay, go ahead, Chuck. Because I want to get you. In here because
from what I've been reading, the only ones that are actually doing any good is the oligarchy itself. The everyday people are struggling just like we are, apparently. From the reports I've been reading, their economy is in the garbage. They might be selling oil, but it's not going to the state. It's going to the actors up there in the oligarchy.
No, Chuck, you're not even okay. If you pick a nation the size of Russia or America or China, I will be able to paint you any picture you want to see. Does Russia have slums? Yes, Chuck. Of course, Russia has slums. But maybe you should go and listen to Tucker Carlson, who went to Moscow and walked around, and then you can compare the pictures that he shot in the middle of a war with what you have in your fucking Los Angeles now. What are you talking about, dude? You just
calm down a little bit, Casper. Calm down.
I'm just going by stories I had read. Maybe they're wrong.
Chuck is literally, well, not literally, but Chuck is more or less just discussing the information he has, which is what I did on the last stream about Ukraine. Like I said, we're free and willing to be wrong and have our mind changed either way.
And I'm not going to die on a hill from some report that I read either. I'm just stating that's what I've run across. Could it be wrong? Yes.
I'm not going to be mad, and I'm not going to be mad at somebody for not liking a war or not liking somebody who's brought war to the world either. Like I joke about liking every dictator, including H-Man. But you have your good and bad in all things, and from what I see, like David Wayne said, I've always seen Putin as one that cared for his people, and I will stand 10 toes down on. I do see that he cares, and I feel you, Crab. Vladimir and Kim always have high approval ratings. It's corruption, but there's corruption in all systems, and that's my point. We don't have any right to call out the corruption of another system when we'll just watch.
Just as bad.
No, well, this lady even repeated the narrative of the 2016 election.
So it is with the Security Council meeting. Did he ask everybody's opinion? Yes, he did. Did everybody volunteer themselves, technically? The idea that Putin should recognize these breakaway republics? They did. Was it done voluntarily? Do they really believe that should have been done? Yes. Probably not. We don't know. But it's this very Soviet obsession with bureaucracy and ticking the boxes and insisting on the form while completely abandoning or perverting the substance.
Pause for a second.
It does, and it's very helpful.
Okay, I have a take. Remember what I said? Look at the start. It's like you guys just did what you did without the Congress approval, as far as I understand. Like it wasn't done by the books, which is what she's saying. They're doing everything, trying to do everything by the books, by the law. Okay, so she's saying they get these laws that I don't agree with, and they're going by their laws, ticking all the boxes, making everybody's. Of course, there's some, but they're about to attack another Christian nation. You ignorant cow! And if you compare it to how you guys like. I'm not even going to talk about the conflict that's going on right now. Like the irony of what is happening now, I'm done.
Yeah, I feel you on that. The irony and hypocrisy.
You're going to follow that with the moment of him announcing what he calls a special operation. It's the war. We're about.
Crab, I feel like your morality and ethics could give some much needed clarity to myself here. If you got time to come up and discuss this, because like I am genuinely trying to reflect on this and see what I got wrong.
Do you realize England has jailed more people for their opinion on what they say than Russia has?
Yes.
Not per capita, actual number. So it's like if he's going to come up here and say, if you speak against the president, they're going to lock you up. He's just an idiot. Like, I don't even want to hear it. And it's not even that. It's like,
I don't think he would make that argument. I mean,
here's my one pushback on that though. I got deep into covering COVID while it was happening and while it was still like pretty much, illegal in quotations to say anything. And I remember for years, the number of people who had COVID in Vietnam was 0. Not 1, not 6, not 12, 0. And we all know, everybody on the face of the planet knows, more than one person in Vietnam had COVID. The point is that the Vietnam style of media is so, Maoist still to this day that they can manage to control that information on every level so that even global reporting efforts outside of Vietnam are reporting that nobody in the entire country has a single case of COVID.
Well, there's some negatives and positives with that, right?
Right. But my only point is about negative things about Putin reaching daylight. You can't listen to approval ratings or vote counts or any of that shit because it's all bullshit. Exactly, Crab. you might not hear, like, nobody's in prison for talking about the president because they're just gone.
They even
Or they know better.
in this video she mentioned, and like this is a fault against Russia and Putin. This is something you don't do. They sent in a spy with a nerve agent to kill I think it was a Russian over there who was against the regime of Putin, and they wound up killing an innocent British. Yeah, and they wound up killing an innocent British woman. So yeah, no, that's fucked up, and they should answer for it.
I don't have to believe all the bullshit the United States says about Putin and Russia. I don't. All I have to do is look and see there were 0 cases of COVID in Vietnam. That, that can give you an indication of what any country in the world, including our own. But I would argue, as corrupt as we are, our corruption is not that's a different style of corruption. Here, we're pretty open about the fact that there isn't a single fucking American with his head out of his ass that's happy with any of this. All of our government and leaders have shit fucking approval ratings. Nobody likes anything here. We're all unhappy, and we have no faith in the systems anymore. It's just nothing changes.
Hold on, wait, hold on. Let me read this comment. And my buddy Industrico says, I don't think Putin deeply cares about his people. I think because of his intelligence background, he knows what his people want and need at a greater level than what our politicians think we want. Fair enough.
He contradicted himself. Who cares?
But can
I give you just he's not even wrong, which means he does, like, there's you're wrong, and then there's you're not even wrong. Okay, I'm not, like, I know you know the difference between those two, so fuck it. What I wanted to say, there's Americans who, like, expatriates. Okay, I can give you links and sources who went to Russia, so you don't have to listen to their media or these guys' media. You can go and look at, like, people who moved to because of their Christian values. I can give you more than one example. So, like, this family from Canada went to Russia, and, like, they're popular. Okay, Russians kind of adopted them. They even got, like, fast, you can call it propaganda, but, like, they had a YouTube channel before and after, and the dude's, like, fucking has 7 kids and speaks English, and he's just speaking about how he's starting a farm there, and how, like, and I know this would happen when they're like, oh, a new family moved in here, or they have 6, 7 kids, and, like, the locals started giving them cheap stuff and helping them because it's like, oh yeah, the kids are going to live here. That's our children now. And even the lady,
is pretty fucking based for a culture, not gonna lie.
And it's not even that. Like, she made a comment how when she goes around with her kids, all the babushkas go up to him, go, oh my God, beautiful family, and they want to hug him and kiss the kids and stuff.
Well, in America, bro. Well, I was gonna say, in the American South, that happens, at least in the rural areas.
But it goes to my point. It's like if they show you slums in Russia or China or New Zealand, Australia has slums, does it not? Like, imagine I judge Australia by what's his name, Spring something. It's a city in the middle of fucking Australia that's, like, boiling hot, and I say this is Australia, bro, and everyone's an alcoholic. And it's all slums. Okay, Rude. Russia, yeah, I got you, Rude. I bet you those people are fucking love the government. I'm done.
Have to go and explore his life and what led him to that moment. So when you see him lead Russia into this war, does it feel to you like a culmination of a lifetime from the KGB, from rising up, that this is a seminal moment for him or something he's been building towards?
I think it's too pat to say that it's something he's been building toward his whole life from his days in the KGB, et cetera. I think that's too pat a narrative. I think he's clearly been building up to this for the last decade and definitely for the last few years. That speech was really interesting because it was not about NATO. It wasn't even really about Ukraine. It was mostly about the US. It was about this eschatological battle between Russia and the US, between Washington and Moscow. Whether it is Soviet Moscow and Cold War era Washington or their present day versions, it almost didn't matter. And it felt like he had this unfinished Cold War business with the US. Like, he wanted to finish the fight that had, ended in a draw almost in 1991. So in that sense, I think it is a culmination of that kind of paranoiac Cold War thinking that he absorbed in the KGB. I think is really important to convey to people.
Just real quick, that unfinished business is just simply Greater Russia. Putin doesn't have any reverence for the Soviet Union. It's the Russian Empire that he longs for. And I think he's old, and before he dies, he wants to leave some kind of like trajectory towards that greater Russia, which is, not the whole Soviet Union, but larger boundaries than it currently has.
Russian-speaking people.
Really sure, yeah.
Yeah, and it's not. And there's more to it. He did say once, like,
stay around because after this we will go over that. Go ahead, Casper.
Yeah. No, I was meaning it's like with the population crashes, you're not going to be able to man armies the size that you can now. Like, you will not be able to punch up as easily as you could, and you can list to give sources. If you listen to him speak with Tucker Carlson, okay. Like, he even states how he spoke a lot about populations and which ones are increasing and decreasing. Those numbers since have changed. Like, I have my own grievances there, but like, yeah, you're not going to be able to protect your borders or attack anymore. I think technology will supplement it with drone warfare. And this is another tangent if you want me to speak about like how war has changed in its nature, but like, men don't want to sign up anymore. Okay, there's too many. Like, it's okay, Chads and non-incels will go and fight, but like that ratio, like Dennis, when you remember me asking Glenn, like, what is the percentage, and he could never give me a number or an answer. That's where me and my conversation with him fell apart. It's like, there's not going to be too many men who will give a fuck to attack or defend. Like, culture is changing, and I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Trump recognizes that. England recognizes that. Like, all the nations recognize that, because
that was a point that was.
I'll end this in a minute, sub-minute. Like, for all us talking about all this data and analyzing it now, we have to realize that 20 years ago, some guy was writing that data down. Okay, so there's a hell of a lot of people who knew all this that we're only just now starting to decipher. I'm done. Thank you.
Yeah.
So that was a point that I brought up about Putin is literally politicking and doing statecraft the way that a nation is supposed to benefit its people and expand its territory, while the West is suffering from stagnation and death and its own empathetic suicide. So I don't, like I said, I don't get the whole argument that was had.
Who have never met somebody who used to work in the KGB or in the FSB, is that these people are incredibly paranoid. They're incredibly conspirologically minded. It's this KGB way of thinking that every door is a trap door, every wall has, some kind of secret hiding place behind it. I don't know how to explain it, right? That everything is a false bottom, that everybody has a puppeteer, that just like in the Cold War, every war was a proxy between the Soviet Union and the US, so it is here. And so,
but in this case, it is. The expansion of NATO was the whole fucking problem.
Yeah, and this, I was surprised when Putin invaded, because this always seemed like a bait and switch, but it's classic CIA color revolution bullshit. And like, this is exactly how the United States defeated the Soviet Empire. So I really was surprised. It like made me think, like, does he just have no choice because NATO is right on his doorstep? Did he think that he could really take Ukraine? Like, that it would just, they would just like roll over? Has he lost his mind because he's been isolated since 2020? Like, I was surprised when he invaded. I really was. There's plenty. Yeah.
Okay, so it's like, Serbia is really interesting, okay, but I'm not going to dive into it. But Putin went to Serbia like shortly before the war started, like a month or so before. And I remember my president coming out after speaking with Putin. Like, I can find footage of this, okay? I remember my president is in New Zealand, but I'm referring to as a Serb, okay? So it's like, was that a interesting one to think about that? But it's like the president of Serbia walked out, and when I said my president, I said it because I understood his native language, okay? He said nothing good is coming. Like, the words that he was using, I can't even translate into English, because in Serbia, it's like implication. Like last night when Mate said, oh, I didn't officially say not Christians, he didn't officially say there's going to be war, like serious war. So it's like, and then all of a sudden, like shortly after that, I remember him going to a Arab, like this military convention that Americans don't go to. That's all Russia, fucking UAE, etc. Like where they get all the Kalashnikovs from. And it was so interesting because I heard him say, like, he was asking a military guy, they were following him with cameras, like, did you get that order? And he's like, oh yeah, we did put it in, blah, 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 but something. He's like, dude, you don't understand. Like, and I'm like, yeah, what he's meaning is we need all the guns and ammo before all the shit goes down. Right. And it's like, even when the war started, like, because Serbia is anti-war officially, but it's like we are watching, we're the little sister, okay? I shouldn't say that, but I'm watching my grandmother and my fucking like step uncle having a fight. Like, they're not happy. What she's talking about, them being somber, it's like because they didn't want this war. But I can find you another footage of Putin saying after they dismantled the Orthodox Church in Ukraine, literally, and not replaced it with any other institutions, as I'm quoting him, he said, do you guys not know what you have done? And this was before the war started. It's like, we're literally going to prepare. And all these, in my opinion, now I'm talking out of my ass, these states that separated knew that Russia was just like building up to do what it did. So Denizen, I'm sorry, I wasn't surprised. It wasn't like a Scooby-Doo mystery. Like I saw it coming, but I had more.
All right, we're getting off. We're getting off in the weeds, Cass. We're getting off in the weeds.
Russia has designs on Ukraine, and the West is against it. That must be because Ukraine is a puppet of the U.S. What was also interesting about that speech was, it was about half an hour. The first 15 minutes were about the U.S. So we in the West have come to think of the Cold War as a bad thing. We celebrated its end. We unanimously think that the end of the Cold War is an unalloyed good. Putin does not agree. And he first laid this out for the world in 2007 at the Munich Security Conference when he said the Cold War was good. He said it was a bipolar world. One center of power was in Washington and the other was in Moscow. And they balanced each other and they provided checks on each other. And he said, and this is a quote, he said it provided for global security, which of course ignores the fact that there were bloody proxy wars everywhere, Angola, Mozambique, Nicaragua, Ethiopia, Vietnam, El Salvador. But in his mind, it was a good time. Russia was on top of the world. Russia was one of the two big guys calling the shots. Moscow's opinion always had to be taken into account. Moscow had to be asked for permission. Moscow could mess up Washington's plans anywhere in the world. And he would like to get back to that.
And me personally, I'm completely okay with that. I even said in the last stream, a multipolar, not just bipolar, but a multipolar world breeds competition, and I think it would make the nation stronger, by and large. I think America being the world police is fucking stupid and ultimately detrimental for the U.S. And I don't see an issue with this here. Like I don't, because like most of these proxy wars that she mentioned would have happened anyway. They were exacerbated by influences of the U.S. and Russia. More people died. They were longer, but most of it would have happened anyway. Go ahead.
But Putin did invade, and if you're a Ukrainian, then it's global politics don't fucking matter. Your house is gone.
You're fighting for survival. Yeah, no, I get that. And then she even covers that a little bit later. But the first 15 minutes of this are just bitching about an authoritarian doing what authoritarian does. And it's not even good and sound logic to be complaining about, because the US engages in the same shit. Just it has to be deceitful to its own citizens and everyone else to do it. Putin doesn't. The Soviet Union doesn't.
Dude, it's a civil war, dude. This is the other. When you say they're fighting for survival, it's not that simple, right? Because it's what tangent to take. Like when Serbs
don't take a tangent. Don't take a tangent. Stay on topic,
bro. My shit's gold. Okay. What was I gonna say? Like when Ukrainians are not the fighting that's seen by the conscription, okay, it's literally like if you in America actually had a if you and Canada had a conflict, that wouldn't be fair. If it would be actually if Texas and California decided to fight each other, okay, and you live in Maine, like how would you view it? Would you view it as a war, or would you view it as a civil conflict? If they were different countries, like if all your
okay, so part of the issue is the Ukrainian diaspora is telling everybody that they're not Russian. That's actually the problem.
I can explain that.
Well, no, yes, Ukrainians are Russians. They were literally part of the founding ethnic groups that started the Kievan Rus, which were literally the fucking Russians. That's what makes up Russians now.
Then an argument could be made that Russians are Ukrainian because Ukraine is older than Russia.
The original capital was down there. That's how I said, like when Croatians were so proud to say we're not Yugoslavian, we're Croatian. But it's like Croatia was still in war with America officially because they were on the Nazi side when they became Croatian. Do you get what I mean? So it's like this new toy. We got our own identity now, much like the HDTV community. So now they're Ukrainian, okay? Because they don't want to be the bad Ruskies. Like there's
that's exactly what I see.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, that's exactly what I see. Like the Ukrainians want their own national identity, which is fine. But in the east of Ukraine, the majority of people there speak absolute Russian, are forming breakaway republics.
Oh, I got it. So imagine.
I think these are the things that help foment deep conflict. But I can't see past the fact that, to me, Putin just needs control of Crimea and the Black Sea. There's no future for the Russian Empire without it. And he'll be damned if the fucking NATO is going to control the Black Sea and the Crimean ports. He can't have it. It'll be an economic and military disaster for Russia that would ensure that it could never rise as a power ever again. And that's what this whole fucking thing is about. And everything else is bullshit.
Yeah, no. I ultimately agree with you. Like that's literally all propaganda aside, all casus belli aside, everything is they cannot have NATO, American, or European Union influencing the Black Sea. That's why he annexed Crimea. That's why he's literally like I have no doubt that the entire east and west of Ukraine would be annexed if he had the option. But that does not make him evil or a bitch or anything. You don't have to like that political reality, but it is a political reality.
Do you want to can you give me the worst possible outcome for Ukraine? Because I've listened to a lot of people speak about this with smart.
I just have one sentence though, so real quick. I don't think it makes him any more evil than anybody else on the planet, but maybe it is kind of evil. Like maybe at this point, worrying whether or not the name on the front of your country stays the same is not as important as avoiding these kinds of conflicts. If you can't keep Russia without, murdering babies in Ukraine, then maybe it's time to say fuck Russia. Go ahead.
But that's the problem. Why should you say fuck Russia when all of this is the fault of political doing? Because nation
states are gay. Stop killing babies. The United States should stop doing it too.
Well, yes, everyone should stop doing it. But the simple fact is, it's never going to happen. We're not going to.
What makes Russia any better than Ukraine or the United States? Why does it have any more right to exist?
Well, that's the thing. That's what they're fighting for, their existence. Might makes right at the end of the day.
If I were head of Russia, I might not fight for Russia's existence. I might publicly come out and say that it's better to stop killing babies than it is for Russia to be a global power and to make peace with Ukraine at any means necessary.
I have 3 points. Okay.
Hold on. Let me wake Chuck up. Hold on, Chuck. Chuck, wake up.
I'm bored. That woman bit my arm.
You calm down, Dennis. All right, go ahead, Casper.
I'm just collecting information from you guys. That's all.
I mean, and I don't inherently disagree with that, Dennison, that, if there's a way to do it without war, it should be done. But
No, I mean concede. I mean, like, if I really were a dictator and I had all the power, I would consider just giving up, because that might set an example for the rest of the world. This shit is old and gay. For what? So that you can have a different flag over? What difference does it make? When are we going to grow up as a species?
Never. It's in our DNA.
Man, I have too many points. I'm going to forget some. First of all,
Go.
China and I'm going to be real concise, though. China and Russia have a border. Okay, so this is like, to blame Russia for whatever is silly. Okay, there's two superpowers who coexist. Second, Russia is big enough. As I said before, they're self-sustaining. They can't, like, they don't even control the land that they occupy yet. Neither does America, funnily enough. Third, I found a better analogy when I was searching my brain. This would be like the part of Mexico that USA is currently controlling. I believe you call it California. So California, which is largely Mexican,
which this would be like Texas, is what you're looking for. Because Texas, it'd be a lot more similar to like the Kiev-Rus split would be the Texas Republic and the Texas Mexican War.
Yeah. So it's like when you view this, you really always have to divorce your personal bias or you're going to get fucked. There's an issue with what you're saying before, Dennison, and I'll give you a succinct point. The only way that that's ever going to happen, that us are going to become a species, is if we run into an actual aliens who are on par with us, on par.
Yeah, and then the process just starts all over again with an extraterrestrial species.
That was my point.
Well, not if it's fake, though. If the extraterrestrial species is just a CIA op called Project Bluebeam, and it's just used to scare people into giving up their national and religious boundaries, then
Bro, I don't know.
Yeah, but that would cause even worse reverberations once it's found out that it's fake.
All of this depends on this thing that
like
roll
100 years later?
No, all of this
Project
depends
Bluebeam
on.
was closed down in 1969.
Yeah, sure it was, Chuck. How much did they pay you to say that?
Go ahead, Casper, and then we're going to get back to some of this video. Okay, or we'll get back to the video.
And the same way that in 2007, he laid at the US's doorstep all the faults and all the problems that had come out of this new unipolar world order, as he called it, with only the US calling the shots. And I mean, this was 2007. That was the height of the insurgency in Iraq. Afghanistan was starting to go sideways. Bush's program of democracy promotion all over the world was bringing revolution to countries in Russia's orbit, former Soviet republics. And he said, this unipolar world order, what has it gotten? It has gotten us blood and chaos in Iraq, in Afghanistan. And he reprised that theme again when he announced that he was invading Ukraine. He said again, this is not okay. America can't call all the shots. The Cold War was good. Now that there's no balance, no counterweight to the US, we got Iraq, we got Syria, we got Egypt, we got Libya, we got Afghanistan. And I'm watching this and I'm thinking,
but we got Serbia. It's okay when we do it. It's okay when it's done for democracy and gay butt sex.
Go Kosovo, Muslim nation and out of the Orthodox Empire. Yep, good on you, bitch.
We had all that shit when Russia was a power too.
Not saying we didn't. Not saying we didn't. But the simple fact is, it keeps on going, and then NATO is encroaching on European borders. That would be like fuck the Cuban Missile Crisis. That would be like if the USSR still existed today, and they put missiles in Mexico, right up at the border. Even
why are you mad?
Yeah, like. What do you expect the fucking nation's reaction?
Bro, I would actually think if this hypothetically happened, you'd be cutting out, OG.
Well, I get it. Kids dying, all the bad things from war. Yeah, all the bad things are always going to be the bad things. But what do you expect them to be? What would our reaction be if not even the USSR, if Russia signed an agreement or China signed an agreement with Mexico and put fucking nukes, even it doesn't even have to be at the border, literally in the middle of Mexico.
You did that, by the way. You did that. You did, like Trump did that. Like you took out another nation's president. Like you actually did that because the guy was economically going with China.
That's what I'm saying. I understand.
That's not the first time.
I understand if this argument happened at the beginning of the Ukraine war. I could understand the anger. Knowing what the US does, knowing that this is just politics and how it fucking works and none of us have any control over it, I don't understand it.
How old are you, Casper?
I'm like a little bit younger than you. I'll type in this side.
Are you under 40 or under 50?
Under 50.
Do you remember Noriega?
I was gonna say Noriega with Panama.
Yes, I know.
Holy fuck!
It.
We did do this. We did this during the Cold War, wasn't it?
Yes.
Holy fuck! And that's the thing. Like I don't get it. I don't get it.
Okay, fair enough. But what does that have to do with Ukraine? Ukraine didn't do any of these things. And then when he does get...
But they did constantly cozy up to the West, especially after the May Day incident, when a democratically elected pro-Russian politician was put into power. They literally did a CIA color revolution in Ukraine.
Can I give you a little bit of context you might not know? So what happened was, like, Russia was like, okay, you want to go, you go. But you can't do military, whatever. Or you want to go economically, this is key, okay? So Ukraine wanted to join the European Union economically. But what happens is because Ukraine had all these sweet deals with Russia, like basically like open border kind of trading, yeah? Because it's the same people, like it's, again, civil war. But what if the Ukraine did that, then all the European Union gets access to the Russian markets, which are self-sustaining, imbalanced, etc., right? And then what Putin said, it's like, okay, well, if you want to do that, that's still fine. Don't join NATO, but if you don't want to do business, like if you want to do business with them, then we have to do Trump tariffs on you, okay? So you're no longer a sweet nation. Now we're going to treat you like everyone else that's in the European Union. And the current president, quote unquote, pro-Russian, was like, this is going to fuck my economy up because he's seen what happens with European Union nations that are not Germany, England, or France in its heyday. Yeah, the G7. And he said, nah, fuck this. I'm not joining the European Union. Yeah? And then what you guys were talking about happened. But that's why I believe that is why he got fucked up. Because in the ideal world, he would have been in the European Union and then been able to trade with Russia. I'm done. Implications you can talk about yourself.
Are you talking about the openness on the panel?
No.
No, I was talking to GT, but let's get some more of this video down.
Talking about Ukraine, he talks about it first as a puppet of the U.S., so still framing it in the context of the U.S.
After the May Day coup, it was a puppet of the U.S., or at least the West in general.
And then he reprises another thing that he said many times, which is that Ukraine is not a real country. Ukrainians are basically Russian. Ukrainians and Russians are one people. He said in 2008 to George W. Bush at Bucharest, when George W. Bush and Condoleezza Rice pushed NATO to open their doors to Georgia and Ukraine, Putin said to George Bush then, he said, George, you know, Ukraine is not a real country. So what we're seeing now is not a new Putin. We're seeing a Putin that is kind of distilled, concentrated. There's also been a lot of talk that this is the product of isolation.
The thing that's so interesting about it is that Putin frames it in terms of strategic balance and NATO and the threat to Russia. I mean, usually we think about wars and international relations in terms of a balance of power. And I think the question for you and the question we have in the film is like, how much of this is that strategic balance between Russia and NATO, and how much of this is the fears and the...
I mean, shit, she wanted to talk about, like, Vladimir Putin's wife looking uncomfortable. She looks uncomfortable as fuck in this interview.
Bro, I can't get over how unsymmetrical her face is.
Stop.
And I want to just, but I'm not. But I want to say this often happens when you have a stroke. This is nothing to do
anxieties
with your
and
duty.
things
It's
of one
like
man
when you,
that have built
yeah,
up
when
over
you
a lifetime.
can't process what you're doing.
I think it's a
this is what
combination of
happens.
things. I think first, he turns 70 in October. He loves round dates. Or is that? No, I'm sorry, that's
How
a
old is
Russianism.
Trump?
What is that? How do you say that? Like, kruglые data means a round
Significant
date.
numbers?
Like, yeah, like, like big anniversaries or, so the first thing that's important to
This
notice,
is
he
the
turns 70 in
dementia.
October. He puts a lot of stock in numbers and big important dates and anniversaries. It's also an age to which most Russian men never live. He has outlived the vast majority of his cohort. He is clearly thinking about his legacy and has been for some time. I think Ukraine was always a missing piece in the legacy.
The girl that got
Smarter people
away.
than I have written about this, but from the Kremlin's point of view,
The
or from
girl
Putin's
got
point of
away.
view,
That's crazy.
in the fall of 2021, he has vanquished the opposition. I mean, there's nobody left. People are either dead, in jail, or in exile. Civil society has been eviscerated. There's barely any independent media left. The economy is doing pretty well. It has survived the sanctions of the last few years. He has squirreled away these massive reserves, 600 something billion. He has slowly built up Russia's position in the world, often by playing spoiler and often by taking the US down a few pegs. He has kind of equalized, or more, has rebalanced the power dynamic between Russia and the US. He's built a good relationship with China. He has filled the vacuum left in the Middle East by the US withdrawal. He has moved into parts of Africa and Latin America. He has, in his mind, reestablished Russia as a superpower on the world stage. And all that's missing is Ukraine, which, recall, he does not believe is a real country, which he believes historically is part of Russia, and which needs to be brought back into the fold.
So we're going to go back. We'll have launched the war, and we'll go back into his life as a KGB agent, his rise, his fears watching the color revolutions, watching the Arab Spring, watching Ukraine, and then having sent troops and captured Crimea. And we'll pick up sometime around then, around 2015, as he's contemplating what he's going to do in the American election in 2016. And who is Putin at that moment, as he's about to make this decision that he's going to interfere in the election? He's about to do a bunch of other things that you've talked about, become more and more aggressive. Who is he? Because we'll have watched him rise up to that point and get more and more fearful that the U.S. is trying to overthrow him. Where does he see himself at that moment after Crimea has happened?
I think in 2015, Putin is riding high. He managed to dupe the West and outfox them by quickly invading Crimea and annexing it before anybody can really fully realize what's going on or stop him. He starts this AstroTurf separatist war in the East, all done under the cover of plausible deniability. In the Donbass, they're volunteers. In Crimea, they're little green men who just went to the army surplus store and got Russian military fatigues. And the US couldn't stop him. And they're, wringing their hands and wondering if they should send lethal aid, et cetera. In the meantime, he's getting everything he wanted. He got a huge bump domestically by annexing Crimea, by bringing back a part of what is seen erroneously by Russians as part of the Russian heartland, or historic heartland. I mean, his approval ratings go through the roof. The US and the EU and several other countries have imposed sanctions on him, but he has ridden them out fully. He's fine. The economy's fine. It has managed to recover and start thriving even. What else is happening? He has managed to splinter Europe. He has managed to take advantage of the Obama administration's waffling on the Middle East to get involved in Syria and therefore make it even more impossible for the US to do anything. So he has kind of drawn a line in the sand so that the US can't topple Bashar al-Assad. He has become very close with the Israeli government, with Bibi Netanyahu, muscling in on what is traditionally American geopolitical turf, right? There's the truism in Washington is that America has no closer ally in the Middle East than Europe. Well, suddenly the Israeli prime minister is going to Moscow more often than he's going to Washington. He's selling arms to American allies, Egypt and Saudi Arabia, who are some of the biggest buyers of American arms and are seen as allies of the US.
But he's very confident in himself.
Very
and
confident.
his ability to.
Yeah.
He does take this risk in the election, and he gets, whether or not he had any influence on the outcome of the election, he gets credit for it from a lot of people. Trump ends up winning. There's some sanctions and some diplomats kicked out. But what does he take out from the end of that? Is he even more emboldened at the end of 2016?
Now, Chuck, this is what I really wanted your opinion for, right?
I'll listen.
So you hear them talking about the election.
Yeah,
and I really want
2016. 26. Yeah.
So I want to get your honest opinion here, what she says, because this is one of the things that baffled me. Because a lot of the Russian accusations of their election interference has been completely destroyed. what was it? What files was it? The like Russian collusion hoax. What files was that?
You talking about the one in 2016?
2016. It would be 2016. Yeah.
The one against Trump.
Yeah. I can't remember. The opposition research.
Yeah.
That's basically what she's talking about, the Russian election interference hoax and Trump being a puppet of, I don't want to poison the well.
Well, first of all, I don't think he expected Trump to win. So that was a huge bonus because at the time, everybody in the Kremlin and in Russia thought, well, at the time, everybody in the Kremlin and everybody was Kremlin adjacent thought that Trump was their greatest ally and that he would be there, as one former Kremlin advisor told me, that he would be our wrecking ball inside America. They didn't expect to get that lucky. I don't think they expected Americans to get so worked up. And on one hand, they didn't like it because it brought about all these sanctions and a vilification of Russia. On the other hand, now Americans thought they were 12 feet tall and perfect villains. And I think the fact that we still don't know, and we'll never be able to know whether Putin and the Russians influenced the outcome of the elections, is it's kind of part of the brilliance of the operation, right? They've gotten in our heads.
And Trump. Oh, sorry.
No, I was going to say, and then he ultimately gets away with it. You know, Trump is grateful because Trump has been briefed that Putin tried to help him win. Trump is grateful. He likes Putin because he wants to be like Putin. It's the kind of guy he can understand and relate to because that's the kind of leader he wants to be. And even though every once in a while Trump's own administration and Congress are rolling out sanctions against Russia, he's also constantly kneecapping NATO. He is undermining the EU at every turn. He is exacerbating divisions inside the European Union, which is just, you know, music to Putin's ears. He's doing Putin's work for him. So even with the sanctions, which were, I think, of minimal impact to the Russian economy, I think he saw that as a win. I think he clocked that as a win. And that means it was a signal to keep going, to take more risks.
One thing we may use is that meeting that they have in Helsinki.
So that being said, like Chuck, what do you think she's getting at here? What's your opinion of this, honestly?
This here is almost a left talking point back from 2016. That Trump was his puppet. Nobody in the States even expected. They thought it was a joke when Trump announced. But they didn't realize, they didn't take the pulse of the country, how fed up the country was with everyday politicians. That's why he took off like he did.
Well, you remember 2016, it was A-OK everywhere to question the election, da-da-da-da-da. Roll around 2020, complete opposite. Ban hammer given. Like, but they bitched for 4 years about election rigging on behalf of, like, Russia and Putin. And everything that they threw at Trump about him being a Russian agent was, like, completely and demonstrably false.
Right.
It was obvious at the time, too. It's one of those examples of, like, being able to read it in the headlines and then reading in the articles. You could tell that the Steele dossier was completely made up, that Mueller was full of hot air, and you could also tell, based upon the tactics and the people that were involved behind the scenes, that it was all being orchestrated by the Clintons.
I'm going to give you actually a nugget that I wanted to say before. The large reason, Chuck, that Trump won the election is, and Myron Gaines said this in his book, and I said it before the book was written, Trump got the disgruntled young man vote, the incel vote, okay? Like on Glenn's panel, the moment when the election results came in, I told Glenn, like, yeah, incels won Trump the election. And he's like, come up, talk about it. I couldn't, and whatever. But it's now, moving forward, you can see this to be true. You can even see him like going to people who get views from this, like Aiden Ross and the new social media, largely because his sons clued him in on this. Okay. But I can tell you that that voting bloc is very interesting because one of the options they have is to choose not to vote. But I'm done. That's just something to keep in mind.
Well, that's the thing. Like, and the whole, when she started, like, I was on bated breath for most of this because, like, she's not technically wrong. She just doesn't like Putin. Right, so I can vibe with that. She don't like Putin, but when she mentioned this
apparently she
election,
don't like Trump either. Apparently,
well, when she mentioned the election, it completely. I already know that's you. Welcome,
Baby,
brother.
if your heart got lost in the game. Ooh, baby, baby.
Yo, what's up? What's up, Backstreet Crab?
Yeah, chilling. That was Britney Spears.
Yeah,
Bro, why do you think that their approval rate is so high?
Stop.
Because there's no other choice. Do you think he's like a legitimately
right
elected
with my
official?
assumption, right?
Yeah,
Do you
but
think he's a
democracy.
legitimately elected
I was
official?
just checking if I was right. What I thought your opinion would be.
What's up, Kev? Join the panel, broski. Let me go up here and
Yeah,
binge.
Casper, do you think he was legitimately elected?
OG said drop it. I'm just gonna drop it.
Let me pin Chuck's comment.
Who are you talking about?
Well, no. Y'all can go back to it. Y'all can go back to it. Rude, so far, because you were here for that argument. So far, because I was asked to watch this video. What point had it like? I don't get it. Like
I didn't see that argument between you and D. I didn't see anything. I popped in and she's like, that was when she left. I'm like, huh? What's going on? I don't know what's.
Well, even because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like because I've had this argument with multiple people about Ukraine.
Yeah.
And every time it comes up, like I am felt kerfuffled to why they either get upset or they take the positions they take. And I love reviewing all evidence I'm given because if I'm wrong, I'll admit I'm wrong. Right. So because and it's no secret, I don't believe in democracy. I think it's big gay. But so far in my review, like, have I been wrong about anything? You disagree? You got some pushback?
I was doing dad shit and barely listening. I was washing my hair in the shower, bro. It was nice. I was chilling. But I'm not into like geopolitical, historical bullshit. I think all governments are fucked. I don't think anyone should believe any of them.
Fair enough. I mean,
yeah. I just don't think like saying Putin's doing good things is a rational thought to have.
You said rational or irrational?
I don't think it's a rational thought to have.
Why not?
I don't believe he's a legitimate leader. I don't think he was elected legitimately.
Okay.
Well, democracy.
Do you think Trump was?
Probably not. I don't know.
What about Biden?
Probably not.
So you just don't believe in the institutions, period.
I think some of them could be good, but I think we're left to the police looking into the police sort of situation, you know? Like they tell us everything's okay. Yeah, no, we looked into it. Everything was sweet. We're good.
The police policing themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, we investigated ourselves. Everything's based, guys. You can go about your day.
Who watches the watchers?
Yeah, exactly.
Used to be.
Yeah, that is the big problem.
But
it's
Putin specifically, I find illegitimate just because of like marginalization, fucking like removing competition, fabricating legal cases against them, putting them in prison, like all that sort of shit. Like he removed his opposition to become elected.
You just described Joe Biden, bro.
Yeah. I was like,
but I'm not doing whataboutisms. I'm saying he's bad. Joe Biden's also bad. Donald Trump's also bad.
I know you're not. I'm just saying, like, ¿por qué no los dos?
Did you say, but we do it too?
Yeah. I think it's accepting what your people do is what allows other people to do it. Like if people didn't accept that shit, then maybe it might help.
But that's the thing with all the bad that's why I don't get why people think Ukraine is above reproach or they get upset about it, because Ukraine does all of that shit too. Zelensky.
They don't.
Huh?
They don't. It's emotional manipulation. Like all the Ukraine flags on Twitter and shit. It's brainwashing. Now, if you're a Ukrainian, that's different,
Can I
right?
ask you a
But
question?
everybody thinks they're Ukrainian now, and that's because the United States government told them to. And they have no idea what they're probably upset about their own government, right? The corruption in their own homes and their own schools. But it's misdirected and by design.
Can anyone, okay? Feel free to answer. If Mexicans decided to make anyone speaking English like illegal, how would America react? Like if they made it illegal to like have an American flag bumper sticker inside Mexican borders, like what would you guys do? Nothing?
That'd be their right to do that.
Okay.
What do you mean?
Yeah, but then they marginalize their English-speaking minorities. So
We wouldn't invade if that's what you're asking.
Okay.
Do they have oil in Mexico?
Yes.
What if they stopped paying pensions to like anyone who holds them, like who had American heritage? Like if you lived in Mexico all your life, whatever, and then they said, "Sorry." You
Okay,
can't
let me be blunt with it. Right, the reason that I believe Ukraine engaged in genocidal activities on the Russian speakers in the East is because I saw the Azov videos where they fucking literally crucified people in the woods. All right, like they did some fucked up shit that they were never held account for. Granted, they fucking died in war. Because Azov Battalion got its fucking ass beat. Like Wagner went in there. It was like, "Not today, Satan."
No, can I give you context? So this is. Can I give you a little bit cool information?
Oh wait. Dennison was going first, and he got cut.
How did go butt fuck? But yeah, go for it.
Go, Dennison.
I think those conditions arise because of the state of combat and the instability in the region, which ultimately, though I know NATO's tactics and I'm aware of how the CIA operates, ultimately still was Putin's doing. He attacked himself. He created the conflict. And that's because he knows the CIA's code book, right? As an old KGB craftsman himself, and he knew exactly how to make it justifiable, and that's what he did. So I can't, ultimately at the end of the day, while the United States shares blame, it doesn't share the same amount of blood on its hands, in my opinion. And that's hard to say because usually we kill the most people in either side of a conflict.
My thing is, I'm not even talking about the U.S. here. I'm talking about Ukraine. And the fact that people keep taking it to the U.S., it makes me feel like we know that that's a U.S. puppet.
The conditions in Ukraine arose because Putin attacked himself and because he invaded the area well before it was ever announced on TV, right? So there were criminal Ukrainian elements, yes, but they were allowed to get to power because of Russia's influence, because Putin had been working in that area since before he admitted it. Kind of like when we stash special ops in a country to, cause upheaval and murder and death and chaos. And then we say, "Hey, look at all the murder and death and chaos over there. We got to do something about it."
All right. Yeah.
What were you saying, Casper? Earlier? You waiting your turn? I think it was something along the lines of you were explaining how Ukrainians treated Russians inside of Ukraine. Or
don't worry about it. It's okay. I'm multitasking too. You go.
Okay. Well, on the question you were asking it before that about, what would America do if there was Americans in Mexico, or English speaking nationally, fucking historically Americans in Mexico, and they're being treated like this, like they weren't allowed to speak English and they weren't allowed to have American flags. I think the rational thing to do would to be offer them citizenship in America and take them the fuck home.
That's exactly what I think what would happen is the State Department would start putting out emergency notices, and then we would start granting asylum to those people and put resources on the border in order to help them get into the United States. We wouldn't fuck with Mexico at all. Now, there would be different diplomatic and political pressure. You know, the president might talk shit. We might even withdraw some diplomats too and really slam our hands on the table, but there would not be military action. There wouldn't be blown up Mexican babies on the news.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna say. That's the other part. Like this whole villainization of Slavic armies, like is in
Yeah, I was about to say something. I was going to piss Casper off about that. I'm sorry, Casper. I gotta say, they're Slavs. It's just what they do. That's who they are. We can't question it. They're a different culture. Who are we to get in their business? All right, go, Casper.
It's not actually even wrong, unironically.
I think Slavs are cool, but they are very
But once it starts, they don't stop. Well, yeah, once they'll give you plenty of warnings, and then eventually they'll just explode. Like, yeah, that's very Slavic. I think Americans are kind of like that too in some parts. Like in Texas, don't fuck with.
Are you saying that we're honorary Slavs?
No, I'm saying that you have some of the culture you do have in America.
Excuse me. No, we are not Slavs. Yo, if America's a puppet of Israel, does that mean Ukraine's a puppet of Israel?
That's not okay.
By transcendental properties?
The other way around. Don't fall for the propaganda.
Wait, are you saying that Israel is a puppet of the U.S., Denison?
Yes, the U.S. The U.S. is a military arm of the British Empire. Now, some would argue that the British Empire was never run by British people, that it's an old Germanic and then, J-word tribe. And the U.S. has always been the military branch of that Anglo-Saxon empire, which runs on oil still to this day. And the Israel is the largest U.S. Middle East outpost. It's designed to give us political and military influence in the region and to cause to cause chaos and strife in the Middle East, to stop them from working together so that they can form some kind of cohesive international support there. And
after you. After you.
It's super easy to read the Protocols of Zion and buy into all that shit, which ironically you could trace the roots of that back to Russia.
Hey, it's the Khazarian Empire, Denison. Hey, first off, Agent Denison of Mossad. All right. Have you bought anybody a hot dog today?
Not today.
I'm on to you, Shlomo. All right. Go ahead.
I've played it on this show before. That short that I made, right? You've seen it. It explains it very well.
I want to see the short again.
All right, I'll find it while you guys go ahead.
All right, Casper, you got the floor, broski. And welcome to the Mater people. Thank you for the raid, Sarah. I got the link pinned. StreamYards do it, and YouTube are doing that gay thing where I can't share links on my account. So Chuck has it. It should be pinned. If anybody wants to join, feel free. We're talking about Russia, Ukraine, and then we'll be getting into the White House stuff after that.
I was going to say, remember how
I thought you had it up. My bad, Dennis. Go ahead, Casper.
Well, Israel is to America, Serbia, old Yugoslavia was to Russia. Denison. So whenever I made that comment before, Serbia was at that time, So whatever Israel is to America in a fucked up kind of way, different. You gotta give me a lot of rope here, okay? But whatever Israel, how you described Israel's relationship in America was what old Yugoslavia or Serbia was to Russia. One of
yeah, but we're all the banks owned and controlled by Yugoslavians in Russia.
No,
don't think so.
What he was also talking about was the one civilization theory. Like, it has a name, Denizen, which you would describe. So if you want, there's people who agree with that. I don't know if you were referencing that, but if anyone wants to find more information on it, that's the one civilization theory. I'm done.
Yeah, it's Yeah, go ahead.
Is it low? Oh no, it's loading. Dennis, I'm gonna need you to pay your internet bill, brother.
In less than 60 seconds?
Yes, in 49 seconds.
How is that possible? Not anymore.
I don't think YouTube likes my VPN very much.
Brothers on the net.
I'm not breaking up, am I?
No, you're fine. It's the video playing.
It's probably your ad blocker. Like, that looks like an ad blocker.
Send me the
it's my VPN.
Send me the link and I'll share it. Oh man. The Israel talk always makes me laugh.
The reason why
sorry, go.
The reason why I like this video is because, like, Israel thinks it's in charge, you know, like they're and they have a lot of power and influence, and they are constantly trying to break away from the United States. But they were put there by powers that are way older and way stronger than the Israeli government. Anglo-Saxons rule the world. Make no mistake about it.
Yes, we do.
Hey, motherfuckers! I'm gonna need that fucking white card. All right, y'all divulging secrets.
They're not secrets if we carry cards, idiot.
I put the link in the
back. Yeah, but that's things we know that they're not supposed to know. It's how do you think we fuck with them? Gaslighting is a team effort, people. Oh God, I remember this short now.
That is the same director, though, and that's why it's so fucking brilliant.
Do you know what I appreciated the most? You know, when he took off, you could actually see he was doing a burnout, and then when he changed the second and tried to do a burnout, you could actually see like the shitty horsepower, and it's still spinning at like low RPM. I'm sorry, it's just cocky.
Let's get back to this lady.
And
oh God,
the two of them, and I mean, and what must Putin be thinking, and what lessons is he taking from Trump as he's meeting him, as he's watching him, just embodying Trump's presidency, sort of in that moment? What is Putin taking away from that's going to shape the way he sees things going forward?
I think at that meeting,
what's up?
Can you pay attention to facial features and go back like 2 seconds?
We are not mocking this woman's looks.
No. Where did she look? Because it's like there's science.
And Trump says,
I'm not talking about her beauty.
Shape the way he sees things
going forward.
She made a look.
Casper. Fucking crazy.
She made a look of disgust.
Yeah. Sorry.
Like she was a genuine physical discomfort at the question.
She does that with every question. If you pay attention.
When Trump says in front of the world, in front of the American press, in front of everybody, that he trusts Putin more than he trusts the American intelligence community and the American political system. I mean, right? You can roll the credits there. That is such a win for Putin. It is such a, it's like watching your enemy shoot himself in both feet, both hands. It's your enemy admitting that you are better, that you are stronger, that you are. I mean, it's everything he's ever wanted. It's for the U.S. to admit that the U.S. is stupid and weak and bad, and that Russia is good and strong and powerful. He should have. I mean, he should have stopped there. That was a big win.
Trump is out. He watches Trump lose, and Biden comes in.
Oh, I think. Sorry, I think one crucial thing there is what's it called? The Skripal, the poisonings.
Yes.
Was
because he's also becoming more active overseas and pushing limits.
Was that fall of 2018? Risks. Was that after Helsinki? I can't remember.
I hate this interview.
I think so.
Why?
Why do they only have one mic? Why is the interviewer not mic'd up? These people are retarded.
It's PBS. They can't afford two mics.
It's PBS. They're working with what they got. All right. Trump cut their funding.
He's not supposed to be talking.
Okay.
March of 2018. Oh, so before Helsinki. But I think that's part of the risk taking, right? He's gotten away with everything so far. So why not push it a little step further? He has this guy. He's been a thorn in his side for a long time. He's a traitor, and Putin has said publicly that traitors traitors will always end up dead in the ditch. And he does something unthinkable. He has people enter UK territory with military-grade nerve agent. Of course, they mess it up, and they don't end up killing the guy, but they kill a random British woman. And what could?
All right, look, I will say right now, I get it. Putin bad for that. Okay, that shouldn't have happened. It's fucked up.
Can I just a side note? Okay, there's a possible idea we could, if you want to talk about aliens after the Trump thing. Like,
sure.
Isn't there a whole bunch of like these scientific NASA scientists that are just like dropping? Like, didn't Australia have a woman who said, "I will not cancel myself" in regards to the island boys, and then she got canceled? I'm like,
I have no idea.
Oh, okay, rude. Of course you don't.
I don't pay attention to retarded.
Okay.
Rude,
yeah, you're right.
Rude is an Aussie fed now.
Australian politics is so boring. Like, listen to what Casper just said. That's the most exciting thing that's happened in Australia, apparently. Politics is boring as fuck.
Yeah.
Is that why everybody pays attention to American politics? What'd you say, Crab?
Yeah, that's the only reason I pay attention to it. It's fucking insane.
Is it because it's entertaining, or is it like?
Yeah, you're all insane, bro. Like, actually insane.
There's barely any difference between Australian politics and American politics.
Huh? It's the trailer park version of American politics, bro. There was this one story. I watched this dude from Australia, and there was this one story, like the most retarded fucking scheme, and I can't remember it now. Like, fuck. Y'all get into some wacky, like, it's petty. It's petty. It's not like antagonistic. It's just really petty. Am I right or wrong there? Is it just absolutely boring, Crab?
Well, yeah, I find it really boring. There's not like any I don't know how to explain this. And I'm currently gambling at the same time as being on stream, but
You're what?
I'm doing some gamba, little side gamba while I'm on stream. Yeah, just chilling.
What's a gamba?
Gambling.
Oh, gambling.
Degeneracy.
Crab's like, I got my gasoline right here. Crab abo confirmed. Degeneracy. Hold on, let me put the Emmett face up. Crab.
Okay, so I'd say, like, context wise, like Australian politics are probably quite similar to American, but American politics, there's just a lot more of it.
Yeah.
So it's like we might have we'll have some fucked up shit on the same level happen like every now and then, but you guys, it's like it's an everyday thing. So it's kind of
no. We made an industry out of it, just like everything else.
Yeah.
American efficiency, baby.
The West too, they expelled some diplomats, so Russia expelled some diplomats too. And whenever that happens, because a lot of Russia's diplomats
Don't be Rama crap. Is that an actual PSA or is that a troll?
I have no idea what Rama is.
It's the don't drink petrol.
that's aren't official.
You believe
Russia wins, even though it's tit for tat and diplomat.
Do you know what she just said? She just said, like, Russia expels diplomats, America expels diplomats, but because the Russians' diplomats are not official, Russia wins. It's like, so she's implying to you that you believe that when America says we expel our diplomats, we retrieve all our stuff. We don't leave, just the same as Russia does, you know, the unofficial diplomats. Like, how stupid. Okay, I'm sorry. Carry on.
Okay.
For diplomat when they expel them, somehow Russia always ends up having more diplomats when it's done, right? So like, even after consequences were imposed, they still won that round, because that sent such a strong message to any potential defector, to any potential critic, that you're not safe anywhere. You're not even safe in the West.
I think you're right that that's such an important moment. Trump comes out, or is voted out of office, and Biden comes in, somebody who's not as much of a supporter as Trump was, but he's watching America, he's watching January 6th, he's watching Afghanistan. What does Putin see in America that might lead him to think that this is a moment when he could take Ukraine?
I think he correctly sees America as a nation so divided that it's paralyzed, that it is a nation at each other's throats that can't agree on anything. And whatever one team says, the other team will say just the opposite, just because. He sees a president who, on one hand, he's dealt with before. Biden was put in charge of the Ukraine portfolio in 2014 because Obama had not enough time to deal with it. And frankly, I don't think cared that much about Ukraine. So on one hand, he's dealing with a new president who is old, who has been around, who has Putin's number, who is surrounded by aides and advisors and people in the State Department and the White House and then the Pentagon who know Putin well, who know his tricks, who see right through him. But on the other hand, he barely has control of Congress. He doesn't have the Supreme Court. He doesn't have the American public. And then Afghanistan happens. And the message that sends to Putin, and I think to the rest of the world, is that America's done with its adventures abroad. America's tired of it. America's turning even more inward. America has no more appetite for war. It has expended all the energy it
Fletch, can you DM me the link for the song and I'll show it?
America is turning even more N-word. That's true.
Hey.
Can't argue that.
That is crazy.
possibly had for war, it's spent. And if Putin were to do something now, America wouldn't retaliate, because why end a long foreign war? Why take such a political hit because it's done so messily just to get your troops bogged down in another thing? And I think that was a very accurate read of the situation.
Something you were going to talk about before, and I said we'd get to it later, is these images of Putin during the time of COVID, of video conferences, being at the end of a long table, really looking like somebody in their own world, physically isolated. What do you make of those images that we've seen of Putin over the last 2 years, and how has that played into this?
So in 2018, I went on a reporting trip to Moscow, and actually in 2018, I went on a book research trip to Moscow, and I met up with one of my old friends who's a reporter in the Kremlin press pool. He's had that position forever. He's really good. He really understands the workings of the Kremlin. And we had dinner, and I asked him, the economy was not doing so well. There was a lot of public discontent.
All right, somebody wants me to show you the Rama video, Crab.
Okay.
Flit is just... Is this like an actual PSA? You got to tell me if this is an actual PSA or not.
Brothers, sisters, brothers, sisters, my friend, could we stand together? Look at us, we can live forever. Show me
Turn it off.
Show me
Turn it off.
The hell is this?
Why do I I've never seen this. I've never seen
You've never
this.
seen
No,
you've never seen this?
I've never seen that. No, Bandera, don't sniff. Don't sniff, Bandera. Yeah, the native populations in some cities have been known to sniff petroleum, along with huffing silver rattle can paint.
Yep.
Oh, is that where the witness me comes from?
Probably, yeah. Maybe, yeah. That makes sense.
Australia truly is the land of wonder.
In the city for those called Western Springs.
Oh,
Alice Springs.
I know. Just wondering if you'd correct me.
Oh,
What do you think is actually happening there?
I don't know.
Okay.
I've never been.
So, Chuck, do you think this woman has TDS?
Seems like it. Somewhat. But I don't know. It could be she doesn't like either side.
I would go with that more. Or if she hates Putin so much she's willing to slander Trump.
I mean, you guys did know that Russia did attack NATO tonight, right?
Romania, right?
Yeah.
Hold on. Let's keep it pushing. We almost done. We got like 10 more minutes.
Around the
That's
presidential
what she
elections,
said.
around the fact that a lot of people had been arrested all over the country, that
She
Alexei
never said
Navalny
that.
was disqualified from running. And he said, everybody in the Kremlin thinks everything's going great.
Chuck, while we're watching, well, fuck it. I'll do it. Somebody say pause if they want to comment on something. I got to find the videos for Trump.
They are not getting good information, and whatever information they have is not getting to the top. And they have no idea what's happening. They think everybody's happy. That was 2018. Then COVID comes along, and Putin's paranoia kicks in. His instinct for self-preservation kicks in. And even though he tells the country after a brief lockdown, he says, look, we can't shut down our economy. We're not a rich Western country. He said, we don't have a rich auntie like America does. We have to stay at work, go to work. Meanwhile, he retreats into total isolation. For a while, there was this weird contraption that people had to walk through and get sprayed with this weird mist that was supposed to decontaminate them or something before meeting with Putin. Then he started isolating, and anybody who wanted to see him had to quarantine for 2 weeks, especially in a hotel set aside for that purpose. Staff, bodyguards, advisors. The president of Kazakhstan had to sit in a hotel room for 2 weeks and get meals brought to his door so that he could see Putin. People like Andrei Kostin, who's the head of VTB Bank, which is known as the wallet of the FSB, which was just sanctioned, had to quarantine for 2 weeks. People who were trusted, close people had to quarantine. And you can imagine what kind of isolation that breeds. Meanwhile, Russia ends up having one of the highest, if not the highest per capita COVID death rate. So Russians had to go to work and die of COVID to keep up the Russian economy. I mean, nothing changed. People partied, people went to restaurants, movies, everything, like rode the metro. But Putin stayed in isolation. And there's reports trickling out, again, from the presidential administration, from the defense ministry, that a lot of his advisors think this is partly the product of isolation, that he went a little batty in 2 years of basically self-imposed solitary confinement, which, as we know, does very strange things to the mind. I do think it's funny to think, though, that we all got cabin fever at some point during these COVID lockdowns, and most people, baked bread or bought too much stuff on Amazon, and he's like, I'll invade Ukraine. It's just, it's wild.
I mean, let's be honest. If we do a little invading,
Well, if you watch that one speech he did, and if you listen to him giving that speech talking about the USSR, like they were still a thing, and that's what he was bound and determined to make once again. He was a little off with that speech, I thought.
With all due respect, Chuck, I think you have a little bit of Russophobia. I'm just saying.
Due respect?
What? Russophobia.
Awesome.
What do you mean?
You're good.
That he was living in the past times, not the real time. Let's bring back the good old days type speech.
Well, I think that's what everybody does. Go ahead, Denny.
The good old days for him, though, were the Russian Empire, not the Soviet Union.
That's what I said. The USSR.
That's not the Russian Empire.
That's not
That's the empire, right?
No, that's the
No.
Soviet Union. The Russian Empire predated the Soviet Union. It was actually when Russia had the most power. It had, instead of having all that land that was in the USSR that was divided, like that's how Ukraine become its own country. Is the USSR broke up certain regions into their own country, but the Russian Empire, all that land was ruled by Russia and was a part of Russia. So I don't see how he could think it would be the best Russia ever was, because they lag behind technologically and industrial capacity.
Half true. Can I jump in? Remember what I said before?
You're from the area.
Never mind.
Because the Russian people were united.
Casper,
Go ahead, Casper.
stop asking to talk. Stop asking if you can ask questions.
can't,
Stop saying sorry, you fucker.
Oh,
Just-
okay.
Go ahead.
People-
Go ahead. Say what you were going
He
to say.
learned that from Mike.
I'm good.
People get you on panel because they like you and they want to hear what you have to say.
Yes. Say what you're going to, because like you're a
Well,
subject. Go ahead.
I'm trying to take feedback that was given to me from the last time I was on somebody's panel. So it's like, as I said, if somebody, like, I'm not going to fight to like interrupt anymore, bro. It's just like a waste of
Yeah.
energy. It's not personal to anyone.
There's different dynamics, though. On that panel, that person did not respect you. Here, when you're interrupted, it's by chance. It's a normal part of natural, casual language. And, like, I know where you're coming from. You know I do. But if you're going to have to be able to discern the difference. Otherwise, you know.
But I want to point it out too. Like, it's a little, I get it, Denizen, but it's like, if I'm to, the only way for me to show this is
Casper,
to,
Dennison can
Not
who
here
cares?
now.
Doesn't matter. Who cares? Like,
Not-
don't
not- Not on this panel, though. Not with the people that are here right now, because that doesn't make any sense.
So I want to hear what you was going to say though, because to me you're the subject matter expert for the region.
Yeah, he's
Right.
the closest to the source.
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you want to know? This
Just what you were going to say.
Yeah, what you were going to say. You can't remember? All right, fair enough.
It's
Sorry,
kind of
Casper.
It was right after OG said, "Why would he want the Russian Empire and think that was the good times?"
Yeah. Because it lacked
like
behind
politicians.
on it.
Okay, I'm
Go
just
ahead.
gonna say it in one word. Okay, are you ready? Make America great again. I'm done. That's my
It's
Oh
Raga.
shit! Okay, Raga.
Raga.
Make Russia great again, Murga.
It's the same shit, is it not? Like, if we're gonna be super fucking superficial on it, it's literally the same shit.
Yes,
Like, oh
it
my
is,
god,
yeah.
he was saying political propaganda. How dare he not be honest to his people? Like, what?
I mean, it's also a physical manifestation of something that has been ratcheting up over his presidency, which is taking out critics, people who might threaten him, people who disagree with him, anybody.
I think the one point of contention in the argument was the claim that Ukraine was the CP and human trafficking center of Europe, or the capital of Europe. Dennison, do you have any statistics? Because we were talking about that, and you were saying that it was Pakistan that was the center of the world, and the U.S. came in second.
Yeah, so when this Epstein stuff first kicked off, I did some researching and I found out that ironically, it was the United States that was the human trafficking capital of the world. And that blew my mind, and I realized, like, you know,
It's not true.
there's something really fucked up going on behind the scenes. And this was years ago though, right? Like probably like 7 years ago. So when you said that it was Ukraine, I just Googled it really quick, and it said Pakistan was the capital of the world and that United States was second place.
Well, where is Ukraine on the list?
Let me see.
Because I know they're a tier 2, so I might have to admit that I'm wrong on that aspect. But then again, like the political and war aspect is what I'm more familiar with, and that's what I was basing most of my beliefs on. I just throw that in there because it's like, hey, and they do this.
Okay, can I just quickly,
Ukraine ranks very low.
Really?
It's not low though. Okay, if you want to watch there's this movie called Lolita. I think it's called. I'll find it after. Okay, so it's a movie that was in the Sundance about all this. So there's a lot of this trafficking. First of all, it's
is that the documentary?
There was like don't worry. So what I was saying is there was a lot of girls that would go from Eastern Europe towards Western rich nations. Some of them would do it electively. Okay, so this is more red pill, like self-selection. This is the same shit that you see with Instagram models going to fucking Saudi Arabia. Okay, but like a lot of the times, especially if you want to know who's the worst, it's Romania. Because of they had the whole let's have as many babies as we possibly can experiment within the communist empire. So a lot of their kids got adopted out. Now, whenever you see a country that's adopting a lot of its people out, like China, for example, you're going to get a lot of trafficking. Because adoption, quote unquote, trafficking doesn't stop at that. If you're looking at stats, the biggest lines are always going to be along the countries which are borders between the New World and the Old World. So if you want to know where the highest trafficking actually happens, it'll be Turkey, and then you literally draw a line. So it'll be Turkey, it'll be Bulgaria, it'll be Ukraine, it'll be Poland. Nordic countries are notorious for this degeneracy. Okay, and then Africa, I'm not even touching. And America will be keeping its stats. Okay, and they will also have NGOs which will inflate those stats of trafficking because of the whole alphabet community. But this is, sorry, Dennis, I love you, but I wouldn't trust these stats as far as I could throw them. But that's all I wanted to say. Ukraine.
I did some further research that supports what you're saying because Ukrainian citizens are among the most trafficked populations globally, accounting for 16% of all victims in 2022. So what this suggests is it's like 0 cases of COVID in Vietnam. So Pakistan is a fucking shit show. The United States comes in second because it has the most open and inflated statistics. And whereas the low reporting of 66 victims in all of Ukraine is probably just a result of bad record keeping and corruption. Because while they're not finding or accounting for any trafficking in Ukraine, every time they find trafficked people, a majority of the time they're Ukrainian.
Okay.
Thank you for doing this, Bobby. It's so interesting. I reckon you should make a segment out of this. I'm not telling you what to do. Sorry, let me land this. I'll be quick. So it's I would enjoy watching somebody going over the political figures and what they were saying back then, even not about the bug specifically, but I can use this as an example. They're saying this with absolute truth in their face, and then 5 years later you find out you can't deny what the actual truth was. That'd be such an interesting thing to actually do. Anyway, I'm done.
Well, I've gotten away from things I like to do. I like the truth, right? I am an authoritarian, fascist, evil, bad guy, but I like the truth, and I like discussing why they do the things they do. And I there's a part of my humanist spirit that agrees with Denison. All right, fuck nation states because we shouldn't kill babies. Right, I get that, but that's just not how the world works. So I like to know the reasons of both sides. That way, I can make a better opinion. But I guess there's some of my own bias there.
It's the same. Just look within your own heart, and whatever. Like for me, it's difficult because there's barely any patriotism left. It's way, way down in there. But I can find it, and I can pull it to the front of my head, and I can swim in it. And then I could do it for days if I want. I could go a whole month acting as though I'm a MAGA patriot in my mind. And whatever those motivations and feelings and attachments are, it's the exact same thing that a Chinese person feels or a Russian person feels. It's no different. And then when you realize that, that emboldens the idea that it's top-down programming, because at the end of the day, there's far more that joins us together than separates us. And it's just that, like, oh, who are those people over there? They dress funny. They got spears. It's just that, like, tribalistic shit from, like, the last 250,000 years of evolution kicking off in your brain. And then, you know, fill in the rest. Governments fill in the rest for you.
I want to speak, but I'm not gonna.
I mean, Dennis is not wrong.
He's not wrong, but
Spurg in the chat, so I get some engagement. Sorry, Casper, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
bro, I need to not do it. There was a few admins that timed me out, so I'm back in the YouTube shit list. Like, I know a lot about it. I'm trying to work it out just out of my own professional curiosity, how they handle it. It's interesting. But what's interesting is it's like, who cares? What was I going to say? Like, when you were speaking about, it's like, remember what I said before? It's like, until aliens come, you're going to get division. Because here's the other thing, even politically now, with a lot of politicians, when they speak between left and right, what I always fail to hear is the age difference. Because you have this frozen generation. You have this generation who is like frozen the leaders into their age cohort. I'm not boomers, but no, like, I'm not getting into boomer talk. I'm just saying, like, there's a lot of generational divide now. And like having access to all this information and kids who grew up with it, like, the apathy is going to be different to mine and yours. I digress from that, though. I don't know if somebody wants to build on it.
Let's get back to the video. We can power through the rest.
He's outside of his own view of the world.
So I think this really started with 2014. Before 2014, well, it started with 2012, 2014. Before the protests, before the annexation of Crimea, Putin had a pretty diverse circle of advisors. They included the Hawks, his old KGB friends, and KGB alums, the kind of Siloviki, the strongmen. And then there were the so-called liberals, the people who had fancy economics degrees, who had worked in the banking sector, who spent all their time courting Western investors to come and invest in Russia, and who were trying to open Russia more and more to the West and to integrate it into the global economy. And there was always a tension between those two camps, between the liberals and the Siloviki. And the seesaw went back and forth, back and forth. And then after the protests of 2012, when Putin felt that the white-collar, urban, upper middle class betrayed him when he had been so good to them in making them wealthy. And in 2014, when a lot of those same liberals found the annexation of Crimea to be anathema and came out and protested against him, he basically cut out the liberals then, because they were advising him not to do this, not to go further in Ukraine, because there could be...
And from what I know about this lady, she's a Russian. So I think that she's a liberal supporter, and that's why she hates the regime, or was with someone or something as a part of that aspect.
Do you want me to shit on overlords for 2 seconds? It doesn't, like, she's a perfect example of this black pill, which is when it doesn't matter if you get like population that will either be Christian or Somalian into your country. Like, after third generation, they're pretty much equal to the, if given enough time, like there's rates to here, give me rope. But like, their women are going to turn just the same. Like, you think about the passport bros, how they say, you know, stay over there, keep her over there, don't bring her to America, she's going to turn into something. So yeah, when you say Russian, like, she'll know Russian language, she's got nothing left in Russian in her. Like, it takes effort for you to retain your culture, which is, I found it really interesting when I said my president before, but I was speaking, like, I'm going to analyze why I said my president, because my president is a New Zealander. It's like, he's not my president. I don't even like him like that. But I did say it, like, it was a Freudian slip, right? But it's the same thing that you see in her now. Because when I speak, like, my allegiance, like, if somebody comes to New Zealand or fucks with Australia, I'm an Anzac first. Does that make sense? But to her, she's not Russian first. She's an American bitch. But you're right, though. Like, she might understand him, but there's a lot, like, she's not a Russian, bro. Russians don't speak like I don't speak about Serbia like this. I'll be honest about it. I don't know if anyone else, like all you guys live where you were born. Like if any foreigners want to come up here and give a take from chat, I'd love to hear how I'm wrong, because I don't know. Whatever.
Fair enough.
more and more sanctions, it would be damaging to the Russian economy, that it's not worth it for a peninsula or not worth it. There's a little bit of land in eastern Ukraine. And he responded by just shutting them out. And so then after 2014, it was just a circle of the Siloviki. And then even that circle got smaller and smaller and smaller over time. And now, as far as we know, it's a circle of like 2 or 3 people who, by the looks of things, are even crazier than Putin. Putin is like the moderating voice in that crew.
As he's thinking about invading Ukraine, does he understand the state of the Russian military, the views of the Ukrainian people, the approach of the West? Does he understand what is going on?
No, I don't think Putin understands. I think he made a colossal miscalculation, and we're seeing it on the ground every single day. He thought Ukrainians were Russians, that they agree with him that Ukraine is basically just an outpost of Russia and can be easily folded back into Russia. Clearly, Ukrainians don't agree. He thought,
and that's like the one part that I agree with her on. Like more like Ukraine, it's a hard thing to judge their level of patriotism because there's a lot of people willing to fight, but you also see a bunch of videos of like Ukrainian intelligence services or military police dragging people to go fight in the military from bars and away from their family and all this shit.
It's, bro, like I had Croatian families in my commie blog when Croatia was fighting Serbia. Like I could cook on this. It's so difficult to explain, which goes back to my previous point. Like this is a civil war. Like they have borders, but this is literally a civil war. Their economies were one. And then because they wanted united, what do you call it? Because at the time, EU was still thinking it's hot shit. EU was like, nah, Ukraine should be part of the EU. And the Ukrainian president said, what? And Russia was like, no, you're not getting a fucking back door into our economy. Makes sense? Like this is why this war started. So it's all money. Anyway.
Fair enough.
Russian troops would be greeted as liberators with flowers on the streets of Ukraine. Instead, they're greeting them with Molotov cocktails. They're trying to stop the tanks with their bare hands. They're greeting them with javelins, with signs that say, Russians, fuck off. They're fighting to the death because they don't want to be part of Russia, because they disagree. And I don't think he understood or anticipated that that would happen, even though everybody could see that that was what would happen, because everything that Putin has said he wanted.
Now, I remember speculation that Ukraine would just roll over even from Western media because they just couldn't fight Russia. I remember them saying that on CNN. I remember them saying everything.
Can interrupt as a subject matter expert? So this is where nationality comes into play. Why we can't all be one people. Russian and Slavic people have a different genetic lineage when it comes to like being capable of being in the war. Does that make sense? Like you can't just send 7 million people to Kursk to juke out with Germans. Like Russian women were shooting artillery. Okay, like so they understand what the meaning of the word total war is.
So what you're saying is Slavs be keeping it on them. They about that life.
Yeah, and here's an example. Like Putin said, gave props to the Ukrainian military because this video surfaced of all these Ukrainians who were clearly surrounded at that airport. And when they were like, boys, give up. Like, we're not going to hurt you. They were screaming back at them, Russians don't surrender. Ukrainian soldiers were screaming at the Russian soldiers saying, we don't surrender. Like, what the fuck are you doing here? Like, they didn't care about the politics at that stage. It's just a different mentality. It's like Mexicans in boxing. I don't understand it, bro.
So let me ask you this:
please,
what's the Muslim republic that's a part of Russia?
Dagestan.
No.
I know who you're talking about. Why I say Dagestan?
The red-headed, Chechens. Are Chechens Slavic?
Yes, in a way. Okay, so let me explain. So picture it like this. It's like you have religion map on top now, yeah? So it's like the Slav people who will.
I don't like how you just explained this to me using a paradox map. All right, too real,
You're capable. Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to go slow for Josh. Okay. So if you imagine the world map on top, I'm doing this for the chat, yeah? And then you draw circles on top of it, so another map. And you have a map of religion. And then the Dagestan and Chechnya and all those people are close to the Turkey. So it's going to be genetically Russians, but they adopted the Muslim.
Much
like the Bosnians and Serbia. Let me cook this for 2 more seconds. Yeah. And I'll explain a little bit more about the Chechens. So it's like Russia and Chechnya had a fight. Putin went over there, spoke with their president, yeah, explained to him what the fuck is going on, and then there was peace. And now Russia helps Chechnya, how you should be helping Mexico to like be on par, yeah? But they're like, the way they view themselves, much like Ukrainians, is these were the border tribes, which are warlike to begin with. So much like American Bible Belt is where you get your fucking redneck soldiers that I don't want to meet in a bar fight. That is what Dagestan, yeah, the MMA guys and Chechens are. Or like if you look at now, for example, if you know a little bit about China, most of the Chinese people that live close to Russians, that's where you get the whole mix. But their whole nation, much like U.S. states see your American flag, they see Mother Russia. So it is literally different countries, yeah, that are within the Russia, so to speak. They have self-governance. They have a whole bunch of special privileges.
Yeah, no, they're literally the United States, but Slavic.
Yes. So now, basically, what's happening would be like how you would do your doctrine. So if Canada all of a sudden, I don't know, imported 10,000. Who am I going to pick on? Taoists, okay? I'll pick on their religion. They get no beef, yeah? And then Canada decides they're going to be a Taoist nation who doesn't respect fucking, what do you call it, copyright laws, yeah? And then you Americans are like, hold on, these are our people. Why are they like doing all this weird shit with China? That's not going to happen. Do you understand? Like, because everything that she's saying, Putin started this conflict because he was isolated during the COVID and had a midlife crisis at 70 because he's into gematria and big numbers. Like, you guys, is she insane? Like, if I spoke about Trump like this, it would be he grabs them by the pussy. It's the equivalent. I mean, I'd still rather Trump than Biden. And if you know Putin, he said, and he's like, I wish, like, if I want America to be weaker, I'd rather it be Biden. Look at now, in retrospective, you think Biden would have balls to do everything Trump's done since he's come into power?
I feel like Trump's done a lot of bad things since he's going to come into power.
I'll take over. But I just wanted to give that as a side point. That's all. But if you want to ask me about Slavs, bro, like, ask.
When the Slavs going to unite and take over the world, Casper?
If you ever do conspiracy, the only one that like my special one, you know, the one I delved into, said there's going to be 3 world wars. Okay, the last leader is going to be some kind of a redhead. Okay, with the red color. He also said the salvation will be found like in the land of the 3 crosses. I didn't understand that one until I fucked in YouTube. He also said in the last war they'll be shooting magical cannonballs. Because it was from a long time ago. And somebody thought at the time that was biological. No, that's literally how you would describe missiles now. Magical cannonballs. But he also said people will wake up. Like, he used those words specifically. Everyone will think, everyone will see that they were asleep and then they will wake up. He also said there isn't really aliens, but we will find life on other places, but not like us. Sorry. So there could be aliens. But he said we'll never find life like us. And people will go back to God, and then we'll do the same shit all over again. Like, we'll start straying from God again. And he didn't really speak on it. He also said a few specific things about his life which came true. So that's my take.
Who was that? Who was that?
His shit got removed during the cough because he predicted the cough.
That's and then
like, you can like there's a site there. I can find you shit about it. It's that popular. I can tell you that during the conflict in Yugoslavia, it was a really popular book in Croatia. And look how Sibs at the end ended up at the end of that conflict.
Yeah, but who wrote the book? Who wrote the book is what I'm asking.
Tarabic. Sorry, that's how you pronounce it.
Well,
the Slavic Nostradamus.
I honestly have no idea about geopolitical bullshit. I'm not a war historian, so I'm going to bounce. I'm going to go sort out some other stuff.
chicken. But by the way, Brute, Jess knows about this guy because he said Australia will be one of the few countries that will like not be involved in this shit. Like no bullets will fly over Australia. Like we're safe.
I'm not surprised. Like Australia's loyal with trading partners. We're pretty good and easygoing. We don't stir shit, and we I
can tell you how he described it. He said a country far away, the size of Europe. That's how he referred to it. So it's like maybe it's Antarctica. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked either way. Like we're pretty good. You guys take it easy.
Bye. Don't do drugs.
Bye.
You know,
should
he's
do in
going
Ukraine,
gambling
he's
now.
the opposite of, starting in 2014. Before 2013, Ukraine really was a nation divided. There was the Russian-speaking East, where a lot of the people who lived there were the descendants of ethnic Russians who were brought in by the Soviets to work in the mines and the factories. They had no Ukrainian identity. They didn't speak Ukrainian. They didn't feel any kinship with the Ukrainian West, which had a slightly different version of Christianity, which spoke Ukrainian and was culturally different. And there was a constant seesaw. One presidential election, Ukraine would elect somebody from the Russian-speaking East that would be more friendly to the Kremlin, and then people wouldn't like that, and then they would sweep them out of power and elect a kind of pro-Western, Western Ukrainian person. And it went back and forth, back and forth. NATO membership was not very popular. Ukraine wasn't really sure what it was as a nation. Was it part of the old Russian-speaking former Soviet universe? Was it part of the West? Was it a European country or a former Soviet country? And then Putin invades in 2014, lops off a very strategic part of Ukraine, a beloved part of Ukraine where Ukrainians love to vacation. He starts a bloody conflict in the East, which by the time of this current invasion had taken more than 13,000 lives and destroyed a lot of homes and infrastructure. And all of this has had the effect of rallying Ukrainians both in the East and the West around the Ukrainian flag, around the Ukrainian language, against Russia. So even people in the East who used to be pro-Russian hate Russia now. Even before this invasion, they hated Russia. They didn't want to be a part of Russia anymore. You have Ukrainian politicians saying the person who has formed our Ukrainian identity the most is Vladimir Putin. He gave us a national identity, you know, and now everybody wants to, again, before the invasion even, everybody wanted to join NATO. Then he invades and Finland wants to join NATO. Finland, which had been neutral forever. Sweden wants to join NATO. The EU, which was waffling forever and dragging its feet on accepting Ukraine, which was one of the reasons, it was an EU-Ukrainian economic cooperation agreement, one of the things that set off the Maidan revolution in 2013, 2014. Now it looks like Ukraine's going to get into the EU with a fast-track membership. He wanted a stable economy. He's destroyed that. I mean, he's miscalculated on so many fronts. And I think in part it's because he's so isolated and, you know, getting high on his own supply.
What are the consequences of that on the human side that Putin can make this decision that is going to affect both of these countries in such a profound way?
I don't know. I think I'm too close to it. I personally find it nauseating. I'm seeing in real time lives upended by it. And not just the way people are seeing it, you know, on their screens of apartment buildings being bombed and 1 million refugees fleeing Ukraine in just a week. And that's, you know, 1 million stories, 1 million heartbreaks. It's not just these conscripts who have no idea what they're doing or why they're there. It's not just the economic fallout in Russia, which we're just seeing the beginning of. It's, you know, I have friends on both sides of the border, and there's nothing like watching people close to you as their future evaporates in front of them. Just all their plans, all their hopes, all their dreams, not just for the next 5 years, for the next week, for the next month, just gone in a day, up in smoke. And the total inability to help them, to console them. Watching my Russian friends flee Russia just with anything, whatever they have on their backs. I have a friend who I hope she got across the border, but was, you know, gunning in her car to the border, trying to get to Latvia before Putin declared martial law. It's infuriating. It's infuriating.
Wait, was she fleeing Russia before Putin declared I don't get.
Yeah, I'm a little confused.
There was a huge influx of Ukrainians and Russians into Serbia. So it's like when Russia, here's another funny one for you, okay? When Russia had its May Day, okay? When the communism started, a lot of Russian elites ran away to Serbia. It's half the reason, like, why we're educated so well, because all the elites came, like they're ballet, they're mathematicians, and then Tesla became who became. It's like there's a lot to it. But what she's referring to was, first of all, a woman could always leave, and she was saying that she was so afraid of the war, she went to Latvia. Now, Latvia is above, yeah? It's like, in Latvia, like she would have to go through Belarus to get through Latvia. Funnily
either that or Poland.
Yeah, sorry, correct. Or like, not just that. It's like one of the biggest things that nobody talks about, and I'll stop after this so we finish the video, is Belarus has a huge thing in here because there's this massive meat shield, okay, between the West and Russia, and it was called Belarusia, White Russia. Ukraine, on the other hand, means like borderland. Like Ukraine means like kraj is the end. Ukraine means next to the end. That's literally who they are. They're the people who are Slavic, who are next to the end. After that, it's all, you know, Germans and Romans. So it's like,
oh my,
like this is a civil war. and you literally were like, this part of Russia that they're like they're just gonna self-govern. Okay, they're too close. Oh yeah, they're gonna be part of the European Union, who's doing so well now. Okay.
Yeah, but see, Casper, have you heard? We talked about conspiracy theories. I'm going to ask you, when you mentioned the Ukraine being the border people, have you ever noticed that when you look, you got north, east, west, Slavs, right? Different Slavic ethnic groups. And they're so massive and expansive. Like even the Germans and everybody in Europe is German. So I think everybody's just secretly Slavic if you go back far enough in Europe.
Oh, I could cook that, but historically, we were the marsh people, if that makes sense. Like a lot of Slavs were people who were like, they were like the tribes who were next to the big bodies of water or rivers, like who tried to live in balance with the nature. It's when you go super old, yeah? And but here's a cool one that you can always tell Russians. Like, the first king of Russia was actually Nordic, a Viking.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like, and this whole blue eyes. There's a lot to it. Again, but now I'm going to ask you to put another map on top of the globe, but this one's genetic lineages. And that's when most people fucking lose me, if I'm actually trying to communicate quickly.
So what you're telling us is we're all secretly Slavic.
No. Well, if you ask, like, if you go genetic realism, then you would have Asian cultures, you would have Hindi cultures, you would have Africa, I don't know much about because they didn't record their history. You would have Aztecs, then you would have Indian tribes, then you would have, if you want to be pedantic, you'd have Islanders, like Samoan, Maori, all that. You'll have Australians because they're way different, as well as what do you call them, Eskimos, right? It's like one guy said one of the biggest accomplishments in human history was when the two lost brothers met. When we actually crossed the ocean. Do you get what I mean? Because that's what Denizen was talking about. We're all one species. It's like, imagine if we were like two sets of birds, okay? Like crows and magpies. And now we finally learned how to come and say hi again. Or like if we went to Mars and we were on Earth, and then cosmic fucking shit came and we couldn't talk to each other. And then 1,000 years later, we start sending ships back and forward again and find out we're not that different. It's too meta, bro. I love you. Hit play. Let's get to Trump.
Chuck is doing research again.
ASMR, bro.
For what? For one man's mistaken reading of history? For his own ego? For his own warped understanding of legacy?
Situation for you. So thank you for talking about it. And my last question is, how dangerous is this moment right now? And how dangerous is Putin in this moment right now? There's obviously all these not veiled threats about nuclear weapons, and there's talk about a country being dragged in by mistake or on purpose. How dangerous is Putin?
I think he's more dangerous than he's ever been at any point in the last 22 years. I think he did not expect to lose in Ukraine, and therefore he will not lose. He will grind the country down to a fine, fine ash. And it doesn't matter how many Russian soldiers die in the process, how many Ukrainian soldiers and civilians die in the process. He will not be humiliated by people he calls little Russians. What that means for Europe, if you set that tragedy aside, or that, blooming tragedy aside, again, 1 million people in a week fled to some of the most xenophobic countries in Europe, who right now are greeting them with open arms because A, they're their neighbors, and B, they're white and Christian and look like them. But how long?
All right. That point right there. That is what made me. That shit liberal.
Spit for me, okay? Do it. I'll do it.
Like I disregarded everything I heard. Like, what the fuck? She started mentioning xenophobia. My ears perked up. I'm like, is she about to do the thing?
Oh, no, bro.
No. She's not. She's not done with the thing, Casper.
Chuck. Ask Chuck. Can we predict this past event? So past, future. How do you say it in English? Past. It's not prefect. Past, whatever. Can you ask Chat?
Past tense.
Yeah. Like, can you do it for me, Denizen? Can you say what I want to say? Fuck you, bitch. Okay, so will the chat thing, is she gonna do the thing or no?
See, Slavics are just naturally violent.
No.
I didn't even hear her comment. I was typing.
I'm just playing. Let me run it back, Casper. It's worth a run back. You know that.
I know, but can we? Do you think she's gonna do the thing? Can we take a bet?
No. She does the thing. She does the thing.
Oh,
what that means for Europe, if you set that tragedy aside, or that blooming tragedy aside, again, 1 million people in a week fled to some of the most xenophobic countries in Europe, who right now are greeting them with open arms because A, they're their neighbors, and B, they're white and Christian and look like them. But how long does that last? How many more?
Denizen.
Yo.
She did the thing.
Yo,
Hold on, wait, hold on.
Refugees can the West absorb? We saw with the refugee flows from Syria. They gave us Brexit. They gave us the rise and the empowerment of the far right in Germany, in Hungary, in the Czech Republic, in France. Is this going to keep emboldening the far right? And when Putin threatens the use of nuclear weapons, he threatened it the first time when he declared war.
For a second, I have to say this. I just want you guys to know this, okay? Very important. If you follow Sagan of the Cat, for example, if you want to go to Brexit,
hey, whoa! He emboldened the side. He emboldened the right.
You're gonna love this landing. Trust me. But if you look at France, I saw a TikTok earlier of a guy walking through France and saying this is the new Paris. Well, how come the people that are refugees are not white Christians or Jewish? Like these immigrants that she's referring to that are getting absorbed are not from Ukraine. Like, anyway, I'm done.
That she did the thing. And then she blamed Putin for the rise of the far right.
Yeah, and you gotta love how like the most sensible you could be as a leftist, the most realist you can be, is not to admit that immigrating thousands of people from shithole countries fucks up your country's economic structure. It's that it makes the other people who are here angry, and that's the real problem.
It's the growing pains, Denizen. If you heard another panelist call it that, it's just growing pains.
Yeah.
Right? Do you know what the French guy said? It's irrigation. It's not replacement. It's replacement.
It's like it's like irrigation, but with piss.
Well, if she's a hot Latina with a fat ass and big titties, I mean, can you really be that mad?
Bro,
write it down, ladies and gentlemen. OG likes the Latina.
Yeah, can we get the LAG skit? Do you remember that one? When he's like, why can't
Look, all I'm saying is the hot ones can stay. Doesn't matter what color they are. The hot ones are cool.
Bro, I like chocolate. Why did but it's all dudes.
Wait, you like black dudes? Is that what you said?
No, I said I wouldn't mind chocolate, but it's all dudes. Like, why are they sending just like dudes? Can I get the chick version, the chocolate version? Like, I wouldn't mind chocolate. I'll fuck her into her, and she can like give me some tall people. It's all good.
Give me some tall people, bro. Y'all gonna make a fucking basketball star scientist? Calm down.
On Thursday morning, he threatened again 3 days into the war when he saw it wasn't going well. He threatened it in 2018 when he went to that air show and he gave that crazy presentation about all the new nuclear weapons.
See what I'm talking about, Chuck, from earlier today when we were talking about Putin that got all this started? He threatens to use nukes literally if a Russian soldier stomps their toe inside a training facility. He's like, you've made Bishnikov stomp his toe. I'm gonna nuke Kiev.
Can I give some context now? Just a little bit, okay? This is what happens in the future. So America has this too. Russia has this like tower. It's like this phallus-looking tower sticking out of the ground. And some say it would see like a baseball come from the American end over the thing, over the skyline, right? Like America had like when the submarine next to Titanic went pop, like America knew, they heard it. Okay, you guys said this too. But for some strange reason, on behalf of England, because it was English rockets, go launch this thing and like damaged it. Russia said like, and that's when Russia and America spoke, because they're like, you realize that part of our agreement is you don't fuck with this, right? Like it has to be visible. Like we're telling you where we're listening to you from. Okay, this is the old rules. And you don't fuck with this equipment because it's mad. Okay. Furthermore, into the war, they packed, and this was brilliant by Ukrainians, they packed drones inside like a cargo trucks and shit. And then they opened up and like attacked this airport. And the truck driver started shooting at them with a shotty. And they took out these long range bombers that had tires on top of them. Like they took them out, but that was part of the agreement between America and USSR. You get to see the planes that could deliver this. Okay, you can't hide these weapons. They have to be seen from space. And America was getting even more and more pissed off. So what the Russians did is they tested this missile and then they launched, and it's called another streamer couldn't remember the name. It's called the Rushnik, and I can find you a clip of it. And it's basically all you see is this blue laser appear in the sky and then disappear on the ground and took out some facility. Yeah, so they're like,
is that the hypersonic missile?
No, this is medium range. I'll find it for you while you keep playing this. But I just want to give context. Like everything that she's saying that he's gonna do, like the Ukraine, and this is the whole false operations, all the rest of it. Like Ukraine is trying to prod the bear into doing that, and he's like, we're not doing this because quote unquote it's like Americans do it, because you can go and see you didn't have any wars. It was preemptive, like it has all these names. This is just a quote unquote military, special military action, which means you're not allowed to use these weapons.
Oh, if he used nukes, it would be special, all right?
Yeah, but that's what
Special
I mean.
ed.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like, that's why they classified it as that, so that they tie their own hands. Does that make sense? Like, you're not allowed to do this, because if you're being honest, one country is 10 times the size of the other. Like, if Russia wanted to, they could just swallow it. But they're destroying the land that they want to take over and build upon. Like, the cities they take out, they're going to pay for. Anyway, hit play. I'm going to find you cool TikTok.
All right.
But thanks.
As he had that could strike the U.S. If people think that he won't use them, I think they're mistaken. Everything Putin has showed us at every step of the last 22 years is that every time we think he won't go that far, he does. We think he won't come back for a third term. He did. He won't annex Crimea. He did. He won't invade Ukraine. He did. He won't try to kill Navalny. He did. He won't try to subvert an American election. He did. And so why would we believe that this time he won't do what he says he'll do? I mean, it's unthinkable. Like what he has opened up with this invasion is unthinkable. And because he is losing, and because the sanctions and the Ukrainians are humiliating him, because he is backed into a corner, he is the most dangerous he has ever been, because it is now existential for him. And if you think he doesn't know that everybody in the world understands that the only way to end this is to put a bullet between his eyes, he knows. And that makes him also much more dangerous.
Did you hear that last part? The bullet between the eyes, and then the fucking, yes, he subverted a U.S. election.
Bro.
No.
Play the second video just so people see what these weapons actually look like. It's real short.
I got you. And then where we jump into the Trump stuff, because that shit is fucking wild.
Sorry to have told you to watch this video. Okay.
It's all good. Listen.
You're not intercepting that, okay? Play it
So
again.
that is a supersonic, right?
Yeah, but these go like into the sky. Like they're not. I can find you the other ones too. You think there's two of them? There's this hypersonic missile, but these are like fucking. These can deliver warheads. It's not a missile.
Oh,
like look at it in the size. Like it's coming from the stratosphere.
yeah.
And it just erases.
They're not blowing anything up. Are you sure it's not a meteor
No,
shower?
they went underground and then detonated and took out an underground facility. But this is all hearsay now. Like that shit works. But play the second one because it shows it from further away, and then like it's real short because the attack is short. The first one, sorry. It's a different footage, but it's not as pretty. I'll find you the hypersonics after this because it's man porn.
Bro, I swear to God, AVG is a fucking brat in need of breaking. She's like, oh, OG ran from our debate. And I'm like, I didn't run from no debate. I literally asked to postpone it until I can figure out what's up with my monetization. And she's like, I'll believe it when I see it. I'm like, bitch, Emmett literally said that on his fucking stream. So now I gotta post it to the fucking community page.
I was looking for the missile you were thinking of because they look cool. They have a blue hue when they fly through. Because, like, yeah, people filmed this shit. Like when these go, they like these come from the sky. The other one goes straight because it's like from a plane. And the one that you watched was the ground, like they launched from like an ICBM vehicle. Like that's what he was telling to, because stupid English keep trying to take out the bridge to Crimea, and like they kind of stopped because I think Russians probably told them, like, if you keep doing this, like, we're going to take one of your bridges. And it would be a missile like that would literally probably, I don't know, who knows what, take out a nice historical thing in the middle of London. And then what? Like, it's when they shoot it, it's there in like 2 minutes. Like, it's fucking ridiculous, bro. I don't know why we're playing with these weapons. It's insane. Like, you can't dodge that. You know what I mean? Like, once you push the button, that thing is landing. There's no intercepting that. Are you looking for something? I'm just filling dead air.
Yeah.
But yeah, shouldn't be playing with those. But here's an interesting one that I was talking about. I'm going to bring this up. Kind of. Like, the war has changed so much. And he's like, you don't need to send as many troops, but the troops have to know what they're doing. Like, the front lines are real thin with men now, because the moment you have a concentration of men, that just gets erased by one of these long-range flying lampposts. You know what I mean? Like, I could show you other footages from this conflict that are just like, there was stupid Russians, when this first started, it was like 3 weeks in, some general or something wanted to inspect X amount of people, and Ukrainians just erased it. Like, one boom, and then it's like 80% everyone needs to go get treatment. Maybe. But like, on the other hand, like, Ruskies found an actual training facility that probably had Westerners in it, and they filmed it, and so you get to see a film of all these little dots and shit, doing their stuff. And then the next video is like a thing comes down from the sky, and that there were people there, and it's just like this part of the map is now erased. It's insane, bro. And when I talk about like scars, there's that famous crater, okay, in World War One. I forgot. I know, but I'm gonna say, who cares? Like, British sappers went and dug a fucking trench, not a tunnel, okay, under the German things, and then it like literally erased something like 10,000 people instantly. And now there's a crater there from this huge TNT explosion, right? And it's a scar, like, to this day. And people now, if you have a concentration of those troops, you're gonna get that scar every time. Like, no one's happy. And then she talks about all these people with Somba. It's like, what were they supposed to be doing when they're declaring, like when they're sending men off to play video games in real life? Should they have been cheering? Like, I don't get it. Whoever sent you this video, like, it didn't prove.
Is that you, Mela?
Yeah, it's Mela. I thought you were reviewing the president getting an assassination attempt at the correspondence dinner. I thought that's the tape you were reviewing. Sorry.
No.
I don't want to interrupt.
That actually is next on the menu. It's not the actual incident. It's the press conference afterwards.
Yeah, the press cons. Yeah, that was weird, right? I have my thoughts, but you guys
well,
continue.
thank you very much. That was
all right.
very
I
unexpected,
appreciate you. Thanks.
But
stay up.
Acted upon by Secret Service and law enforcement, and this was an event dedicated to freedom of speech that was supposed to bring together members of both parties with members of the press, and in a certain way it did, because the fact that they just unified. I saw a room that was just totally unified. It was in one way very beautiful, a very beautiful thing to see a man charge a security checkpoint armed with multiple weapons, and he was.
Bro, these motherfuckers bugging, bro. They looking all around the room.
You ain't heard nothing yet.
Oh my god, they are bugging the fuck out. I think in regards to the first video, right? I see a comparison here. Where she's talking about the guys being scared in the Russian political bureau, whatever, live stream or press coverage. I think instead of being afraid of Trump, the U.S. government is afraid of its citizens right now.
Okay. That's one way to look at it. This presentation that he gave, I was able to critique it. I watched it and but I won't say anything.
All right.
I have my
Taken
thoughts.
down by some very brave members of Secret Service, and they acted very quickly and have just released, for purposes of transparency, clarity, I've ordered it to be put out. You probably have it by now. Put out on Truth and put out on many other platforms.
The guy
tape
to
showing
the
violence of
left
this
is
thug that
definitely
attacked
wigging.
our Constitution, and also showing how quickly Secret Service and law enforcement
Yeah,
acted on
he looked real
on his
nervous.
behalf. Really did a great job. One officer was shot, but saved by the fact that he was wearing obviously a very good bulletproof vest. He was shot from very close distance with a very powerful gun, and the vest did the job. I just spoke to the officer, and he's doing great. He's in great shape. He has very high spirits, and we told him we love him and respect him, and he's a very proud guy. He's very proud of what he does, Secret Service agent. And we looked at all of the conditions that took place tonight, and I will say, it's not a particularly secure building. And
Now check this out.
This is why we have to have all of.
Okay, go ahead.
No, check this out. He's about to say something that's very self-centered. If you think about it, if there was an attempt on me, I'm not gonna gloat about what he's about to gloat about. That's all I'm saying.
Can I predict? So here's don't misunderstand me, okay, please. I need a lot of rope for what I'm about to say. Like, as a man, when you
Chuck,
win,
hold it down. I gotta go pee. Go ahead, Casper.
I'm not gonna lose my shit, okay? What was I gonna say? Like, when you see boxes, or like when you see a man like escape from death, I don't know if females. I'm trying to give a feeling how I would explain this, like as an elation, like whatever he's about to say, even if he's a little bit, obviously he's a narcissist, okay, whatever, dark triad, I'll still love him, okay. I don't love him. I mean, I'm not anti-Trump, but don't look for a character flaw if he's about to take pride in not. Even if he says God's protecting me, I would still give him grace. I'm not even joking. I don't know if you disagree. I don't know what he's going to say. I could be full of shit. Just until logic comes back.
Okay, I'll say it after I hear it, and you can judge my thoughts about it.
I don't know. I
could just tell him now. He's about to...
Yeah. Go ahead. Oh, no,
Yeah.
wait. We'll wait for that. I'll fill the dead air. Remember when first time when it happened? How he said, hold on, and he turned around and he I don't think he did it as just as a photo op. I don't think photo op went into his brain. It was more wanted to say what he said, which was when the guy snapped the pic, a big F you to whoever tried to do it to him. Okay? So it's like, but the people who have Trump derangements, what's called TDS or whatever, they will say he did it as a photo op. It's like, no, he was being a man. Okay, because when I knock a bastard out that cut me off in traffic, I've never done that. I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to raise my fist and say, "Told you, punk." So sorry, maybe I'm wrong.
No, you're on point. It's he's about to mention something that I thought was peculiar. That's all. It's not a, it's not a critique. Everybody's different about how they would respond to something like that.
If he's gonna talk about like where he is, even that's a fair assumption, and I'll give you an analogy for that. It's like with the previous conversation, when the Russian or Chinese delicacy comes into Belgrade, they literally shut everything down. Like you want to make sure that the foreign delegate, especially of such prestige, has 100% safety, right? So it's like if you're the city hosting the president and this goes down, I want to ask questions. That's when, going back to the previous interview, Putin's going to put the guy in front of him and say, hey, buddy, what happened? Like, I was in your house and I just about got slapped. I don't know if that's what you were going to say, but I
this hotel is about to really get a lot of press, but it's basically to spill the beans. He's indicating this is why we need this thing that he's trying to build on the East Wing.
The ballroom.
Yeah, he said this is why we need the ballroom. This would have never happened if we were in the ballroom. And I was like, okay.
Yeah, but
Mela, is he wrong though?
He's not.
Probably not, according to the plans. It's impenetrable.
Have you seen the Red Square, to speak of Russia from previous conversation? Like, you can't you go to Red Square and your cell phone's gonna tell you you're in Taiwan.
Like, oh, okay.
Wow.
I'm not even kidding, OG. Like, they literally, especially now, will use fucking electrical defense measures if you're just like walking through the Red Square, like anywhere close to the Kremlin. But then again, you're not like if you fly anywhere close to the White House, you're gonna get an F-16 on your ass. It's the same shit. Right?
Well, hey, look here, bitch. You're gonna have to take yourself to the airport, and you see that ATL. You see all the FBI's over there.
The only thing that was peculiar that he used it as an opportunity to promote the ballroom. Anything else is reasonable.
I mean, the ballroom is reasonable. He's not wrong.
Yeah, so I wanted your opinion about my thoughts. Like, that's a weird thing to bring up.
He wants it for the UFC. For the UFC on the lawn.
He said America's been wanting this ballroom for over 100 years.
Build it.
Yeah, build it. It'll be awesome.
No, but it's like you're a fucking one. You're one of the 3 most powerful nations, and you're telling me like, I bet you if he fucking tweeted, I need donations for the materials and free labor from the American patriots to come here and build this shit for me, I bet you it would happen. Wouldn't it?
He usually gets what he wants. That's obvious.
I'm not even kidding. If he told me we need to build a fucking seawall from the Chinese invasion, I'd go and give my labor for free as long as they like feed me and give me a house. Give
me a house and feed me.
Yeah, like, I mean, I'm not gonna pay for it, but like, I'd go and contribute. Whatever.
We can talk about that after we talk about Casper's Aliens, because the Casper's Aliens was coming up next.
No, you don't have to. No, I was just making a thing. Like, remember when she was saying like all these people disappear? And I'm like, I just want to give a parallel. Like, there are people disappearing in Australia and in England and in America.
And the US. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm not saying it's right. It's like, what are you telling me? Like, they're like us. Look, they're bad. They're like us. Okay.
If you got any videos you want us to review about it, send it to me in Discord.
I can dig up something, but whatever.
Attributes of what we're planning at the White House. It's actually
a
larger room, and it's a much more secure.
Fletch. I'm sorry, that goes for you too, Fletch. If you want to send some about the SPLC,
it's drone-proof. It's bulletproof glass. We need the ballroom. That's why Secret Service. That's why the military are demanding it. They've wanted the ballroom for 150 years for lots of different reasons, but today's a little bit different because today we need levels of security that probably nobody's ever seen before. But everyone owes a tremendous debt of gratitude to the courage of law enforcement.
That was pretty much it. I had a quirk about the ballroom statement.
Finished, the police chief is going to
take over. I need to get in bed. It was so. I'm so honored that you allowed me to, visit you. I appreciate it.
Well, thank you for coming to my trailer park. We usually have fun around here. You've been here before, though. You've been here before, Mela.
Yes, I behave. You guys take it easy and happy Sunday, all right?
Miss Mela, I'm asking for my friend Casper here. Are you married or in a relationship?
I'm separated.
My guts, bro.
I'm going to bed alone. I'm separated. But thanks for asking. I'm not looking for any suitors.
Oh damn, Casper! I thought
good night, sweet dreams. Much love.
Thank you for coming, Miss Mela. You have a good night.
I am MGTOW through and through, bro.
Yeah, but
do you want a black pill? Do you want a black pill? A quick one. So it's like I had a guy say this. Okay, So it's like he does. It's not that he's single. It's that all the chicks that are capable and single don't see him, and the people who see him, he doesn't see. Verbatim. Does that make sense?
That's crazy, Casper. That's crazy.
Yeah, but it's not giving. But that's kind of literally just not giving charity dick. Having dick discipline, right? Isn't that what stoicism is? I'm done, bro. I don't
dick discipline. You calm down. We heard you come in your pants when RLM and Beth were aggressing you.
It was a skip, bro. Okay.
I don't know why it won't let you in the StreamYards. I can't post the link.
Their viewpoint, but they also performed exactly as they were supposed to. And you see the attacker in different positions, but you also see the attacker totally subdued and under control. So as you know, this is not the first time in the past couple of years that our republic has been attacked by a would-be assassin who sought to kill. In Butler, Pennsylvania, less than 2 years ago, you all know that story. And in Palm Beach, Florida, a few months after that, we came close. We really had, again, we had some great work done by law enforcement. But in light of this evening's events, I ask that all Americans recommit with their hearts and resolving our difference peacefully. We have to resolve our differences. I will say, you had Republicans, Democrats, independents, conservatives, liberals, and progressives. Those words are interchangeable, perhaps, but maybe they're not. But yet everybody in that room, big crowd, record-setting crowd. There was a record.
Pause. Go back and listen to this, and I want Chuck's take on it. Those groups are all different, but maybe not. Can you go back? Did you just say that?
Again, we had some great work done by law enforcement.
Chuck, you there?
Yeah.
All right. Casper wants to get your opinion on this aspect.
But in light of this evening's events, I ask that all Americans recommit with their hearts and resolving our difference peacefully. We have to resolve our differences. I will say, you had Republicans, Democrats, independents, conservatives, liberals, and progressives. Those words are interchangeable, perhaps, but maybe they're not. But yet everybody in that room, big crowd, record-setting crowd.
Those words are interchangeable, but maybe not.
Group of people. And there was a tremendous amount of love coming together. I watched, and I was very, very impressed.
I don't know, bro. I think he's talking about the mono party, Chuck.
I didn't say anything, okay?
I think Republicans and Democrats, there's not much difference between them.
Okay, like
conservatives ain't conserving shit, and Democrats ain't voting for the poor man.
Well, he was talking about them all being gathered in that room.
Yeah, but he said all of them are interchangeable.
A lot of ideologies have changed. Get that.
I don't know.
But we were, First Lady and I were taken very well care of very quickly rushed off the stage. Vice President J.D. Vance was here, was likewise beautifully done. He was just saying how quickly everybody acted, law enforcement, Secret Service in particular in this case, but law enforcement. Marco had the same thing. Pete was there. Pete didn't want any help. He didn't want anybody to help. He doesn't want anybody to help him, but he did get some, didn't you? And I think you also said that it was very impressive. So with that, I'd like to ask Todd Blanche to come up, say a few words, and tell you it's already underway. The man has been captured. They're going to his apartment. I guess he lives in California, and he's a sick person, a very sick person. And we don't want things like this to happen. I think it's very important that I say, though, and I told the representatives of the evening, they did such a beautiful job. It was such a beautiful evening. And again, they're talking about free speech in our Constitution. That's what it's all about, not just White House correspondence. It was really based on free speech in our Constitution. But I said very importantly that we'll do it again within the next 30 days, and we'll make it bigger and better and even nicer. So I just want to thank everybody that was involved. I also want to thank the press, the media. You've been very responsible in your coverage. I will say I've been seeing what's been out. You've been very responsible. So Todd Blanche, I'd like to say a few words, and then we're going to have Cash. And then you're going to go on. And we can ask. I guess we can take a couple of questions. I want to thank the First Lady for that was a rather traumatic experience for her. There was a.
Is that you, Mr. Wayne?
It is. What's up? What's up?
What's up, David? You've been here all night. What do you have? Any thoughts on the? Do you have any thoughts on the Putin conversation? Any thoughts on the Trump?
Yeah, on Putin, just get that over with. I watched the video where he, of course, you can't never trust a politician, but he's declared through the Ukraine stuff that there wasn't any point in bringing out nukes. He's like, he said for the small things, he said it was only a small thing. It's not necessary.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how long you think it'll be before it comes out that this was just a big skit. What happened at the White House earlier? Yeah.
I mean, I thought about that. I think they're gearing up to do some fuckery to the public.
Well,
it ain't gonna be a gun grab or anything like that, but it's gonna be some fuckery.
Well, no, because now he's done declared that a gun is what apprehended the person. So now that argument's out the window. Take guns away from everybody, then how would they caught him? But was it the shooter? Was it the one that was screaming USA, USA? Have they clarified that in the audience? You can hear.
I think there's a preliminary. I think there's a preliminary connection to the BAM movement, the by any means necessary communist movement, like leftist movement.
Yeah.
Can I give a quick take and I'll shut up because I'm not American? I think what he was screaming was "Do as I say." I could be wrong.
Oh, it sounded like USA. Well, either way,
it
seems to me.
I heard Allah Akbar, but hey, what do I know?
Well, see, that's what I'm saying. It's like hey, make sure you yell out loud for the cameras to understand that you're an American and not some cat from Iran. We need to, keep that. It's just there's a slow point in this war, and for the same reason all of this kicked off, to keep the American people from asking about the redacted. That's it. That's all I got to say. Let's go.
Okay, bet.
I will
checking the Epstein class.
Yes, sir.
Checking the Epstein class. I get where you're going.
A lot of action taking place up there very quickly. But again, the response time was really incredible. And we're going to reschedule. We're going to do it again. We're not going to let anybody take over our society. We're not going to cancel things out because we can't do that. We wanted to stay tonight. I will tell you, I fought like hell to stay. But it was protocol. They said, please, sir, because they didn't know there was a lot of action going on, and they didn't know could there be probably a lone shooter, but we'll find out. We'll find out very quickly. They have it very well under control. So I want to thank everybody very much. And Todd Blanche, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Tonight you saw the very worst and the very best of this country. You saw the very worst by the actions of that coward that the president just talked about. But you also saw the very best because you saw law enforcement do exactly what they're supposed to do. And you'll see the videos come out, I expect, very shortly. And you'll see law enforcement do exactly what we want them to do. And so I echo what President Trump just said, that we are extraordinarily grateful and appreciative of the men and women of law enforcement that did their jobs.
Exactly what you want them to do.
This investigation is ongoing.
I know.
How did he get in if they were doing their job? See, that's another thing.
They was at a hotel.
See,
is where this was.
Well, that's the best place because the hotel everybody. You know what I'm saying? Even the mayor. Reach up in the sky for the ozone layer. You know what I'm saying?
Uncle Guns, I actually think it's real. I'm just playing with the idea, but I also do think there's going to be some repercussions from this that are going to be overreaching and unnecessary. I could be wrong.
It'll come out in the wash once they start pressing the laws and stuff.
I do think it real, but I'm having fun with it. And I will say this. I bet you they thought if they captured the guy, people wouldn't question it this time. Oh, he's not dead.
Yeah.
We actually have the guy, even though CNN reported that he was shot and dead on the scene.
Well, he was supposed to have had a super awesome vest on.
But he looks naked in the picture. That's the thing.
That's crazy.
You'll see charges filed shortly.
We don't want to talk
the
to
charges should be self-evident given the conduct, but as you'll hear, there will be multiple charges surrounding the shooting, around the possession of firearms, and anything else that we can get on this guy. The investigation is obviously ongoing and just started. There's federal law enforcement already working on search warrants and doing their job, and I don't want to get ahead of them and don't want to get ahead of the work that they're doing even as we speak. Director Patel and I were just on the crime scene.
That's crazy. Yeah, no, dude. Me and my commie friend Benzo. Oops,
what's up, Benzo?
Name. I'm not supposed to say his name. Anyway, me and my commie friend, we talk about this, and he thinks that we're entering the American years of lead.
The what?
Or the American troubles.
Years of lead, Chuck.
Yeah, the American years of lead.
Chuck's waiting for the American years of napalm.
That's what Chuck's hold on. I'm petitioning to change the name right now.
Hey, I like the way when your little spaceman throwing the green thing out there, it makes Trump's hair glow.
Speaking of glowing hair, donate. This is an awesome channel. This boy's working every day. He loves what he does, and you can tell.
Yeah, I do like money. And by the way, on the stream elements, you can use a credit card. Kofi uses credit card. I got Cashapp if you want to give a Cashapp.
Is that a UFO, David Wayne?
Yes.
I see it. I see it.
I'm working with some people.
Oh, but for the boys, I
That's
just
crazy.
remember the other missile. So the one you played before, that's the Reach England one. But the one you were talking about, do you want to play it? Looks really good. 5 seconds.
No, let's get through this video.
Shortly after the shooting, shortly after this incident, there's always military activity over the house between the base that I'm near and Nashville. Shortly after all that went down, it was a longer line of, I couldn't tell what kind of helicopters they was.
You're at Fort Knox, right?
Closer to Fort Campbell.
Oh, Fort Campbell?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm not that far away either from Campbell.
They was doing some work tonight.
Yeah, it's can I elaborate on that? So in a video game, what you would do is you would send your...
Hold on, wait. We stopped being a proper country when we stopped burning our enemies alive with jellified gasoline, Chuck, allegedly. No, that's Chuck 2026. No.
Granddaddy Napalm.
Chuck, hold on. Chuck April 26, 2026. And before he mobilized and conquered the planet out of pure anger and annoyance with how these quote young fella retards run things around here.
Congress would be the first ones to get it if I was ever elected president.
I want to help.
Brother, that being read back to you on a court record would not do you any favors, Chuck. Oh shit.
A short while ago, and everybody in this room should rest assured.
Dennison, are you still there, brother?
Yeah.
He's doing research.
Is your fucking medical
I am actually.
He's checking his eyelids for pinholes.
You got any thoughts, brother?
Unlike Chuck, I actually am doing research.
What? What are you researching?
Actually, I was looking at like this, what states have the friendliest tax codes and zoning codes for tiny homes.
Oh, really? What have you found so far? Anything?
Yeah, like I'm cross-referencing with other, preferences. So, I'm using the AI. It's kind of interesting, actually. I've been using it a lot more the past week.
I wouldn't trust it no further than I could throw it.
Yeah.
All right, this is corn. Off topic. This is corn. I'll check in once a week with you guys on the growth, so you can see how disgusted I am at the way time goes by when they plant corn next to my home.
Is that yours?
They planted.
It's not mine, no. It's subbed out to another farmer that he farms it. He had beans in it last year. A week from now, that thing's gonna be up past my knee, if not taller.
Wait, so it's your property. You just lease it to another farmer?
It's my family's property. It's I kind of got kind of borned into it. I know I don't want to fuck with it.
Oh shit! We've been corn.
I've got my little nook over there with the tomatoes and cabbage or not cabbage, but squash and everything already going. But yeah, we're looking at 6 inches. No pause.
No, we've already been cord bombed. There's no pause here.
I was gonna get there, but I didn't know how to segue.
But
yeah,
let's think of the children.
Napalm sticks to kids. That song is the creepiest song I've ever heard in
that's
my fucking
awful,
life.
man.
Sure that
Have y'all never heard it? Chuck, you've had to hear Napalm Sticks to Kids.
I don't know.
The
Maybe.
song? Oh my fucking god. Oh, hold on, I'm having an autism moment.
I mean, the last music I listened to was Lawrence Welk.
All right, I'm having a squirrel moment.
Autism.
So we're gonna play some music because then I have to play the song. You'll see what I'm talking about.
We shoot the sick, the young, the lame. We do our best to kill and maim because the kills all count the same. Napalm sticks to kids. Flying low.
So this song was created by soldiers actually fighting in Vietnam. I think they got in some trouble for it.
Say that again.
Yeah, so that song was. I think
Geneva Convention.
Well, I think that song was from actual Vietnam veterans who were currently fighting in Vietnam. I think they got in trouble for it being a political statement. I'm not sure. So you've never heard that? It comes shit. It comes like they used to have a good upload, but for some reason you can't find it anymore.
Like everything else.
Yeah.
They want you to forget about it.
All this information you can't find no more.
Yeah, they want you to forget about it. They rewrite history.
Right. Yeah, forget about it.
Forget about it.
The Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI, Secret Service, everybody's on the scene doing their job. I know that the police chief is going to give an update from the scene as soon as we're finished here, and I obviously will lead the details of what they have learned to him. But in the meantime,
notice Patel's mouth
in this room for the courage.
Oh yeah, Patel looks both pissed off and scared at the same time.
He's squeezing his thoughts back.
Thank you, General. Thank you, Mr. President. The President's absolutely right. You saw the best resolve of American law enforcement because you, Mr. President, inspire them 24/7, 365. You give them the resources that they need, and they know that you have their back.
Can you suck any harder?
That's why you saw brave Secret Service agents respond immediately, swiftly,
Oh, he's Indian, so no.
and safeguard the lives of thousands of individuals at that hotel. Thanks to our interagency partnership with.
Why does this guy remind me of Marte?
Because he's short.
Skin tone, way he talks. He's probably done corn back in the day.
So wait, you've actually heard the Napalm Sticks to Kids song, Uncle Guns?
Cadence, that's awesome.
Oh man, did those? Hypothetically speaking, if some units use it as a cadence, did they get in trouble for it?
Department of Homeland Security and the Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI was rapidly.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say probably only if the big boys heard them, but if they were just doing it local, they wouldn't have gotten in trouble probably.
Well, I know there's some soldiers now that after the Epstein files, like referred to defending the Epstein class, and they got in trouble for that when they were talking about Iran, like going over to Iran.
Deployed onto the scene, took over the evidence response unit, is examining all the ballistics that were found on scene to include the long gun.
Uncle Guns got me beat. You got a lot more time than I do.
Now notice the guy to Patel's right. If the image isn't flashed, he's holding his own hand.
The shell casings. We are conducting witness interviews as we speak. You will hear from our team on the scene.
When you said Patel's right, I immediately looked over to Trump because Trump is at my right of Patel. That's how self-centered I am.
Yeah. Well,
There
you
with
never
the mayor
know
and the head of the FBI.
Well, I guess the writing's correct, so it's probably his right.
field division there. But please know what the Attorney General has just said rings no truer. You saw the very best of America tonight. The very best unite us at a time of uncertainty because we have leadership here with the President, Vice President, the best law enforcement, and the men and women that I shook their hands on the scene today could not have been prouder to show up on scene. And as the Attorney General said, make no mistake, we have conducted witness interviews.
So
If you have any information,
whatsoever
related to this event, 1-800-500-500, call FBI. No piece of information is too small. No piece of information is inadequate. We will evaluate it all. We will also be conducting interviews of those that were there. And if any of those individuals have information, please come forward to law enforcement or the FBI or the Metropolitan Police Department. We will be examining this individual's background thoroughly. That process has already started, and we are going to ensure that he was either a lone wolf
I hate Cash Patel so much, man. I just.
Well, I did get an answer back from Trump.
What did he say, Chuck? What did he say?
Let me see if I can. I'll have to get on my other machine. I'll have to do it tomorrow. But
that Cash is smacking Trump right in the head. I like it.
He told me not to worry, that he wasn't going to let the United States be ashamed of itself and lose the war. Basically.
Chuck, do you know the Yellowbird cadence? That's from Uncle Guns and chat.
Oh, yellow bird in the windowsill. I learned even. Yeah, I know that one. And then you smashed his fucking head.
Oh, Lord, that's crazy.
Anyone else that was responsible, we will analyze all evidence immediately to make sure that we safeguard this country. Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, thank you for your leadership. Attorney General and Homeland Secretary Merlin, thank you for your partnership in law enforcement.
Thank you. Okay, we'll do a couple and then we go to the chair. Madam Chair. Oh, I just want to say you did a fantastic job. What a beautiful evening, and we're going to reschedule. After that, it's very tough for her to ask a killer question, right? But you have done a fantastic job.
I gave him a dose of the clap.
As you mentioned, it all happened so quickly. And I wonder, especially because unfortunately you have experience with these sorts of threats, in that moment when you realized there was a threat and service agents were telling us to get down, can you describe what was going through your mind, how you were feeling in that moment?
That's a very good question, actually. It's always shocking when something like this.
Oh, did y'all see the guy leaning beside the first lady with a card in his hand? He was doing a trick for the audience and the people. They try to compare that to Charlie Kirk's person holding a card. Like,
oh my God! Please.
Yeah.
What is wrong with people?
And that never changes.
I don't.
In fact, we're sitting right next to each other. First lady, am I right? And I heard a noise and sort of thought it was a tray. I thought it was a tray going down. I've heard that many times, and it was a pretty loud noise. And it was from quite far away. He hadn't reached the area at all. They really got him. But so it was quite far away, but it was a gun. And some people really understood that.
Is that you, Jamie?
Nah, it's the gingerbread man.
Oh,
you missed all of the Russia talk.
I got dinner coming. I'll be in chat.
Russia.
Uh-oh.
Why did he leave?
Because
he's got dinner coming.
You smell funny.
I smell like a queer.
Oh, you said that, not me. Oh.
Quickly, other people didn't. I was watching to see what was happening. Probably should have gone down even faster. Melania was.
What does a queer smell like?
I think she knew immediately what happened. She was
usually something
magnolia and vanilla.
And
magnolia and vanilla.
Other people.
Yeah,
oh, that's OG's favorite flavors. That explains a lot.
How do you know this, David?
Listen to David White talk. Yeah, listen to him talk. He does field research.
Now, first off, Chuck, I'm gonna put you in the hot seat. How the fuck do you know that vanilla is one of my favorite scents? I like sandalwood and vanilla.
Well,
how do you know?
Queer.
Because when you was getting in the bath the other night, you told me.
Wait a minute. All right, stop. Don't say no. Don't even finish that. No, we're good. We're good on that, Keith.
Don't ask questions you want answers to.
Bro, I just don't want to get fucking raped by an old man from what's on stream.
Hey, I got a question for you, Orthodox. Are you aware of the reprobate doctrine?
No.
Yes.
Chuck, you're aware of this?
If it was what I'm thinking of, fill me in.
Like, I have a lot of religious talks and spiritual talks with a lot of different people, and I've talked to a couple of people who've had like ideology like this, but I wasn't really aware that there was like a whole fucking doctrine about it. It kind of blew my mind, but I've been talking to this dude, and we were having a conversation just now about the reprobate doctrine, and he's like, "Well, you're gonna burn in hell because you're queer." And I was just like, so let me get this straight. Where do you get this from? He's like, well, it talks about it in the Old Testament, and he said it talks about it in Romans too. I was like, okay, did you read all of Romans? He's like, yeah. I was like, okay. Did you read the 6 other things that dude mentioned in Romans, that Paul mentioned in Romans when he was talking about shit that was included in the reprobate doctrine? Because like I don't know the whole thing of reprobate doctrine, but I know the gist of it. And their main thing is to kind of scale sin. And I think that it's hilarious when people try and scale sin because it's literally.
Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about.
It's a total fucking non-starter for anyone who's read the Bible, because you realize that all sin is the same, as fucked up as that is.
Sin,
to say.
no sin. No sin.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Go ahead, David. Finish that thought.
That's what I was gonna say. No sin shall enter the gates. So it don't matter if you didn't put your fucking seatbelt on, or if you was Granddaddy Napalm over here. No sin shall enter.
My Uncle Gun says my favorite scents are gunpowder and Asian gilf shame.
But I just thought that this was like the funniest thing, because like this guy, he's drunk as a fucking stick, talking about slapping women. Yeah, of course. So he talks all this shit, and it just blows my mind that someone who is literally drunk online 24 hours a day, 7 days a week is going to tell me I'm not going to heaven. Right. And I like tried to explain this to him like very nonchalantly and kind of like a build up so I didn't hurt his fifis. But like he seems to really believe that he's going to heaven and I'm burning in hell. And I just thought that was the cutest thing.
Where's he at? Yeah. I have to go bully him for this.
Oh, he's over on his panel. I think that it's hilarious.
Because like, so being a reprobate in from what I understand, because once you started explaining it, because I didn't know if he was talking about a military thing or from the Bible or what, but from my understanding, there are several sins that, and in the Bible, it doesn't scale them. It just tells you there are several sins that are very difficult to break free from. And if you don't attempt to break free from them, or you convert to Christianity and you keep backsliding because of these sins, that eventually you'll be given over to a reprobate mind. And it's not that you're not allowed to come back, it's that you literally can't.
You can't, yep.
So like, and then this gets a lot of questions. Do I think, I get asked a lot when I talk about, do I think gay people or bisexual people can be Christian, which that comes from the reprobate doctrine, right? And the answer is in the context. It depends on what sect you're going by or whatever. But no matter what my answer is to that, right? It's literally the same thing as being an alcoholic, because you give into that.
It's the same
sins.
It's the same fucking thing.
didn't suck no
gluttony.
Yeah, but you're still committing a sin.
It's lust.
I know.
It's one of the 7 deadly sins based in lust. But the thing that I'm getting at, and like us as humans, I don't think we'll ever be able to like sift through this 100%, because if we did, we'd be God. Mm-hmm. So if you try and analyze sin, it all represents the same thing. Okay, it all stems from the same thing. It all stems from just being human. Period. It's a natural occurrence. And what sin does is it teaches us. And like people in let's say our reality, okay, some people learn from experience of like doing it, and some people learn from experience of like outside observer. So some sin we won't do because we just won't do it, because we've observed enough and we have enough data to go off of to say that I will never do this, and they don't do it. Then other sin, people have a predisposition to, or people have a circumstance to, or whatever you want to call it.
Addiction.
But addiction, like it's one of
No,
a lot of things.
conviction.
And when we, yeah, conviction, like there's a lot of different things that can be said, but there's no way that someone's going to tell me that a murderer will enter the kingdom of heaven and a cocksucker won't. There's no way you're going to fucking sit here and tell me that. If you're going to go by a reprobate fucking doctrine and you're going to tell me that cocksucking is above murdering, you are shit to bed, smoking crack, methed up, crazy.
I think drunkenness is a version of gluttony. Gluttony, I don't think, is just based on food or how much food you eat. I think if you're drunk,
No, it's not.
you've
Yeah, you're right.
gluttonized alcohol. No.
Yes, absolutely. And you're wasting one of the most precious things that God ever gave you, which was life.
Yeah.
You're literally wasting your life.
Well, that's the reason I drank so much, was so other people didn't have to drink. You know, if I figured if I drank it all, they couldn't get to it.
You're just going to take it all on yourself, huh? You're going to be a fucking martyr.
There you go.
That's crazy.
That didn't work out too well, though, for some reason.
No, I usually don't.
You know, OG, you still here? I didn't think so.
Talk to me, Chuck. I'm here.
What's up, big boy? No, he had said something on an early. Oh, we got an echo somewhere.
Hold on.
Testing. Yep, it was Jamie. But he had said something on an earlier show, and I had pondered it between shows, and I was just going to discuss it with him. See what his line of thinking was.
He said he'll stop. Where'd Jamie go?
He had an echo. He'll be back.
Oh.
Yeah, he started echoing real bad.
I do want to talk to him about this because the reprobate doctrine, like, it's not something to be used as a cudgel over somebody's head just because they're gay.
That's what it's used for, though, for various sins.
It's exclusive. Well, it's exclusively used against gay people because, like, I've been told by Christians all my life that being gay is the worst sin you can commit because God calls it an abomination. And I'm like, God calls it an abomination, but he never calls it a sin.
He doesn't call it the worst sin either.
No.
Not
so
what I've
if
read.
somebody tells you you're going to hell, their feet's probably going to be on fire before yours. That's not, we don't have that authority, first of all, to judge. I mean, now you can condemn, you know, be like, or not condemn, but you can, you know, what you're doing is not right. But to tell somebody straight up that they're going to hell, you've lost the plot, man.
That in of itself is a sin.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's blasphemy. When you take away another's faith and hope in the Lord, it's blasphemy to commit them to eternal hell.
That's awful, dude. I knew that at a young age. That was just the worst thing you could. Yeah.
That's why it's try not to judge. Like, try not to judge other people. That's the whole fucking point of it. Is because if you do, you'll take it wholesale and you'll try and commit people to certain belief structures and remove their faith by doing so.
Yeah, but it never tells us not to judge either, though. Like, we have to have some discernment.
Discernment and assessment is totally different than condemning someone via judging.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, right? Judge not yet they be judged is not telling you don't judge people because it's bad. It's judge people fairly. Judge people for a reason. Judge people for something that needs to be corrected, not just petty, trivial things, because if you do that, it'll eventually happen to you.
Well, so, you know what one thing is, and I've done quite a bit of, like, meditation on this and quite a bit of talks with a lot of people throughout my life. So when it's talked about in Romans, about the couple of different things that Paul says, he talks about, you know, whores, he talks about liars, he talks about cheaters, thieves,
murderers, my kind of people.
burning in hell. And it's like, okay, but you're going to talk with this authority, and supposedly you're talking with the authority of God via Jesus Christ as well. And if that's the case, you're kind of defying what he did when he paid the tab. So if you're defying what he did when he paid the tab, and you're saying that we're still partially under the law, that kind of doesn't jive well with me. Because
It's
it kind
sitting
of makes
all
me
over
know that
the
you're full of
crucifix.
shit.
Well, no, well,
Yeah.
hold on.
Exactly.
Here's the thing, right? Here's the way I see it. We still live under the law. Jesus didn't come to change the law. That's where we get our morality from.
Correct.
But we
under
live,
it, but we're not bound to it.
Well, that's the thing. We don't have to execute people for being gay, for bestiality, for wearing fucking the weird fucking rule of like the different fabrics. We don't have to execute. We don't have to punish those people. We live by the grace of Christ. We're supposed to lecture and be annoying to those people so that they find their way. We're not supposed to condemn them to hell, right? Our society is still supposed to act like we have the morality of the old law. We're just not supposed to fucking act with old law punishments as a society. So it's weird to me that people don't grasp that.
I got a question I want to ask you too, OG.
Mm-hmm.
From some earlier on the show, I was in between show. I was sitting there and I said, "Self," I said, "What you think about this, Self? About what the man said?" And I had to think about it. And you said you left the show because of the individual that showed up. But is not the people that allows the individual to be there co-signing on that?
Oh, I'm glad you asked that. Correction to everybody. It was not on the Gospel of Bob's that he said that and people defended him. It was on Chaotic Truths that he said that and people defended him.
The kid beater.
So
I heard that story too.
About him getting fired from his job for fucking putting his hands on a minor?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I have zero respect for Chaotic Truth. He can go fuck
Yeah.
himself.
I stopped going over there because of that as well.
That's a shame, dude. He doesn't
in a
seem
way,
like
in a
that
way,
kind of
Chuck.
person.
In a way, Chuck, I did distance myself from the people who supported him.
So here's the thing, though, and I have to say this, like, honestly, I have to honestly talk about that situation because the way that it's portrayed is incorrect.
It's being laughed off too. Yeah.
Well, no, it's not. The situation and the severity of it, although it was wrong, it's wrong in any circumstance, but it wasn't told in full. And nobody knows the real story behind it. And being that I was in school at a time, and I've seen teachers beat the shit out of students, and I've seen teachers lose their fucking shit just like every normal person can.
Yeah.
I don't believe him to be an evil person. I think that he made a mistake. I don't think that he caused harm to the child that he did. I think that it was blown out of proportion possibly, but he won't even release the information of what had actually taken place.
It's sus.
Until that,
even more.
Yeah.
Which I mean,
Yeah.
a kid's involved, so he might have that as leverage to not put it out there. You know, well, there's so many names involved, and but
I
yeah,
think
it does
personally
make
there's
it.
an NDA. I think that there's an NDA, and I think that that's why he won't release it. Is
Well,
because
we
that was a
need to
part
go
of the
back
deal.
to. You remember Gomer Pyle saying, don't you? Shame,
Golly,
shame,
Andy.
shame, shame, shame.
Well, golly, Andy.
Chuck, in a roundabout way, without realizing it, I did distance myself from the people that supported him.
There you go. Okay.
Now, why they don't call him out for it over there, I don't know. But they're not mad at me for saying it. The Wolfpack's not mad at me, and he rides hard with them. Everybody's understanding. He's the only one that got upset about it, where he's like, it's not like I'll grab you and break your fucking teeth. I'm like, first off, bitch, I'm sitting here thinking in my head when I heard that, I'm like, bitch, if anybody touches me, I'm gonna introduce them to my associates, Smith and Wesson. All right, that's all I'm gonna say. Like, if
I
you
never
fuck
leave
with
home
me,
without them.
if you fuck with me without like me saying, okay, I will fight you, I'm not gonna fight you.
That's what That's what my trainer said. He said that out of all of the like MMA bullshit you could get into, he said that his trainers helped him take a man down with one finger, you know, and the joke led up to it being Smith and Wesson.
Yeah, but I'm not joking. If I don't know the fight's coming, I'm a whole bitch. I'll just own you. I ain't even gonna lie to you.
I'm sorry. you run up on me. Get up.
Well, here's the thing. It's a lot easier for me to get out of a situation if there's only one side to the story. And I'm not like I'm 37 years old. I'm not looking to get into a fight. First of all, like health wise, I don't really trust my bones these days, so like I'm easy to break a bone and that shit gets expensive. On top of that, I have stuff to lose these days. Like, a lawsuit would really fuck me up financially. So if I shoot a motherfucker, I'm probably not going to owe a debt.
Dead man tells no tales.
All I'm saying, I'm a whole bitch about it. Don't run up on me.
Dead man tell no tales.
Well, they filed no lawsuits either. And if your family files a lawsuit, well, I'll fight them. But I'm not fighting a lawsuit with you. So, yeah. Anyways, I just thought that I'd bring that to you guys' attention, get your 2 cents on the matter.
And that's the thing. I don't believe that people should enforce, not even enforce, they shouldn't say stupid shit and judge people for the way they live. But
especially if drunk in the face. Especially if drunk.
That is especially.
Are you referring to me, David Wayne?
No. Are you drunk?
Last time I checked,
are you being judgmental and drunk? If so, call 1-800 the Dangler and cry about it.
Believe the Dangler.
The Dangler. Like this joke. I have no punchline for it. I'm gonna leave it dangling.
I can't find this black comedian that I watch on Facebook where he's talking about when they run up on you in the hood and dude's like, I bench press 400, 500 pounds. He just goes, doo-doo-doo. And the dude's like, what you gonna do now benching all that way? You got practice. You gonna have a real easy time pushing up daisies. And I'm just like, I resonate with that so much. I pressed the wrong button. Goddamn.
I was wondering what was happening.
Secret Service and the police, all of the law enforcement, I thought it was really good. So it was very quick. There wasn't a lot of time to be thinking because it was a matter of seconds before we were out the door and gone into an area. We very much, and you wanted to too, we very much wanted to continue it because I don't like to let these sick people, these thugs, these horrible people change the fabric of our life, change the course of what we do. So we held out. You were there. We held out right to the end. They didn't want to take a chance, and I understand there was protocol. But
that guy's a thug
within the next 30 days or sooner, and I am ready, willing, and able. And I was all set to really rip it. And I said to my people, this would be the most inappropriate speech ever made if I said it. So I'll have to save it. I don't know if I could ever be as rough as I was going to be tonight. I think I'm going to be probably very nice. I'll be very boring the next time, but we're going to have a great event. And you did a fantastic job. Thank you very much. Peter, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. There's a report in the New York Post that this assailant assembled his weapon somewhere on site at the hotel.
Oh, my God. Dude.
And I asked him.
He was in a hotel.
This keeps happening.
Jesus Christ.
Well, I've studied assassinations, and I must tell you, the most impactful people, the people that do the most, you take a look at the people, Abraham Lincoln, I mean, you go through the people that have gone through this where they got them, but the people that do the most, the people that make the biggest impact, they're the ones that they go after. They don't go after the ones that don't do much because they like it that way. And when you look at the people that have either, whether it was an attempt or a successful attempt, they're very impactful people. Just take a look at the names there, the big names. And I hate to say I'm honored by that, but I've done a lot. We've done a lot. We've taken this country, and we were a laughingstock for years, and now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We've changed this country, and there are a lot of people that are not happy about that. So I think that's the answer, Peter.
And Captain Butler, your team for a while rethought outdoor events.
Yeah.
Do you think that you now need to rethink indoor?
Well, but then you just don't do events. No, I can't do that. I have to. It is what it is. We have to do it. The room was very, very secure. He charged from 50 yards away, so he was very far away from the room.
And what do you think when you saw the video of how fast he was running?
He was moving. He was really moving, and the reaction time was great. Boy, those guys, they had their guns drawn literally, by the time he was there, they were shooting. They were. I thought they were very impressive. And if I didn't, I'd let you know. I'm not going to.
It would have gotten further if
No,
he
I thought
would
they
have
were very
just
impressive.
slowly walked on in there, like at the same pace the entire crowd was moving.
Well, he was carrying a long gun, though.
Didn't he go through the front
AR.
door? Didn't he come through the front door of the hotel?
I don't know. One story said he was a guest at the hotel. Another story said he came in off the street. I don't know what the truth is.
The video I
People
watched,
really hate
of course,
Trump.
they've already broke down the lobby video. But you see a door come into view like as it was opened, and that's where he come running out. And the person said that was the front door, but that's leaning on them knowing exactly where the fuck the front door was.
I don't know, man. This shit is crazy. The amount of political violence that is starting to go on.
Thank you, President Trump. Thank you for updating us on the suspect earlier. Were you aware of any threats? Was your team aware of any threats beforehand? And do you believe you were the target of this tonight?
I guess. I mean, these people they're crazy. They're crazy, and you
I
never
guess.
know. It was very far away from me. I had to go through a lot. We had resources all over. We had resources sitting at tables, literally in disguise, sitting maybe at your table. So we had people all over the room. So he had a long way to go. That was really first line of defense, and they got him. And they really, they acted incredibly. No, we've had no. There was no notification. We had no idea. Go ahead.
Do you know any political motivations from this?
Well, you never know. No, we'll be able to tell you that maybe by tomorrow or the next day. He's in custody, and
I don't know where to get the video for the lobby and shit.
California, and they're over there, so they'll be able to tell you. Thank you, Caitlin.
Dennison, do you know where a copy of that video is?
Or was he wearing anything?
Which video?
The one where the shooters in the lobby. The one where the shooters in the lobby.
Where he ran through.
Yeah, where he ran through.
Did Flo played on his show tonight?
I'm not sure. I stopped watching Flo.
Okay,
He did, but I thought we played it here though.
Not yet. I don't have a copy of it, and I don't know where to find it.
I was trying to figure out where I seen that footage, but it may have been on Flo's.
You sure you wasn't there, David?
Where were you at, David?
No comment.
A guy who looked pretty evil when he was down. They had him down. He was fighting hard. He was, in my opinion, a sick person. Who would do that but a sick person? But I think you're going to find everything about him. No reason to talk about it now. But tomorrow at this time, long before this
I'm
time,
just saying he had the good old-fashioned curly hair.
And I feel
that's all I'm saying.
No.
About U.S. Secret Service protection ability. We saw several of the detailees take minutes to be escorted out of the room.
No,
another transgender.
I mean, I'm the one.
No, it was natural genetic curly hair.
You don't have to complain for me. I would be complaining. I'd be up here right now saying they didn't do their job. Oh, believe me, because it's my life, and I want to live because I want to make this country great. That's why I want to live. But when you're impactful, they go after you. When you're not impactful, they leave you alone.
I just want to leave.
A couple more. Go ahead, please.
This shooting could be linked to war in Iran.
I don't think so.
Check backstage, see if that's what you're looking for.
Yes. Thank you, Dennison.
W. Dennison.
The best people in the world working on it, and we're going to know a lot. Please.
President, there's a lot. There's you as well as some of us who have covered Butler experienced another horrific day 2 years ago.
Yeah.
What felt similar? You had the first lady with you today. What felt different? And you have another 2+ years of office. Are you concerned about something like this happening?
Well, I can't be concerned. I can only get great people. They did the job, in my opinion, a much better job than Butler. Butler had one weak spot that we all know about. Somebody should have been up there. But even Butler, we had our sniper on our side within 4.2 seconds from a distance.
Is that you, brother man?
Yeah, it's me.
What's up, Exile? What's your thoughts? How long have you been watching?
Oh man, I seen something about it earlier. I ain't been paying attention to this shit. What is it? It's like the third, fourth attempt on him.
The Lord has him under his divine protection, brother.
Obviously so. I mean, the word says he appoints kings and leaders. So
Trump be dodging and weaving in bullets.
I mean, the Most High's got his hand over him for a reason.
Of about 400 yards, one shot and he was gone. And if he didn't know, he's David. His name was David. He looked over, and there was actually a tree that was somewhat in his way. You know the story very well. And he aimed, he fired. And if he didn't do that, beyond me, he would have had a lot more people killed. We lost one great person and 2 people very badly hurt. They're okay now. But,
Oh my God! Hey,
it was pretty amazing.
this is kind of off subject, but has anybody realized he's fell under the president curse? Every president that goes into office be having some color in their hair, and by the time they're done, their hair be white. His hair is white now.
They went over Obama. Obama aged 8 years in his first 2 years, his first term. He went white.
I was just
within the
saying,
first 2 years.
it took him a minute, but he finally fell under the president's curse.
I mean, fuck, bro. His hair probably got scared away. He's been shot at.
One
and
thing,
you know what? Our president is a felon, so he can't even keep the presidential peace on him, bro.
one thing about that first attempt on him that we know of is something that I probably couldn't. I've been downrange before. I was the one that made the marks on, where the lead landed. And that was wild enough. But to have that go by your ear, I couldn't imagine not talking about that everywhere I went.
Oh yeah. You're hearing it cut. You're hearing it cut through the wind. I mean, I've had shots come close enough to me. I can hear the whistle, but just imagine that whistle being right next to your ear. Oh man,
that's exactly what that shit sounds like.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's gotta rattle the eardrum being that close.
Yeah, there's concussion coming off of it and everything.
Actually less than you would think, because that whole myth of the 50 cal zooming past you taking off body parts.
Yeah,
there's less than you think. It's actually primarily at the tip of the bullet, and it sounds like that's the closest I can think of it.
I mean, that's close. That's not quite the sound, but that's close.
Thank you for coming up, Jamie. You're welcome back. Like it's
man.
They did, but they did have that 1 weak spot, as you know. They should have had that covered. Tonight they had everything covered very quickly, and he was fast. He was running full.
Not everything.
Before they got any further, I was very far away. He hadn't anywhere close to breach the doors of the ballroom. The ballroom was sealed, and everybody in there. That's why once those doors opened, they didn't want to do tonight. If the doors weren't opened, we could have probably done it tonight. But I think we're much better off rescheduling. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, for you and perhaps law enforcement as well, what is the level of confidence that this was a lone actor, and has the suspect made any statements to police while in custody?
Yeah, I think it's just my profession. We have great professionals up here and outside that have been working with us. My impression is he was a lone wolf, whack job. These are crazy people. And they have to be dealt with. We had that in the second attempt, as you know, and he's spending life in prison. Because if you let him out, they'll probably, if he serves 10 years or 15 years, you let him out, he'll probably try it again with somebody else. They're sick people. We have a lot of sick people. But you're going to know.
Casper, do you want me to share that with the stream?
It's always the whack jobs.
I think very shortly you're going to know, Todd, a lot about him. You're going to know a lot about him. You got a couple of more. Yeah, please go ahead.
Are you concerned about political violence? This could be politically motivated.
All violence. I'm concerned about everything. But I can't be so concerned that you can't function. No, I'm here. It's a dangerous profession.
I got the video. Is that confirmed? Is that confirmed to be him though? So I don't want to show if it's not confirmed.
I think it's very dangerous. So if you take 1% and then take about 10% of 1%, just to break it down very easily, they die. So much less than 1%, 10% of 1%.
I thought Trump said he had a vest on too.
Well, I got a video of not a video, but the
image of him on the ground.
Yeah, and he looked awfully white. But this is a brown person that Casper sent me that they're saying the shooter is.
Dangerous. If you take about the same 10% of 1%, much less than 1%. But if you take presidents, it's 5.8%, and about 8% are shot at. So nobody told me this was such a dangerous profession. If Marco would have told me, maybe I wouldn't have run. Maybe I would have said, I'll take a pass. No, it's a dangerous profession, but I don't view it.
Bro ran out of
spite. It's part of the job. It is a dangerous profession.
Got 2 terms out of it.
If there's any profession that's more dangerous, but I love the country and I'm very proud. I'm very proud of the job we've done. You see what's happened. We have a great country. We've got, I think, the most successful, the hottest country anywhere in the world. This happened over a period of just a year.
Who's
And we're gonna do great
successful?
things,
The
but
rich
with that
people?
come risks. There's no question about it. Yeah.
I mean, there's been so much political violence, not just aimed at yourself, but at other members of Congress, state house speakers, you name it. Is that just the cost of doing business? To do politics?
That's what I'm saying, David. Who's been successful? The rich people?
Yeah.
Like the fuck? Everybody I know is struggling.
Grinding.
Where y'all been? Only the rich people matter.
Great violence with all countries. I was talking to somebody from another country today, and they have numerous assassinations of political figures all over the world. You look at South America, it's like some of the numbers are just horrific. It's dangerous. It's dangerous stuff, whether it's here or someplace else. No country is immune. No country. Good question.
All right, give me 1 second, guys. I gotta go grab
Probably
something.
if I decided to
I'm gonna let the video play.
not do much, if I let everybody rip us off and take advantage of us. Look, we're leading the world in trade now. We're leading the world in the military. We're the greatest military in the world. I rebuilt it in my first term, and now we use it because we have no choice. We can't let, as an example, Iran, we can't let them get a nuclear weapon. Everything will be peanuts compared to that if they ever were given a nuclear weapon, and they'd use it too. Marco and I were talking about it today. They would use it without even hesitation. We can't do that. It was a shame. I said, oh boy, look at the numbers. We just broke 50,000 in the Dow. We just broke 7,000 in the S&P. They said we couldn't do it in 7 years, 5 years, 4 years. They were saying maybe in 5 or 6 years. And we did it in 1 year. And I called everybody together. I called all of these people and others, and I said, we have to take a little journey. I say to do this. We just had the great number. We just broke 50,000. Wasn't supposed to happen during my term. Wasn't reachable. We did it in 1 year. And I said, we're going to have to make a journey to Iran. They're going to have a nuclear weapon if we don't do it. We had the B-2 bombers take them out. I terminated in the first term the Obama agreement, the Iran nuclear agreement, which was a disaster. That was a road to a nuclear weapon. They would have used it. They would have used it 100%. So, when you do things like that, you become a target. If I wasn't doing that, I guess I'd be a lot less of a target. But I'm honored to be. Okay, one more question. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. Did you know how the gun was brought into the hotel? And also, how does this event impact you as the leader of our country? Do you think it will change?
I like not to think about it. I lead a pretty normal life, considering it's a dangerous life. I think I handle it as well as it can be handled. I think a lot of other people, you read stories where they become basket cases. To be honest with you, I'm not a basket case. I really take it as it is. I do it for the country. I'm not doing it for any other reason. I have a first lady who's doing a terrific job. She loves the country, and she recognizes it better than anybody. She's told me numerous times. She said, "You are in a dangerous job," but that goes along with her too. I mean, it's dangerous for her too. We sat there tonight. We heard that noise, and it was either a tray or a bullet. I was hoping it was a tray, but it wasn't. And again, we had some very brave people doing a great job, so we're very proud of them and happy with them. I just want to thank everybody. They will be able to give you all that information as to the names and everything else. I think we released the names already. Most of you would have it. But
Chuck, did your president put you to sleep?
Tuxedos and beautiful dresses.
No.
It was a little different evening than we thought, but we're going to do it again, and we have a great
Who the
chairman
hell
who
is
we're
snoring?
proud of, and we have to make it better. We'll make it safer, I guess, right? But we're going to make it even better. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Well, honey, would you want to say something? But it's a little bit distorted. Leave that. And you take a look at what's.
Did Chuck just drop?
Yeah, I think Truck dropped. I'll give him a few minutes to come back up here.
I don't know. I think I heard him snoring. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think he finally went off to bed. But nope, there he is. Welcome back, Chuckster. Old man.
You just don't like me tonight.
Hell, I don't like you any night. You always making gay jokes and shit about me, making me cry, hurt my feelings and shit.
Oh, your foot PP got hurt? I'm sorry.
I don't like you because you still haven't sent my best friend Hurricane Pearl a dick pic.
That's it. That's where all the fascination's at. You gotta leave them wondering. You gotta be like, what do they call that? A cock tease, a prick tease.
Snow sent me Chuck's dick pic.
Yeah, I don't appreciate you doing my boy like that.
I'm just saying. Shit, Snow sent me your dick pic, Chuck, and I was like, "Ew, what the fuck?" It was funny.
It was awesome, wasn't it?
Yeah. It was the little dick man with the arms and legs. You should send it to Hurricane Pharaoh. They might dick is
Angry,
sinky as fuck, boy.
Angry Bird said he sent you the image on Discord.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I'm just making me something real quick. Hold it down.
What happened to David Wayne? He left too, huh?
Yeah, I didn't even see him go though, Chuck. And Dennison must be doing something in the background.
He says he's researching. He's doing research.
Yeah, I know he's doing something. Been around him long enough to know when he goes silent like that.
You know, Dennison always plotting.
No, I believe he already has the plot plotted out when you think he's plotting.
Here's the video. The lobby.
It looks like you checked it twice.
Lieutenant Hudson, you monitoring this area?
Here, Joe. Shall I post it as soon as he passed down that?
18.
Bruh, he's zooming.
Lieutenant Hudson, you monitoring this area?
He is though, but he got shot down though, huh?
That boy Naruto running.
Shall I post it as soon as he passed down that?
18.
Yeah, he was huffing it.
Yeah, that's the handler said. He just went by. It looks like you checked it twice. Hey.
So that's what happened, right? They gunned his ass down.
That's what CNN said, but in this photo, Flo showed this photo. Right?
Oh, he ain't dead, yeah.
He ain't dead. Why is he naked, though?
That's what I was just getting ready to ask myself.
One of y'all gonna get sent a dick pic according to chat.
Please don't.
Oh,
This is
Randy's
what
got my
Casper.
picture.
This is what Casper sent me, and this is what they are saying. I don't know if this is true. Right? I don't know if this is true. God soldier, I see you. Let me finish reading this. I don't know if this is true. Again, YouTube. I don't know if this is true, but this is what people are claiming. And the White House Correspondents' Center shooter was armed with a shotgun, handgun, and multiple knives, according to the D.C. Police Chief, Jeffrey Carell. The shooter was identified as 31-year-old teacher Cole Allen from Torrance, California. The suspect emerged with a makeshift room near the entrance where there was no security, near where bar carts were stored, according to the New York Post. He was in that room. He grabbed it out of a bag or something. The weapon was long and didn't look like a typical gun. A witness who was a volunteer at the event told the Post. It was reportedly believed that Allen was a guest at the Hilton Hotel where the dinner took place. Again, I don't know if that's actually him or what, but that's what people are saying. Welcome to the show, God Soldier. What's up?
What up? What up? How y'all doing? Y'all hear me?
Yeah, I'm doing well. How about you?
Yep, just chilling, man.
How intoxicated are you tonight, brother?
Hell, I'm not really intoxicated at all, even though I've been drinking lots of beers.
Okay, so you're not gonna get to cussing out people, calling them
No, I ain't gonna
names,
cuss
making
out
up
people today.
narratives and shit.
Yeah, I ain't gonna
Okay.
cuss nobody out today. I wasn't gonna hit
All
no
right.
panels today. I was just chilling today. But Orthodox told me to come up, so here I
All
go.
right. So, what do you think about this Trump attempt again?
Yeah, I don't really I ain't really put too much thought into it at all, man. Be honest. What about you guys? What y'all think?
You know what? For comedy's sake, I think if it would have been a white man, he wouldn't have got shot to death. They would have had him in custody.
Did the guy die? Is he dead?
Probably. I just watched the motherfuckers let fucking rounds off at his ass and then holster their weapon. I'm assuming he's dead.
They said he's alive. They said he's alive.
Oh, he's alive?
I thought he was alive too. That's what I thought.
He's got bullets in him, that's for sure.
He looked like alive on that picture when they showed that video, or they showed a picture of him laying down, like with his face shown.
Yeah, like I said, I ain't really seen shit. I heard about it.
You get real cooperative with 9mm running through your ass.
With hot lead in you.
So what's up, OG man? Why'd you invite the soldier up to your channel, man?
Hold on, I'm chewing something.
Yeah, this better be a display of your Christianity. God damn it.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, why you bullying people about the reprobate doctrine, brother?
I'm not bullying nobody.
I'm just saying, you
I'm
know.
not bullying nobody, man.
I'm a nicer guy than most of you guys until you piss me off. So, you know, if I'm a nicer guy, I got that plank removed from my eye. So I could tell you about that.
I ain't trying to bully nobody, man. So sometimes maybe when we're intoxicated.
Neither one of y'all want to play the scripture game with me.
Man, you on your Hebrew Israelite too.
Yeah, I've been taught from them as well as rabbis, as well as Catholics, as well as Baptists. I've been taught by quite a few.
Well, you should have just listened to the Baptists and dropped all the rest.
No, not really. The name is good, but the overall history, the beginning history, ain't so great, bro.
What? They're just... I think the Baptists are basically the true Christians that follow the right way. That's why they're called
Casper
Baptists.
said, I'm a nice guy. You are a lot of things, good and bad. Nice guy, you are not exiled.
You got different sects of Baptists.
There is, yes, absolutely. I only call myself a Baptist because, I mean, that just makes it, you know, it's, you know, I mean, basically, once saved, always saved. I believe in easy.
No, I'm definitely a nice guy, Casper. I'm one of the few guys that always let your ass slide.
You know,
I like the way you piss these others off. Plus, I like your little rants and rages. I just, you know, I'm a little bit dead inside. You know, I don't understand some of y'all emotions and emotional triggers.
Well, mainly,
but your emotions and emotional triggers ain't a me problem, Casper. That's a you problem.
Oh, I thought you said.
Nah, just talking to the homie Casper.
I got you. I understand. But no, I rock with everybody, man. I got no problem with nobody. You know what I'm saying? I mainly just come on panels just to fucking have fun and just engage with people, talk shit like everybody else does. You know what I'm saying? It's nothing serious.
Yeah, I know, bro. But when you get intoxicated, you pull out a little bit of the inner rage that you probably more than likely have for yourself and just don't discuss with the world, which I don't blame you. I wouldn't discuss with social media those emotions either.
Well, you know, it's possible that that's in me, but you know what I'm saying? Normally I don't go through life being angry.
No, but the shit that you suppress definitely comes out when you're fully intoxicated like that.
That's probably true. But you know, like normal, I think I'm like probably like a normal guy. So you don't like, I don't think about nothing really. I don't think about nothing like, oh, you're suppressing something. I wouldn't know what I'm suppressing type shit.
Do you think you owe some of the people that you ranted at last time at Dusty's an apology, like especially the ladies?
Well, sure. You know what I mean? But they come at me a lot too. But I'm not here to.
I mean, I think that's awesome though, bro. No. That's enough said. That shows Christian values there because that was the beginning of this discussion. Because I think it would be necessary for you guys to be able to move forward and the pettiness to stop on both sides.
Yeah, I don't want to argue with women, man. I really don't, dude. It's not my thing. And yeah, I go too. You know what I mean? Yeah, I wind up engaging and do the most. And of course, to the ladies, and to Dusty and everybody, you know what I mean? I'm sorry for my behavior at times, you know what I'm saying? And a lot of it is it's, you know what I'm saying? It's just, yeah, it's just, I'm brand new, number one. I'm brand new. You know what I'm saying? So you're gonna, why? Because you're brand new. It's like you're the target, which I made myself the target by going on people's panels when I don't know nobody.
Yo, Casper, that last comment, hold on. That last comment, I don't understand, bro. It'd probably be better to understand you if you hit the link, bro. But go ahead, God Soldier.
Yeah. I think you know what I'm saying. You know what I mean? I'm brand new. So I feel like there's extra shit upon me. And just probably trying to be funny, trying to do the most, you know what I mean? And it's shit. And sometimes the shit don't go right. And then not only that, man, I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I don't even remember. I mean, yeah, do I remember talking to Beth and Beth being mean and Dusty like putting me up with one picture and another picture? I remember that, but do I remember what was said? Absolutely not. Do I remember what I said? No, I don't remember any.
But you do know you was being an ass and a dick, though, right?
Of course.
Yeah.
I mean, if you said it, if you say I was being a dick and an ass, I believe you.
Yeah, and apology just for doing so and acknowledging that that was going on would be more than enough, probably. More than likely.
Yeah, if they're listening, my apologies, you know what I'm saying?
But if it's repetitive behavior, you need to work on that possibly.
I get you.
But yeah, being a new streamer, everybody fucks up, bro. I mean, the amount of patience I had to have when I came back to YouTube and all these COVID people started flooding in, man, it was ridiculous.
Yeah. And a lot of times, man, so I've had this behavior on the internet before, but it's just into an isolated area. Like you guys don't even know the channels that I came from, you know what I mean? Which is only like at the time. I mean, there's only like one and they don't hardly ever go live at all ever anyways. And that's where it all started off. And then they all kind of like died out. So I was getting bored and I'm like, man, let's figure out something else to do.
Well, what place was that? Because I might know.
It's called the Dante Show Network. He goes.
I've heard about it. I never went over there at all.
And that's where it all started. And a lot of people they watch me because I'll snap off like I do. You know what I mean? That's what they're wanting to see. Not that I'm meaning to do it, but you drink enough beers, drink enough whiskey, you're going to be doing it.
It is exploding, violence flaring, bullets loading. You're old enough to kill, but not for voting. You don't believe in war, but what's that gun you're toting? And even the Jordan River has bodies floating, but you tell me over and over and over again, my friend. You don't believe we're on the eve of destruction. Don't you understand what I'm trying to say? Can't you feel the fears I'm feeling today. If the button is pushed, there's no running away. There'll be no one to save with the world in a grave. Take a look around you, boy. It's bound to scare you, boy, and you.
I fucking love this song, man. I ain't even gonna lie to you.
No doubt. No doubt.
Running Through the Jungle, that song. Oh man, I used to love driving at night down the dirt road in my pickup truck with that shit blaring.
Yeah, I love that running through the jungle too, bro.
Running through the
I want to know. I want to hear about this grading system for sins. Curious how that works.
Yeah, that's what I want to talk to you about. What is the grading system for sins?
Now, what do you mean the grading?
Cash, bro, I don't know if you're talking about Dusty gave me more grace than others. That's probably because I'm a fellow Kansas Citian and he's used to personalities like mine.
No, I'm not a Catholic. So this is the thing. So I guess you guys were watching tonight on my channel for a minute, maybe then. This is the thing, man. So I believe God's a logical person. All right. So stealing a pencil.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I would agree with that.
Stealing a pencil, killing somebody is two different things. You know what I mean? They're not the same. Just like Jesus told Pontius Pilate, because Pontius was like, "Do you not know I can like basically free you right now?" And Jesus like, "Yo, those who delivered me unto you have the greater sin." So I believe there's going to be different punishments in hell for different people. Not everybody's going to have the same treatment in hell as one another.
Oh yeah, there's scripture that backs that. There's different levels to hell.
So
different things based on sin.
Can't be the same. Not all sins are dealt with equally. And so, not to go in on to, I mean, I will.
No, but the thing equal about the sin is all sin is punishable equally.
No,
not equal punishment, but it's all punishable.
They're all going to the same place. You're just not going to be dealt with the same harshness. Is what I'm trying to say. You know what I mean? Or they wouldn't.
The scripture never claims that, though.
Right. Well, that's it. All right. That's neither here nor there. You know what I mean? That's besides the point. Either way, Jesus said, "He that delivered me unto you have the greater sin." So some sins are greater than others. All right. And so that being said, so the sins I commit are normal. They come naturally. You know what I mean? There's other sins that are against nature, against God's design.
That's bullshit.
Those things are an abomination.
That's completely bullshit.
I mean, you can believe that. I mean,
all sins are sins. No sin is a greater sin.
Yes, there is. Okay, then why did Jesus tell Pilate that those that delivered him has the greater sin? Is Jesus a liar? Is Jesus lying?
That's not him. That's not him talking about a sin being greater. That's talking about fault.
No, I mean, see, that's the thing, dude. So people like me and others, we have different views of the scripture. You know what I mean?
Well,
I believe what it says, bro. If Jesus says somebody has
my buddy Opal, if you think you're better than somebody because your sin is slightly different, then that's fucking retarded.
I'm saying we sin differently, and the way I sin comes natural to people. Other people sin in a way that is not natural. It's against nature. It's against God's design.
And you still sin. You're both still sinners.
Well, this is what you don't understand. This is why you won't understand.
How can something be against God's design? That doesn't even make sense.
Okay. Two dogs, a female dog and a fucking girl fucking dog, when they fuck, they have fucking puppies. If two fucking male dogs fuck, they ain't having no puppies. So one's fucking with nature and the other one's against nature. What the fuck?
No, they're both natural.
You know what I'm saying?
God made gay dogs.
No, he didn't make gay dogs. Dogs are just, it was a bad fucking example. But either way, I don't give a fuck.
Dogs literally hump each other.
It wasn't a bad example at all.
God literally made everything.
I don't care. You guys can twist whatever words you want, and you guys can believe what you
Nobody's
want.
twisting.
I don't believe I'm better than anybody.
Fuck all.
You know what I'm saying? But the thing is, that, I mean, my beliefs is my beliefs, and y'all can believe what you want to believe, and I believe my way.
Yeah, bro. But like, okay, God soldier, there's a such thing as called doing precepts, where you compare scripture against other scripture. And what you're doing right now, brother, is honestly doing what the Bible preaches against doing.
I don't believe so, man. You know what I mean? I can't sit here and give a whole fucking sermon.
Is that you, brother man?
Yep, you already know.
Yo,
what it do, Marathon Kev?
Man, I was Kev, I was over in the Aboriginal section hanging with the Abos and the motherfucking Pan-Africans, and one of the Pan-Africans brought you up, bro. I didn't know you kick it with some of the Pan-Africans.
That's crazy. I actually don't. I don't know how them niggas got a hold of me. I be trying to curb them niggas, to be honest. That's crazy. Just to
Them
keep it a buck.
motherfucker like your shit, though.
All right. God bless them, you know?
That's what's yeah. I told her, I said I'd be kicking it with Kevin over at Dusty's and shit, bro. You're a cool dude.
Yeah, type shit. About
Shit, what you up to, Kevin?
Nah, just chilling. You know, I had to pop
Shit,
up.
I was about to pull through. I was I thought you was gonna be streaming.
Nah, like 2 hours I'm out of there, Jack, you know? Yeah.
Shit, sometimes your ass be streaming for a long time.
Yeah, with the panel shit for sure. You know, if I'm on the StreamYards for sure. If I'm on OBS and I'm chilling, you know, I'm like 2 hours, I'm out. Yeah.
Fair enough. I didn't know if he was on StreamYards or OBS.
Yeah.
But no,
yeah.
What do you think
What
about
y'all
this?
talking about? Mhm.
So there was an argument, and then I was given some information to go review, and I reviewed it, and I didn't understand it. So then I brought Dennis and Chuck and Casper up to review it. I'm still at the same place I am, but I understand the other person's point more and why they think what they think. So I feel like it was overall productive. And then we got talking about the Trump stuff and the potential shooter in that. What do you think about the Trump stuff? Because I don't feel like recapping that 45-minute.
I didn't see too much about it. You know, it interrupted the Timberwolves playoff game, so I caught that. But yeah, I don't know. I think it was kind of retarded to have. I don't understand how you have a correspondence dinner with the president there and have like such lackluster security. That don't make no sense to me, you know. Yeah, I don't know too much. And it looked like they tried to
you know it ain't all staged. I mean, the dude got shot in his ear.
Well, let Kev pop off, and then you got it.
Yeah, I'm not mad about that. I'm not mad about like a possible conspiracy or whatever the case may be, because who the fuck knows realistically. But how did he get in there? You said he got shot in his ear. I didn't hear that. So that's like that's a cold ass wraparound for, you know, Trump getting shot in his ear. I don't know, man. That don't make no goddamn sense to me. Like, how the fuck did y'all let a nigga in with a couple guns? My bad.
That motherfucker came in there like a commando, bro. He had a shotgun, some handguns, and some knives.
Yeah. Like, I don't think he got shot in the ear, but he's still alive. Like, he got taken. I bet you they were sitting around the conspiracy table. Like, I bet you if we take this one alive, they won't question it. Now everybody still question it. Fail.
Yo, real quick, he remember the first time he tried to get assassinated. That's when he got shot in his ear. That wasn't this time. This is his third. This is like
first time he tried. I don't think he tried to get assassinated.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Yeah. I don't think that's how it works.
I don't think anybody wakes up and like, this is my plans for the day.
Yeah. My time to shine, nigga. I'm gonna get chipped today. Hell no.
I'm just saying, there's 3 attempts, man. That's not normal. You know what I mean?
No, it's not normal, but the nigga is not well liked amongst, you know, at least like 50% of the population.
And hella nations, bro.
Exactly, for sure.
Shit, didn't Iran put like $100,000 hit on him? I mean, that's crazy work for a president.
That's not enough money for the president.
Yeah, that's crazy work for a president.
And that's
Like,
cheap for Iran.
What you
Like,
doing,
that's cheap.
tired crackheads?
Well, somebody was going for the fucking $100,000, man.
What, they gonna put it on his books, bro? I'm gonna need at least 65 million in a year to plan.
Oh me, I need some. I need to, my family, like
Your
the
whole
next 3
life is
generations got to
ruined.
be taken care of. Like,
Yeah, your
what?
whole life is ruined. You
I'm gonna need one of them
done.
pretty,
You
I'm
cooked.
gonna need one of them short-haired, pretty Iranian bitches or Persian bitches. You know, the black
I'm
hair,
gonna
light
need.
skin ones with the pink
I'm
nipples.
gonna need
I'm gonna need one of
77 of them,
those.
OG.
Not tonight,
I'm gonna need one of those. I'm gonna need her to be pregnant with my kid, and I'm gonna need that
Hey.
kid to be taken care of forever.
Hey, you know that idiot that actually succeeds on a fucking president? They gonna keep him alive. They gonna torture him his entire life.
Like, how did you succeed in this? How did you make us fail? I don't like to fail. I hurt things when I fail. Type shit, bro. They gonna do some. Hold on. I got a clip for this. The laughs will continue in just a second. Oh, hold on. This is what they're gonna do to him. All right. This is what they're gonna do to him. Kev, do you know where I'm going with this?
Uncle Ruckus.
Nope. Close.
Steele's picked this guy up out of Kabul. His name is Omar Abdul Hassan Assad Abad Ali Shahid Muhammad. CIA guys couldn't get anything out of him. They said you were our best bet.
This is the guy right here that succeeds, right? This is the guy right here.
Damn near look like the motherfucker, to be honest.
That's what I'm saying.
You know who I am, don't you? So you know what I'm gonna do if you don't tell me what I
That's
need to.
Pete Buttigieg right there.
Yeah,
that's
him.
No.
That's him.
What's the Indian guy? What's the Indian guy?
Cash Patel.
This Cash Patel right here.
No, you do not scare me. Stand him up.
We can't see nothing. It keeps freezing up.
Where's the target? Allah, make my testicles strong against the boot of the infidel. Where is the target? My gonads are indestructible. My penis shaft is strong like the oak tree.
Who paid you? Who are you working for?
What the fuck are we watching? I just wanted to tell you I have a conspiracy. It may be crazy. Do y'all want to hear it?
Sure.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
Honestly, well, it might not even be a fucking conspiracy, but damn it, that's what I'm gonna call it for right now. Honestly, we sat there and jumped 2 timelines, and I believe that Trump specifically has something to do with that because there ain't no way that there's 2 attempts made on his ass.
No, it's
And
like attempt number 4.
huh?
It's like attempt number 4.
Oh hell no! It's attempt number 4. Man, you know what? They should have hired some crackheads. No, fuck that. Some crackheads or some meth heads. They would have got the job done. And look, you wouldn't even have to pay them no money. Just sit there and give crackhead an 8-ball, give meth head something with some Bitdol. They would have got that shit done.
I ran us 30 seconds away from being like posting on Twitter. All right, crackheads, methods. Y'all take him out a lifetime supply of dope.
I'm just saying. But I really do think we sat there and jumped some timelines because there is no way that in the timeline that we were initially in the 90s, even in the early 2000s, before fucking 2012, that this motherfucker would have survived that shit. And I think he knows. So I think that there's a whole lot of shit that was sat there and done with the fucking CERN machines and all that kind of shit that they're not telling people, including some shit that was coming out of that motherfucker. Yeah. Now that part you can sit there and look up.
She went CERN.
Oh, bro, this is the type of conversation I wish we could still have on YouTube because this shit gets wild.
Yeah. You can't get deep. Yeah.
Why do they have statues of Baphomet outside of every fucking Hadron Collider.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting right there. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like
Well,
I'm a man of science, but I believe in religion too. But like, if you're a man of science, like why you got those out there?
Have you ever saw the opening? Just real quick. They have like little opening ceremonies for like that, like Hadron Collider thing.
Mm-hmm.
And it's weird shit, man. It's all demonic.
Well, I'm gonna say this. I think the reason that they have the statues of the Baphomet is because that's some shit that's purposely meant to sit there and kind of inflict a kind of emotional response. Because let's be honest, these motherfuckers are still serving Dagon, and these motherfuckers are sitting there and serving whatever the fucking owl, the owl god is representing. This is the same one that's at Bohemia Grove where they all have an Easter, aka Ishtar Day, aka big ass orgies.
Don't knock Bohemian Grove. That's a nice little party.
Oh yeah, they having all kind of orgies up there. I sat there and had a okay, yeah, you can say it. Okay, allegedly, allegedly. You know, for hold on, for YouTube purposes.
Tim been there.
Yeah.
Tim been there.
Yeah. I didn't have no goddamn orgy when I was there, fool.
Well, they have no. They have certain days with certain ceremonies, and if you're only there for like, let's say, like the first 2 days or even the first 2 weeks, no, they ain't doing that shit.
Cremation of care, right?
Hold on, week 3 and week 4. Oh baby, they getting that motherfucker in like old good time Roman days. They getting that shit in. Look, I'll put it to you like this: everybody was flipping out about the fucking Diddy parties, baby. No, that shit ain't got nothing on what the fuck they doing. And all I'm gonna say is this: I had to explain to my kids. Easter. And I said, hold on, how are you gonna celebrate Easter but be mad at the Epstein Island? Of course, my kids being critical thinkers, Mom, what do you mean? Okay, so what did they sit there and what were they doing up there on Epstein Island? They were doing what with what? They were for dangling what with what? And then they were consuming what? I said, look, yeah, you all are smart. When's the last time you guys have ever seen a motherfucking rabbit? Now, mind you, we catch rabbits. When's the last time y'all seen a rabbit have an egg? Y'all seen them fuck. Y'all ain't seen the motherfuckers have no eggs. Why do you think those two are connected?
Yeah. Can't say that I have. I've seen rabbits before. I ain't never seen them have an egg.
Because it's Ishtar Day. Rabbits are, fucking like rabbits. And then the eggs represent the children. Now, let's sit there and think about Easter real quick. Y'all never sat there and really thought about why they sit there and have those kids sitting there and looking for those other little Easter eggs?
No,
it's a pagan ritual. It's a pagan ritual that was folded into Christianity after Constantine.
Oh no, I'm well aware. Yes, after Constantine, and then that was before he decided that he wanted to be religious, and then afterwards, whenever he was then converted into Christianity, he sat there and changed up some rules and regulations about a whole bunch of shit. That's also why they sit there and celebrate Christmas or Christios, whichever. But I'm just, once again, I explained it to my kids, and my kids were like, once again, it's Epstein's Island. They were sitting there and hunching on. We know, because I don't know if I can say it on YouTube. They was hunching on.
I'm not mad
blah,
about
blah,
that.
blah.
I'm not mad about that. And like certain levels of conspiracy theories, like hold on, let me Google this shit real quick. You remember when ISIS destroyed some temple? I think it was like 2016, 2014.
Syria or Iraq. One of the two.
Yeah. Oh, here we go.
Dear,
Yep.
you're gonna have to be way more specific, because honey, there was a whole bunch of shit that they
So
did.
in August of 2015, ISIS militants destroyed a 2,000-year-old temple of Baal in the ancient Syrian and ancient Syria city or Syrian city of Palmyra, right? I'm like, what is Baal? Like, I start running a lap real quick. Like, what is this shit? Like going down a rabbit hole. I'm like, oh, the temple of Baal. That was where they like sacrificed people and did all this like weird shit.
That's
so
Baal and not
then,
Bilal.
No, Baal, like the temple
Okay,
of Baal.
so no,
Yeah, in
BAAL.
Syria.
Got you. Okay.
Yeah, BAAL. Yep. So then I'm like looking off into this shit, and then shortly after, hold on, I'm gonna do a screen share real quick. All right, pull that shit up real quick. OG. I said, hell nah. So it's like this this entryway that's into the Temple of Baal. They posted one of these shits up outside, like I think it was on the like the forefront of the Washington Monument, so that it looked at fucking Capitol Hill. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, why would y'all put that fucking why would y'all put a replica up of that shit? And I'm like,
Take
why is
everything you
everybody
face.
tripping on fucking ISIS? I'm like, hold on, might there be like something to this conspiracy theory shit? Like they might have did the right thing if like, you know, all that shit that they be talking about with the spells and, you know, all that. What's her name? Not Ghislaine Maxwell. What's the other bitch name that be doing the weird shit with Jay-Z and whatnot?
Oh, fuck. You can sit there and say Beyonce. You can
Marina
sit there.
Abramovich. Marina
Oh,
Abramovich
yeah.
type shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm like, man, it's something weird to this. Like, all right, for sure. Let me give it a little bit of credence to this conspiracy theory shit. Cause that was weird to me. Like, why would you put this up in Washington, D.C., fool? Why would you do that? That don't make no sense.
Oh, it made sense. Just not to you, not yet. But it made sense. That's why they was doing it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm like, who fucking, who greenlit this, fool?
All
Did your
them
name get
motherfuckers.
redacted out of them goddamn files?
Yes.
No. Type shit. Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
But, yeah, like things that make you go, I had to throw it back to Arsenio real quick. Like, yeah, things that make you go,
Man.
Huh. That's weird. You know? Like, we
Mm.
must
That's a
destroy ISIS. We must destroy ISIS. Okay. All right.
that was a
Yeah.
throwback. Arsenio Hall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hold on. Before his show was taken.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. My husband want to get back on here.
All right. Come
Hold on, here you go.
Was that Kev that said that? Oh.
Yo, what's up, babies? Yo, fuck. Get back, get back. Hey, yo, y'all. Well, y'all ain't talking, man. I'm going to go to bed, y'all. Thanks for having me up. I'll come back another time if y'all hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you. At least I can hear you at least. Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't mean to cut it short, man, but you know what I mean? It's 5 o'clock in the morning. I ain't been to bed yet.
Drank yourself into a coma.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But shout out to all y'all. Shout out to Dusty. Shout out to Beth and Snow. Shout out to everybody. I'll see you guys next time.
Later.
Yes, sir. Peace.
I still wanted to know his ranking system. He never did tell us.
Ranking system on what? I had to step away for a minute
On
so she could get on
sins.
her pseudo shit.
His ranking system for sins.
Yeah, I guess he would have to have a ranking system with his belief, huh?
Well, he's the one that said it. You know, he was it reprobates, laws of reprobation or something. But he said all sins are not equal. I just try to figure out how he figures out which ones are worse than the others.
I don't know. I guess we'll have to wait till we see him next time, Chuck.
Yeah.
Have to bring it back up.
Wait, what?
I mean, there got to be some that are worse than others, right? Like if you cheat on your wife, that's not the same as killing somebody, you know?
I mean,
And we're also
it
looking
says a
at
sin.
Hell
In the
Right.
Bible,
I mean, hell no.
sometimes you just gotta strike a bitch down. You know what I'm saying? Make domestic violence great again.
I mean, kind of.
But no, okay. That I mean was like a sin is a sin in the Lord's eyes, right?
Yeah, yeah.
It's the same value. The value is that what man's law ascribes to it, right? We no longer have to punish and kill for sins because we are in the grace of Christ. That does not mean that our society cannot have the death penalty for certain actions like PDFs, murder, that sort of thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think that it is backward as fuck to give somebody gay the death penalty. Hot take. Hot take. Just saying.
I mean, just because they are gay, you're saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's
even criminalizing it in general. Right?
Yeah.
Now, when you start pushing into them giving gay groups and gay rights and gay politics, when you start getting into that, that's where I'm like, all right, no. You can fuck each other in the ass as much as you want. You can lick as much pussy as you want, but you're not gonna fucking preach this as a pseudo religion to society. Fuck off. Right? And the same thing with like God's soldier with alcohol, right? Don't criminalize consumption of alcohol, weed, and other substances. But if you're so goddamn drunk that you're drunk driving and you kill a person, you get the fucking death penalty. You're a murderer. It was your choice.
You're no longer just a drunk, that's for sure.
Yeah, like there are circumstances in which you could be punished for that sin in human law, and like God still is going to judge you for murder as stealing, right? That's still a sin against you. All sins that are unrepentant will get you sent to hell, the maximum punishment. That's the thing, and that's what I don't get, that people don't understand who are Christian, and they start trying to use the reprobate mind thing as a gay is a worse sin than murder. And I've literally been told that being gay is the one thing that gets you never being able to be Christian again, and that's not even true. That's blaspheming the Holy Ghost. So people don't even know their own faith. That's why I went after God's soldier and asked him to come over here. Now, I started getting annoyed with him, so I had to tone it down a little bit and mute up for a second. I just don't like people that do that. It's annoying. But anyway, more on this conspiracy theorist stuff. I walked away at the wrong time. Y'all were discussing something very nice, and I had to go take Tucker OUT. No, you calm down. Don't look at me like that. We just came back in. Tucker's being very needy right now, yo. So what was the Temple of Baal thing you were talking about, Kev?
So in 2015, ISIS, right, like the terrorist organization or whatever the case may be, went over and bombed this Temple of Baal. And according to like scripture and all things antiquity, the Temple of Baal was where people was taking their kids to sacrifice them to this deity or whatever the case may be. I'm like, oh, okay. So ISIS went over there and got rid of like the place where people was sacrificing kids and shit. And then all of a sudden we launched this, you know what I'm saying? This war against ISIS. So I'm like, oh, that's interesting right there.
I want to make a t-shirt that says ISIS stands against human sacrifice or child sacrifice. The U.S. government bombed them.
Pretty much. Yeah. And there's this famous ass archway that was like I don't know if you pay attention to little shit like that or whatever, you know. There was this archway that was famous because the temple was in like ruins, basically, you know, but this archway still stood. So then they put up a replica of this fucking archway in Washington, D.C. that had a straight look through to the White House. I'm like, bro, what the fuck was that about? That shit was just weird to me, you know? I'm like, man, maybe it is some of this weird shit or whatever the case may be. I don't know. I didn't really think about it too much until the Epstein files, you know? I didn't think about it too much. I'm like, hold on, bro. You know what I mean? Like, what? Yeah, it's weird. I don't know. Who knows?
It
You know?
it
Who
is
knows?
fucking weird, bro. It
Yeah, it's a
is
little
fucking weird.
Yeah.
Do you ever feel like we're too paranoid as a species? Or are they really just out to get us?
Sometimes.
It's a little from column A and a little from column B.
Yeah. It's a bit of both for sure. Yeah. I don't know. My old man was like overly paranoid and super into conspiracy theories, you know. He would listen to Alex Jones all day, every day, just back in like the mid to late 90s, you know. He was all over that shit. Pause. And I'm like, nigga, I'm just trying to play basketball, fool. I'm not trying to figure out about the Illuminati right now, my boy. You know? Can I get some new Nikes or something? This nigga like, no, that's not important now. We need to talk about the Illuminati and the Freemasons. And I'm like, oh my God.
So, can I get some new Nikes afterwards?
Right. If I watch a little documentary, can I get some Nikes? Shit. I'm like, no, nigga. Get a job, get your own Nikes. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, fuck you, Illuminati confirm shit, bitch. Like, come on. But I kind of appreciate the shit like a little bit now. You know, looking back now, I'm older. I'm like, well, he might have been off base with some shit, but some of the shit that he taught me or whatever, some of the shit that he forced on me, I'm like, maybe some of that shit might actually be true, you know?
Man, I don't know. Like, I find it really weird that Alex Jones got sued for more money than anyone else in human history, bigger than any corporation over the SH thing.
Mm-hmm.
And like because he just recently lost. He finally recently had to give up his news network.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, people talk about Russia and all these other foreign powers and how oppressive they are, but look at just the political hit job that was done against Alex Jones.
Yeah, it was crazy.
For somebody to be so wrong, for somebody to be not above target, y'all sure as fuck took a huge shoot at that motherfucker.
Yeah, they did. And there's a lot of shit with that S Hook shit that actually looks very, you know, it looks a lot of bit of weird, you know. Like, oh,
Bro,
man,
they wouldn't even let him use the role as evidence. Like he wasn't allowed to request that. Like,
yeah.
That's as far as I guess we can go with that.
Bro, the only thing I gotta say about that is Robbie Parker. You know what I mean? The guy that said that one of his children passed away. Yeah, the old boy Robbie Parker, like they caught him before they got the chance to edit it. It was on live television. And he was laughing with a couple of people that was walking him up to the podium to explain about how he had lost his little girl. And he was laughing, bro. Laughing, like giggling. And then somebody told him, it looked like somebody told him, like, all right, bitch, we're going live in 3, 2, 1. That nigga took a big ass breath like this. My name is Robbie Parker, and I'm one of the fathers that lost a child that day. I'm like, bro, that don't look right. That just don't pass the smell test. Like, if one of my kids had got, you know what I mean? If one of my kids had lost their lives in a situation like that, I'm not smiling. You know what I mean? I'm not.
Don't even ask me to take your bullshit podium. Honestly.
All right. Come on. It's crazy. I mean, I might have done something like that. Yeah, I might have dressed the nation or whatever, you know, but to laugh, get into character, that shit, it didn't pass the smell test for me. That's something like, oh, maybe Alex Jones might be onto something, bro. He might be onto something with that.
I mean, he wasn't wrong. They were turning the frogs gay.
That actually did turn out to be true. That actually did turn out to be true.
I got news for you. Everybody gay.
But not the frogs, kid. Frogs ain't bodies.
Even the frogs.
Especially the frogs. Super
Especially
gay.
the frogs. I think it was something like he said that shit fucked up, but I think it was something like the pesticides or something they was using on crops, you know, and then that runoff goes into the water.
Yeah, it was chemical pollution that was
Yeah.
causing them to be actually transgender. It was changing their gender.
Exactly. Yeah. For sure. Yeah. Like, oh shit. It kind of turns out they were turning the frogs gay. All right. Crucify him. Fuck him. Damn. Yeah.
Did y'all ever see that guy? Somebody mentioned Bohemian Grove. We got off on that tangent. Did somebody ever see the politicians reacting to the person who did that? Like, oh, you broke the secret, bro. You broke the code. Now that betrayal. It's like, bro, he just told him that y'all great kids and sacrifice them. Do you really want that to be the first thing out your mouth?
Right.
Et tu, Brutus, is the first thing you want to say? No, we don't do that. Yeah. That's right. Nah, he a liar and a nigga. Like
shit.
Like something. But it's why did you betray us? Why did you betray the trust?
Yeah, that's out.
Oh man. I think that's what
Yeah, I
did
wouldn't
Alex
have said
Jones
that.
in. Yeah, what would you have said instead, Kev?
I would have said something way different than that. Like, hey, bro, I value my life, and I think you should too. If I was in the
Ice
Illuminati,
cold.
that's what I would say.
Ice cold.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah. Now that was weird though. It's a lot of shit that these niggas be doing. It's like, damn, I just don't pass the smell test, fool. Like, nah, that don't look right. That don't make sense.
It's fucking very weird, bro. It's very fucking weird, and I don't get it. I don't get it. So I've been fucking bobbing and weaving the Epstein files like a motherfucker. Like I just don't want to view them because like there's nothing we can actually do about it, and they're just gonna make me angry.
Yeah.
So like I don't even know what to even think about them. So I haven't even looked into them. I'm gonna take whoever's word about what. Because I just don't want to be no part of that.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a lot of weird shit inside of that, you know? But damn, excuse me. Here's the thing about it though. With the Epstein files, there's a whole lot of shit they just accepted, like all kind of random people. They had a like a hotline, you know, you could just call in and tell whoever it was you was calling in on. You could just tell them your story, like, oh, yeah, some crazy shit that happened to me. You know, I got abused, used, and abused. You know what I mean? And they just upped all that shit inside the Epstein files.
I'm just
So that's why,
laughing
like,
because that's some crazy shit. You probably got some shit in there like, I went to Epstein Island, they put me on a UFO and aliens raped me.
oh God in heaven, it is some crazy shit in there. There was a bitch that called in with a story. She was like, man, back in 2014 or whatever the case may be, I was on a yacht with President Trump.
I'll
Him
put a
and Jeffrey
clip in the
Epstein
back for you,
sacrificed the
OG.
goddamn child. And talking about Trump was right there with Epstein and somebody infant got sacrificed and thrown into a lake. Like, oh my God, there's a lot of people with mental health conditions that they call.
A yacht on a lake.
Yeah, it was crazy for sure. What's his name? Joe Cool and I, we reviewed a bunch of the shit, like just when it first came out. We did like a 7-hour, 8-hour live stream just reviewing the shit, just looking at the stories like, oh, this is crazy. Like a lot of this shit is just, you could have been anybody. Like you and I could have called in, you know, just with a fucked up ass story. Shit.
Play that clip I put back there, OG.
Yeah, clip. All right, gotta bounce, boys. Bye.
All right, back here.
Oh, he bounced already. Shit.
Oh my God. Okay, he still watches for a little bit after he bounces, so I'll play it.
Yeah, I'm out too, bro. It's like 4:30 in the morning, bro.
Simple things pointing out that we're meant
Ended after the stream anyway. After the stream.
to be in nature and be natural. And this is where we find the source that God made to transcend the New World Order. And that's why they want to try to keep us out of it.
I'm angry. I've had enough of these people. They're a bunch of Christian murder scum. They're on giant death factories keeping babies alive, selling their body parts. What more do you need to know about these people? I go out and face these scum. They literally crawl out from under rocks. They have green looking skin and they run around screaming, "We love Satan." They wanna eat babies. I have them on video. Hillary's in the creepy, weird, sick stuff, man. She sleeps in the same room with that creepy, weird woman whose mother wears a hood over her head. That woman number one is ugly. Imagine how bad she smells, man. I'm told her and Obama just stink. Obama and Hillary both smell like sulfur.
All right, I can't with that. I can't with that. Jesus Christ. Oh, my Lord.
Oh, damn, everybody left, huh?
Yeah, everybody but us three.
Everybody there. Everybody gay. Oh. I think I'm getting ready to go to bed myself.
Same.
Ugh. All right, we'll catch y'all later.
All right, have a good night, Chuck. Any final thoughts, yo? Guess not. Any final thoughts, Dennison?
You already know it. Everything's fake and gay. Just like Obama.
So true. Thank you for coming, Denny. All right, you guys. It is awesome that I can go live and have an audience at any time of the day. I appreciate you guys coming and chilling with me. All of you out in La La Land that don't type, that are just in the bushes, I appreciate y'all just as much as the people who type and join the panel. Thank you all. Much love. Have a good night.